everyone to this one-day forum. This workshop has been a long time in the making. The core group of presenters have been working on this topic, and we were actually ready to hold this event in early 2020, then COVID hit. I was surprised to discover that in this dark time, our interest did not wane, although it's difficult to say how much progress we actually made in our research and writing. Equally unsurprisingly, current events in the world have sustained interest in or perceptions of Sinophobia. Whether these two streams of consciousness overlap is a valid question that can be posed. Now, not long after I disseminated a notice of this conference, I received all kinds of feedback from friends. One person said, "This looks like an interesting forum, but don't you think the very idea of it has already been overdetermined or beaten to death?" Another said, "All of this seems very provocative, but I noticed that you didn't include anybody from PRC." Other people noted the focus on Central Asia, which is rather new to the local scene. One said, "We can spend an entire workshop talking about Sinophobia in the context of Taiwan alone." Others said, "How about Southeast Asia?" Or how come only one from East Asia? Still others said, "Hey, this is universal. Why not Africa or South America? And why the local focus?" Okay, so it's impossible to make everybody happy, and I won't try. Let me cut to the chase and say that I'm interested in a specific set of problems. Sinophobia is not a new theme, and Sinophobia has in fact plagued the world from imperial times to the present, not to mention the Cold War and other crises. But I take seriously the title, Sinophobia in the Rise of China. One should be asking, is Sinophobia in the new rise of China different or distinctive? If so, I suggest that it resides less in the content of that phobia than how we understand the new China as a source of inherent crisis. Central Asia has played an interesting role in the literature by representing an alternative to sedentary Sino-culture in its nomadic traditions, civilization of the steppes, etc. We view it less in terms of how relations with the Sino Center have served as a basic framework for the formation of inherently local identity. In this sense, the new expansion of China can be seen as a new phase in an already interactive framework. Similarly, East and Southeast Asia have tended to be viewed from the Sino Center out, whether in a system of tribute or in an ongoing mutation of new Confucian tradition. I argue to the contrary that the varied countries of Asia probably hate each other more than the rest of the world. If so, what does it imply about the inherent affinity of East Asia, which is how scholars study and teach it in principle? I think there is room for a fresh departure and space for alternative discourses. I, for one, do not equate Sinophobia with so-called Yellow Peril. This phobia may be expressed as race-based, but this is a kind of generalism that I wish to avoid. If it is possible to rethink it, is this attributable more to culture or politics? Moreover, can we rethink the center from the margin? Before starting, I'd like to sort of very briefly tell you about the structure of this particular panel. The three particular papers here are on completely different topics from very different perspectives. Now, the point of this first panel was not to confuse people, but just to open up the scope of the problem to show that we can approach this from many different ways, and not necessarily from any particular angle. Unfortunately, Alain Brossat wasn't able to come this morning. He's on his way from Paris, so he very kindly recorded his presentation. And Magnus will be joining us a bit later. So maybe I can hand it over to Derek Sheridan, the chair. We can just start.
Hello, yes, my name is Derek Sheridan. I'm Assistant Research Fellow at the Institute of Ethnology at Academia Sinica. As chair, because you can see the lower part of my body, as chair, my responsibility was to introduce our first speaker, who will be presenting by video, pre-recorded video, Alain Brossat from the University of Paris. So I'll just hand over the video to our video specialist.
Hi, everyone. The title of my talk is From Subalternity to All Out Sinophobia. Hi, everyone. The title of my talk is From Subalternity to All Out Sinophobia, or the news around Taiwan's neck. You will forgive me, I hope, for not being able to be with you, and even worse, for not being able to answer your possible objections and questions. I am at the moment where the symposium is being held on a plane that takes me back to Taiwan. What I would like to say to you in the preamble to my intervention on xenophobia, and in a rather affective and existential mode and strictly academic, is that when I talk about the subject, I cannot do so in a detached mode, as if I was talking about a subject that I can keep at a distance. It is for me a quite personal question. And this for two reasons. The first being that married to a Taiwanese woman and father of a half-breed child that is ours, having lived with them for a long time in France, I'm well placed to know that xenophobia, in its most brutal and elementary form outside the East Asian world, is above all a question of facies, and therefore a calamity that does not go into detail unless you constantly wear a t-shirt with the inscription, "I am Taiwanese, not Chinese," and even so, a fact of experience which would do well to remember all those agitated by the narcissism of small differences on this very island today in particular. The second reason is that I'm French, and it so happens that 138 years ago, if I count correctly, France, the colonial and imperial world power at the time, tried to gain a foothold in Taiwan and Penghu, Formosa and the Pescadores, integral parts of the Chinese empire, according to the denominations current at that time. And this on the occasion of a policy of predation typical of what the European powers then undertook in Eastern Asia, in the purest style of gunboat politics and under a pretext sewn with white thread, the so-called backlay ambush. By chance, a few weeks ago, I came across a beautiful and large red book and a word book received at school by one of my grandfathers, who later became a teacher, school principal, and decorated soldier of 2 world wars. So a book of remembrance written by a naval officer who took part in this campaign, a certain Émile Dubosc, naval lieutenant. This work is entitled 35 Months of Campaign in China and Tonkin, and it is prefaced by Pierre Loti, glory of French exotic and Orientalist literature of the time, member of the French Academy, etc. However, it so happens that Loti prefaces these memories of a military expedition in the context of the conquest of Indochina by colonial France, for the very good reason that he himself took part in this campaign in the China Sea, a discovery which was a shock for me, considering the notoriety, hardly withering still today, of Pierre Loti. And in his brief preface, here is what Loti writes, addressing the author of the book directly. I quote, "Do you still remember our last meeting, already 13 years ago, deep in the bad yellow country, at the launch of torpedoes in the bay of the Pescadores Islands. The bad yellow country, it's you, my friends. I can assure you that of Pierre Loti streets, even Pierre Loti elementary schools or junior high schools and public libraries, there must still be hundreds in France today. Loti is still and always a national glory and a monument of French literature, just as there are many streets named from Admiral Courbet, after the chief colonialist brigand who led this campaign before dying of yellow fever, precisely of Magong, died in justice, no doubt. At the time of this campaign, during which the French fleet bombarded Tamsui and Keelung and their surroundings, then Magong, the soldiers and sailors massacring civilians and prisoners of war on this occasion, and this without France being formally in a state of war with the Chinese Empire. The minister of the colonies who supervised the whole operation was called Jules Ferry. And well, Jules Ferry, he is the absolute hero of the Republican national novel. This is how we call it, the national novel, le roman national, in France. He is the founder of the secular and compulsory school at the beginning of the Third Republic. So you can clearly see how, in modern French history, the supposed heritage of the Enlightenment, the ideals and values of the Republic, the great names of literature are inseparable from the words of imperial and colonial practices, and how this cocktail is inoculated into us, school children. From an early age, things have not changed fundamentally since my grandfather was on the school benches. Ferry, Loti, and Courbet still have their place in the pantheon of great men of the Republic. It's not for nothing that my grandfather, first in his class, received this book in particular as a prize for his outstanding performances. There is nothing like the story of a campaign where the imperial banditry prospers and the most candid anti-Asian racism thrives to model young Republican souls and make good little French people called a few years later to go and be slaughtered en masse in the trenches of the First World War. In Dubosc's account, the Chinese, that is to say here, without distinction, the soldiers of the Qing army and the inhabitants of the island are commonly and pejoratively referred to as the Celestials. When the French expeditionary forces take prisoners among the Celestial soldiers, they employ them as porters in default of mules, I quote. And when women wandering from house to house in Keelung are arrested by a French patrol and suspected of being, I quote, stricken with horrible contagious diseases, they are shot on the spot. The laws of war are pitiless, candidly notes the military brute Dubosc. The feeling of racial superiority needs these poisonous words, celestials, and these poor alibis, that is, yellow people, means yellow fever, means cholera, means syphilis, etc., to take root in the mentality of those who see themselves as whites and Christians destined to rule the world while exploiting and plundering the national resources of the colored races. So I now make an ellipse of more than a century, which leads me in 1999 to Belleville. Belleville is a district in the northeast of Paris, which during the last decades of the 20th century became the second Chinatown of Paris, populated mainly by people from the Hsinchu region. The other, older district is located in the south of the capital and is populated mainly by Chinese from the Indo-Chinese peninsula who arrived in France mainly towards the end of the Vietnam War. At that time, I had a friend, a Trotskyist, radical and ferocious, vociferous like me, who had recently become a famous author of detective novels. His name is Thierry Jonquet. He died at the beginning of this century. Thierry was then one of the most eminent representatives of the new thriller, very fashionable then in France at the time, and resulting directly from the spirit of insubordination and rebellion of May 68. Far from making the praise of the police, his novels lifted the veil on the foundations of social injustice, the abuses of the deep state, state racism, etc. Anyway, it turns out that Thierry had, in those years, settled in Belleville, a traditionally cosmopolitan district populated by descendants of all kinds of immigration, Jewish, Armenian, Arab, Kabyle, Sub-Saharan, etc. And then the Hsinchu arrived, and the district had indeed changed very quickly in a few years. And that, my friend Thierry, internationalist and convinced cosmopolitan, could not stand it. Perceiving the galloping cynicization of Belleville as just an invasion, which made him decide to react according to his skills and taking advantage of his reputation by writing a novel ironically titled Quiet Days in Belleville, a natural nod to the famous Quiet Days in Clichy by Henry Miller. A book in which he staged in a rather vengeful tone the conquest of his neighborhood by the Chinese invader, and this in the purest style of far-right xenophobia. At the time, my wife and my then boyish son and I assiduously frequented Belleville, its restaurants and its Chinese grocery stores, which was a kind of small weekly substitute for my wife for the return home that she could only do once a year. Belleville was her little surrogate country. Moreover, a few years later, she acted as an actress in a film called Shanghai Belleville, around dealing with Chinese prostitution in this district. Upon discovering the openly xenophobic pamphlet of my leftist friend, I was then appalled and personally offended. It was as if this book had been written directly against my wife and my son. I did not hesitate to let its author know. But what had perhaps overwhelmed me the most in this angry and fetid book was the way in which Jonquet, when he was looking for a synonym for the word Chinese, because in French, unlike English, you always have to hunt down repetitions. So the way he rediscovered quite naturally in his dictionary of synonyms, I imagine, the word celeste, les célestes in French, the very word of biological racism and the spirit of imperial conquest in the 19th century. So anti-racist by conviction, Thierry would, I imagine, have punched without hesitation anyone who in a political discussion would have used offensive words like raton bico in French to designate the Arabs, or a fortiori Yids for the Jews. But celestials? No, no problem. Just an expedient and decorative synonym of Chinese. This, in short, is why Sinophobia cannot be an inert subject of study for me. It is a living and intimate issue, both in the dimension of my private existence, as we formally say private, and in that of my, let's say, presence in the historical world. The adventures of Admiral Courbet and Pierre Loti between Dansui, Matsu, and Magong are obviously distant in time, but it turns out that this part still lives in the present, every day, where I am when I write this text, Menton, the French Riviera, I cross a rue Admiral Courbet, a tribute to this military and colonial bully with brain, who has become an integral part of the national heritage. When today a squad, or maybe a platoon, of French senators and deputies invested in pro-Taiwan lobbying, that is to say separatist and business thirsty, lands on the island, they are sometimes taken to the places where the French expeditionary force tried to disembark, in vain, unfortunately, near Danshui. And there is celebrated on this occasion of a parody, a ceremony of remembrance of what? Of the Franco-Taiwanese friendship. Stupidity disputes it here face to history, to cynicism, and this on both sides. Of all these repressed crimes, of the baseness which in the present goes with it, I have, of course, to bear the burden, as I am what I am and where I come from. Not to beat my guilt, I have personally nothing to do with this ilk, past and present, but just because whatever we do, we belong to a historical community. So it's stronger than me. When I discover in Magong a steel plate honoring Admiral Courbet and his expeditionary corps, plaques commemorating in French the memory of the good French soldiers who came here to massacre the Celestials in this archipelago, I cannot help but yell like a wounded beast. It's my nature, and it's too late for me to change it. So,
it's divided into two clips, so please wait for the intermission.
I can now move on to the second and more, let's say, analytical aspect of my intervention. Sinophobia is obviously a term that can have infinitely variable meanings, depending on the context in which it is used, both in a spatial and temporal terms. It is, on the other hand, in its, let's say, scholarly erudite structure, that is Latin and Greek mixed together, like in genocide, well, a recent term. Western languages and discourses have never lacked, I've just said, of terms and expressions intended to condense and designate negatively all that can be associated with the signifiers Chinese. Today, Sinophobia en situation can manifest itself as an aversion, even a manifestation of active hostility towards anything that presents in East Asian, present an East Asian physiognomy. During the COVID crisis in the United States, street xenophobia fueled by Trumpian insanities on the Chinese virus and Kung Flu did not go into detail. The enraged xenophobic nuts attacked Korean Americans or Vietnamese Americans, no less than people from mainland China or Taiwan. In the context of the new Cold War, Western xenophobia is refocusing on the established regime in mainland China, on its leading figures, its supposed wrongs and crimes. The racial xenophobia associated with the Yellow Peril that flourished in Western imperialist discourse from the Opium Wars to the Korean War has ebbed, at least in scholarly and public discourse. The hierarchy of races doesn't sell anymore, but it's also because things have become more complicated. The configuration of conflicts opposing worlds has not only been redeployed by moving from race to culture. We see more composite blocks or systems of alliances than in the past. The Yellow Peril has been somewhat discredited since Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan have become sure and loyal allies of the US hegemon, that is, let's say, Westerners by adoption. And racial xenophobia has obviously become an inconvenient motive as Taiwan, the de facto sovereignty with the population of more than 90 ethnic Chinese, has acquired the implied status of the darling of global democracy, universalist, and more imperialist, Western-centric and conquering than ever. The relatively recent appearance of the word xenophobia, much more common than its antonym xenophilia, and this asymmetry is maybe not a detail, in public discourse, draws our attention to the extreme variability of the vocabulary associated with the designation of the, let's say, bad other in current discursive usages and the very order of discourses. There are, in Western languages, 1,000 ways of speaking badly of the supposed yellows and the Chinese, and also of giving substance to these prejudices, just as it is infinite in Western Europe and in France in particular, the richness of the vocabulary to designate pejoratively or to insult Arabs and blacks. This proliferation, this ability to renew the vocabulary over time, this is the signature of the colonial, that of the imperial perspective, persevering well beyond the time of empires, properly speaking. From a genealogical point of view, these variations can stimulate interesting reflections on, let's say, the same and the other. Indeed, it is not without reason that one could say that basically in France, in the discursive proliferations around the motif of the felaga being the soldier of the Algerian Liberation Army in the language of the colonizer, a word which derives from fela, which means peasant, farmer in Arabic. And this at the time of the Algerian War of Independence. And we can relate this to the contemporary frenzy around the motif of the Islamist, or better, the Islamist terrorist. Actually, in a sense, it is always the same object we speak about in colonial and post or neo-colonial and imperial France. That is, the Arab as a dangerous subject and a bad object. Similarly, in the discourse on the Asian mobs and the Yellow Peril at the time of the Tonkin War, and in the current proliferation of Orwellian cliches about mainland China today, its regime and its leaders, we find a lot of elements of fundamental continuity. Hit the same ground of ineradicable prejudice rooted in the white collective psyche, the yellows as a dangerous human mass and collectively as a bad object. But At the same time, against this background of long-lasting continuity, all sorts of ruptures, discontinuities, movements of rearrangement occur in the infinite landscape of the depreciation of the racial, religious, and cultural other, which affect the representations, the order of discourses and behaviors and actions. It is in this sense that the eruption of the word Sinophobia in public and scholarly discourse is interesting. Of what is this relatively new term the sign of, or the name of? It is, in linguistic terms, a deictic. It designates, it shows here something new, and which takes shape in the discontinuity of historical duration as much as of the arrangement of discourses. This novum, of course, is the new Cold War, understood here not only as a confrontation of varying intensity between camps and systems of alliances, but above all, as a major confrontation in the making, becoming a fight to the death promised and announced, already begun, between worlds and species. The new Cold War is much less the remake or reenactment with variants and supplements of the first, whose premises were completely different than the announced realization in the most barbaric form of the silly, stupid, imbecile prediction of Huntington. That is our era after the victory of the demo-capitalist West in its confrontation with the Soviet Empire and communism would be, according to Huntington's thesis, that of the violent collision between incompatible civilizations, Islam in the first place, but not only. The haunting and incantatory stigmatization of the Chinese threat, which has become the master signifier and the fixed idea of the activists of the new Cold War, is a propagandist operation established on the most shaky and ideological scaffoldings. Exactly, I would say, the same type as the operation carried out by the Anglo-American think tanks and lobbies mobilized for the purpose which led to Brexit. The same process of creating from scratch a state of emergency and imminent threat, the same strings of agitation in the most simplistic black and white, and most alarming of all, the same penchant for chaos. That is to say, the same nihilistic inspiration. It doesn't matter if the world perishes, if our interests of the moment prosper. From this point of view, the Boris Johnson, the Dominic Cummings, and other cynical looters of the little that remained of the so-called European construction, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Pompeo, the Pelosi, without forgetting, of course, their Taiwanese debtors and clients. It is the same political ilk, crude, possessed by the same inclination for the worst. These people, when they are in business, governed by instinct of death. And this is the reason why the construction of the imaginary enemy, the one who wants our death and who must therefore be neutralized before action, is at the heart of their political unreason. The European Union determined to put an end to immemorial British sovereignty in one case, the Chinese ogre determined to make short work of the virgin Taiwanese democracy on the other. We, therefore, clearly see here all the inertia and of prejudice and can be combined like a sort of immemorial fault from the time of the deceitful and cruel celestials to that of the Hitlerite, the Stalinist Beijing totalitarians, can be combined, this inertia of prejudice can be combined with arrangements and dynamics that relaunch this same prejudice, but under specific singular modalities in given situations. Each time, the horror of the other sent back to the other side of the dividing line between the civilized and the barbarian, between the friend and the enemy, has its special features. And the landscape of confrontation and detestation is populated by representations endowed with strong imaginary intensities of all kinds, from Fu Manchu to Xi Jinping, the new emperor who also happens to be a mixture of Hitler and Stalin. As Foucault remarked in The Order of Things, the West in general, the Western culture, has always had a problem with the same and the other. We can see clearly this with what over time is subsumed under the contemporary generic term Sinophobia. The same object as a figure of racial, cultural, religious, political alterity, and alterity placed under the sign of disturbing strangeness, to say the least. But the same object constantly diffracted into a multitude of singular pieces and splinters. At the time of the Korean War, the Chinese People's Army, which faced that of the US and its South Korean allies, was the Reds in McCarthy's version. And this presents a significant difference with the totalitarian Pekingese in today's neo-Orwellian version. What is at stake here is not only the rhetorical or linguistic packaging of the confrontation, it is above all the singularity of the confrontations. Each of them arouses its own culture of the enemy with the language, the language of hostility that goes with it. When a dynamic of confrontation develops, it is infiably boosted and poisoned by the appearance of a figure of the hyper enemy, identifiable with racial, religious, and cultural traits. From then on, everything is possible without limit in terms of flight into the imagination and enragement of the rhetoric of hostility. Sinophobia, as it is in vogue today in Taiwan among the power elites obsessed with their dream of independence. This xenophobia provides flagrant proof of this. Once a relatively homogeneous human group endowed with a certain capital of power finds itself embarked on the dream of another, more powerful master's dream, here that of the US and its satellites, increasingly in a hurry to put mainland China in its place, then reality in its most compact and simplest form absolutely ceases to constitute a safeguard against the craziest imaginary excesses. We are therefore going in a country populated in its vast majority by ethnic Chinese, and from this point of view, customs, traditions, mentalities, language, and the rest, Chinese to the tips of our nails. We are therefore going in this country even to see how the most vulgar and outrageous of xenophobias thrives in the discourse of government, state, media, economic, and sometimes, alas, academic elites. The culture of the enemy, or rather of white-hot hostility, is a tsunami that sweeps away everything in its path. The signified China becomes, in the sacramental expression, the China threat, a sort of name for the devil, and the evocation of the supposed threat, a form of exorcism. The caricatures of the Chinese enemy, or of his alleged supporters and accomplices on the island, as repugnant animals, pigs, snakes, parasites. The propaganda rival in excess and vulgarity with the worst of Nazi agitation against the Jews at the time of the Third Reich, comparisons between Chinese leaders and the worst dictators and exterminators of the 20th century. All this become routine in the poor storytelling peddled by uniform or livery journalists in Taipei Times and its Chinese language equivalents. The imaginary genocides for which they are held responsible complete the picture of this picture of the apocalypse. I make it short, but we could do about this literature of agitation, which is nothing but the discourse of war that conceals itself less and less. We could make about it a whole black book. What I would simply like to underline here in passing is the inevitable mirror effect or boomerang effect to which the East Asians who embark on this nauseous crusade find themselves exposed. The day when hostility might take an armed turn between China and the aggregate bloc around the US, a wave not of verbal Sinophobia, but of massive violence would be unleashed in the white and Christian West, whose characteristic would be not to differentiate between good and bad Chinese, the Korean and the Vietnamese, and the accursed mainland Chinese. In the streets of the major cities of the US, Paris, London, and Rome, you will not have time to take your green passport out of your pocket, bearing the word Taiwan in golden capital letters, that you will find yourself in the gutter, your face bleeding. And that innocent tourist or student in Paris or ABC of Minneapolis, that you will be then, it is up to the sorcerer's apprentices who today play cynically with the fire of Sinophobia. You will hold it. In Taiwan, the governing elites have tuned in to the properly pandemic Sinophobia that never stops, riding in the westward, stubbornly, white-centric, imperial, and hegemony. They have tuned in that quite simply because it is the language of the master, and because it's always in the space by destination subsidiary and dependent on this island, the elites in love with power, those who are fascinated by the mirage of power, have constantly been accustomed to activate under the tutelage of a master, to anticipate his desiderata, to imitate him, to think, to speak, and act in this condition of dependence as subordinates. For historical and geopolitical reasons, on which I do not have time to expand here, the elites in power today have the characteristic of conceiving the exercise of their prerogatives and their political and historical future only in the close dependence vis-à-vis the United States and in their condition of clients and cousins by marriage of the Western Bloc. Therefore, in ethnic terms, as honorary whites, in the same way as the Hong Kong Democrats were, and in military terms of auxiliary troops, proxies of American power. In genealogical terms, what matters here is not so much the alliance of the moment, it is the very fold of subalternity. What is reproduced today in a particularly accentuated, simplified, caricatural form, and whose ultimate outlet is the designation of the neighbor, not only the close neighbor, but the cousin, as an intimate enemy. It is this very particular way of establishing oneself in a position of subalternity. The subordinate here is not the one who identifies himself as a dependent or dominated, and even less as an oppressed, but rather as a protected, not as a servant, but as an ally, not as a client in the Roman sense of the term, but as a partner. This is the whole phantasmagoria of subalternity, whose foundation is bad faith, and the propensity to, as Marx would say, see the world upside down. The spirit of subalternity in Taiwan today is what inclines the power elites to try desperately to believe that the vocation of the United States is to defend, in the name of universal values of democracy, I imagine, the sovereignty of the island rather than to use and probably to sacrifice it in the apocalyptic chess game that opposes them to mainland China. Candor and bad faith can, in certain circumstances, come together in truly stunning cocktails. The way in which the United States today conducts its war by delegation against Russia in Ukraine, with the flesh and blood of Ukrainians, should, however, be enough to instruct these people in Taiwan. But sleepwalking has its reasons that reasons itself ignores. The figure of the master as protector rather than as oppressor, evil genius or cunning manipulator, all this is, in this context, a perfect example of Hegelian rules of history, cunning of history. This would be a beautiful subject of meditation for all those who today praise the rock-solid friendship between Taiwan and the United States. The paradox of Taiwan's modern history is ultimately quite easy to establish. It is a history made up of very strong discontinuities in terms of relations between rulers and ruled, sovereignty, political regime. But these obvious discontinuities, dynasties, Chinese dynasties to Japanese colonization, then the ROC of importation, then the post-KMT democracy in the form of an ever more openly displayed American protectorate. All this occurs against a background, against the backdrop of obvious continuity. This is established on the constancy of a relationship of subalternity to a master, more or less distinctly perceived as foreign or exogenous. What appears clearly is that along these lines of continuity, subalternity tends to become an order or a sort of symbolic institution, which explains why it can become a system of representations and behaviors irrigating all society and sparing no institution, starting Oresco reference with academia. However, what is typical of the latest version of Taiwanese subalternity, the one that interests us in and for our present, is the way in which an unbreakable link is established between dependence, subalternization, and affirmation of identity, imaginary of sovereignty and independence. That is, the more one pulls on the rope of independence and sovereignty, the more this slipknot of dependence on the new master tightens around the necks of the island and the islanders. The Taiwanese governing elites have since the DPP came to power for the second time and seems firmly established there, thrown resolutely into this impasse, which dooms them to practice, beyond mere political opportunities and obligation, a policy of assimilation culture and a pathetic mimicry without bounds of discernment. Hence, for example, the farce, the real farce of bilingualism for all, announced for tomorrow, of English becoming the country's second language, a country where the vast majority of students in all subjects and of all levels is absolutely unable to hold an elementary conversation in the language of the master. Hence, the inconsistency, dreaming of becoming the East Asian Israel of the United States, with in particular the same forms of porosity to the least between the administration states of both countries. The Sinophobia of the Taiwanese ruling elites, therefore finds its inevitable outlet in the form of the most pathetic of whitewashing, but white-facing, like the Trumpist and Johnsonian Democrats of Hong Kong. These elites, these ruling elites in Taiwan, always see themselves as whiter, more American. They give, when they can, their statements directly in English with a Texas accent. They do copy-paste their thesis, the thesis that make them doctors, in English, of course. They see the pacifist as a mental and maritime highway that connects directly from Taiwan to the west coast of the United States. In the pantheon of their deities, Matsu, and Koshinga are replaced by the statuettes of Trump, Pompeo, and Pelosi. In short, it's a mental and pathetic continental drift, which relentlessly moved the island away from mainland China and brings it closer to California, that is to Hollywood, as a manufacturer of lavish dreams and unrealistic lavish dreams of grandeur. Well, I cannot help but find the social, cultural, and political type of humanity that is being produced here through the process of denial and renunciation of their Chineseness and illusory conversion to the white-centric Western condition in which the ruling elites of this country are on board. I cannot help to find this particularly unattractive, to say the least. I even find them, these political and historical sleepwalkers, a rather ugly kind of human type. Not just atavistic anti-communists, of course, on autopilot karaoke Democrats, but above all, cultural renegades, because it is to this that inevitably leads them the slope of xenophobia on which they have embarked. And the cultural renegade is a really depressing character in general. I know very well that these people are playing their all in this business, and that if they miss their shot, there will be nothing. They will lose everything, all of their political and economic power, and they will swell the ranks of exile in the United States and Canada. The fate promised to the mercenaries of the West engaged in the lost battle of East Asia, Vietnam, etc. But in the end, it is indeed they threw themselves into this impasse of which today lead them down to the path of this Taiwanese style McCarthyism, which prospers at the expensive and will increasingly thrive at the cost of the supposed agents of the continental enemy, whose crime is to persist in thinking that Taiwan and China are linked by an organic link, whatever the political and institutional form that must result from it. And it is therefore this ruling elite's own blindness that dooms them to end up in a way or another in the role of auxiliaries of the American empire in East Asia, where they dreamed of being heroes of their independence, the Taiwanese independence of Taiwan. All the wars, all the armies of the 20th century have had their auxiliaries, a constantly unhappy and despised species, dressed in a uniform of circumstances, speaking with accent the language of the master, denying its own background and culture, without, however, being welcomed into that of the master. But obviously, the lessons of history do not exist. They do not exist. And there's no more on this island than elsewhere, no more today than yesterday. Thank you for your attention.
while we're waiting, we'll move directly to the second and third presentations, and after which we'll have a very short break, and then we'll open it up for general question and answer. Let me start by picking up on Alain's presentation and tell you why I invited him to give a talk here. In a recent essay that he wrote entitled, quote, "The Temptation of a Mental Continental Drift in Taiwan," unquote, I was struck by the last sentence of it, in which he stated that, quote, "If we want to talk about collective identities rather, here in Taiwan, we should, on the contrary, begin with the continuity of a history of subalternization," unquote. I then contended that if this were the case, then it rendered the various reflections on Taiwan's island mentality in his essay insignificant or meaningless, and that he'd probably have to write a new paper, which he just did. Among other things, this is what I understand to be what he terms the mental noose around Taiwan's neck. What he calls subalternization is to the point and only one of many possible frames of analysis or critique. It is easy to recognize the wave of Sinophobia that has become a deeply pervasive aspect of contemporary politics, but we are clouded or blinded by representations, emotions, and substance of the rhetoric, and focus less on the source of this crisis. There is frequent reference to colonialism or cultural imperialism, but like subalternization, they are loose terms and value judgments that cover over and point to a multiplicity of different regimes and practices. In post-war Taiwan, Sinicization was in essence a colonizing regime. It was not only enforced by monolithic repression and in turn institutionalized ongoing ethnicization of the polity, it was made possible by rewriting history, put into practice as educational system, and inculcated as cultural morality. This mental noose around Taiwan's neck was 40 years in the making and took on diverse forms. More importantly, the more we rationalize it as a history of cultural nationalism based on modern citizenship that is tied to the fictive sanctity of 2,000 years of Chinese civilization, the more tightly we tie the noose around our own necks. I would argue that in this new rise of China, it is not immediately apparent what the source of Sinophobia is. Is it the threat of neoliberal capitalism, the imposition of a nationalist polity and history, or is it just Chineseness? Nonetheless, it is clear that it emanates from the center and that it has been affecting different societies or regions on the margins differently. While I totally agree with Alain's position in this regard, I'd like to turn the question on its head and ask, what do developments at the margins reveal about the hegemony emanating from the Sino Center? Why do we assume that societies anywhere exist as though insular and self-regulating, immune from external globalizing forces? Taiwan may be de facto independent, but there is a sense in which its future economic political fate has become increasingly and inexorably intertwined with China. This is not only because of the new rise of China, but because China's economy and politics have been evolving within a mutating global system. The centralized economies and nationalist politics of the past have been replaced by new transactional norms. The latter two-thirds of this workshop is an attempt explicitly to explore the different interactional dynamics that characterize a range of polities from Northeast to Southeast Asia and Central Asia. It is difficult to stipulate a priori how it may be possible to adopt a comprehensive framework or compatible set of strategies for interpreting and negotiating inherently diverse situations. But I wish to start here by rereading and offering a different perspective on a well-known book by Frank Billet entitled Sinophobia, Anxiety, Violence, and the Making of Mongolian Identity. This book has perhaps been overshadowed by a book he edited with Soren Urbanski entitled Yellow Peril, China Narratives in the Contemporary World. Despite the similarities, I do not equate Yellow Peril with Sinophobia. The latter book, to be sure, was an extension of Sinophobia, and to the extent that the latter term became expanded, into a polemic discourse about China and Chinese, it might be viewed as an Orientalism. Yellow Peril was a discourse that spread globally, thus had a long history, but it was produced by racist ideologies and politics that had at its aim the objectification of a culture other. Sinophobia is also nothing new, and in the present context, I see little reason to expand on its literal meaning of fear of China. Semantically, it might be more productive to view it in contrast with sinophilia, but little else. The more interesting aspect of Bilet's book had less to do with Sinophobia per se than what he understood to be the making of Mongolian identity. Moreover, Sinophobia accurately reflected the worldview of modern Mongolia. While this reflected accurately the worldview of modern Mongolia, this did not mirror the worldview of ethnic Mongols in general, of which there are many, including those in China's Inner Mongolia and Buryats in Russia. I also know little about Mongolia. So how should this contribute to issues that diversely characterize Asia from Northeast to Southeast and Central? In short, the problematic was in the making. Bilet's experience that formed the basis of his focus on Sinophobia was his unexpected discovery that Mongol views of China and Chinese were so intensely negative. I suppose if all Asians look alike, then it's not unreasonable to assume that Asians are alike in culture and other respects. This Sinophobia ran parallel to Mongolia's strong affiliation with modernity and its relative affinity to Russia. Much of the book then focused on the spectacle of excess as representation and emotion, the spectral figure of the Chinese, metaphors of tension, corporeal revolutions, and the way all of the above translated into performativity and invoked communitas. In other words, Sinophobia was a richly textured cultural imagination and politicized discourse that formed the basis of a systemic cultural, conscious and unconscious psyche. As an anthropologist, it was not unreasonable for him to concentrate on the contours and substance of that cultural worldview. One can add to this the wealth of Lacanian interpretations, symbolic theories, and cultural impressionism that he mobilized to reach his analysis. Modern politics presumably had something to do with it as well, but it was not apparent simply by browsing the book's contents. The history of Chinese-Mongol relations spans centuries, yet Bilet's so-called Sinophobia is in essence a presentist refraction of a Mongolian worldview garnered during fieldwork from the end of the last century to the following decade. This intense anti-Chinese sentiment combined with a generally pro-Russian worldview to form a distinctively modernist, if not Westernist, ethos. One could also debate the extent to which this paralleled an effort to distinguish itself from other Asians. Nonetheless, the bulk of the book was an attempt to systematically interpret the form, content, and underlying psyche of this worldview. As he clearly stated at the outset, his aim was to look beyond the immediate historical and economic aspects and to focus on, quote, the recurrent imagery and metaphors of depictions of the Chinese, unquote. Sinophobia was, quote, intimately connected to Mongols' desire to distance themselves from China and Asia as a whole, and that this ambition is problematic because Mongols appear physically and racially to be Asian. Mongolian national identity eagerly stresses a lack of relatedness or even physical similarities between Mongols and Chinese. So the fact that observable differences are largely cultural and contextual, focusing as they do on how people walk, dress, or speak, constitutes a strong anxiogenic factor. The spectral presence of China, imagined to be everywhere and potentially in everyone, produces a climate of mistrust, suspicion, and paranoia, unquote. Not only was this worldview totalizing in political scope, it was pervasive in the extent to which it influenced mundane behavior and thought. Its inherent anti-Asianness could have mutually reinforced its modernist, pro-Western, and pro-Russia outlook. But the intensity of this fear magnified a deeper psyche based on anxiety and violence. By underlining to a point of redundancy the recurrent imagery and metaphors of these depictions, his analysis of Sinophobia was in essence built on representations refracted from political and economic reality. They start from rumors, stories, and memories of the past. based on impressionistic interpretations that coalesce into narratives for the present. They are performed ritualistically or otherwise put into routine practice in a way that normalizes an unconscious body or sense of collectivity, thus shaping a unique Mongolian identity. If one reads Bilay's account literally from cover to cover, and basically what I just told you comes from his chapter headings, his primary emphasis is on the systematicity of representations and the production of narratives that construct a deep national psyche that is rooted in an extremist cultural outlook. History is without doubt a rich source of fear and rumors. Extremism in excess can be the foundation for a psychoanalytic study of its violence of abjection. Symbolic tensions of all kinds can become institutionalized through performance, and corporeal formations of this unconscious polity can serve as a template that reflects further on the marginal status of women and homophobia. But in this impressionistic cultural analysis, I see less or little attention to the ongoing political forces and social conflicts or actual cultural crises that underlie this history as it is being made and remade discursively. By way of contrast, it's possible to characterize American culture and society at the core in terms of its cultural extremism, rooted in the excesses of a paranoid gun culture, religious or Puritan fundamentalism, and fanatical libertarian hate of the deep state, all of which has in many respects exacerbated its socially conservative views of abortion, homophobia, and civilizational superiority. But in simply packaging them in literal semantic terms and reifying them through psychoanalysis and performance, what do we really know or come up with, except stereotypes on a large scale? I would argue that there are ways to understand what America is culturally on the surface by probing more deeply into the geopolitical and societal tensions over time that made it, and not in the making of identity as representation per se. The same can be said for modern Mongolia. In the end, what kind of identity is this? It claims to be national in the sense that it is reflective of the nation at large as it interacts with other polities and cultures in a global context. But one can debate to what extent it represents Mongolia as ethnos. Although Bilay notes that the long history of China constitutes the background against which Mongolia in the modern era has reconstituted itself, especially with the intervention of Soviet influence and other forces, he could have explored more systematically how its ongoing identity was the product of various kinds of interactions and imaginations. Instead, he used this backdrop to let the narratives at face value speak for themselves. I thought if one could extrapolate from this example how this reflects on the worldview of ethnic Mongols elsewhere, such as in China or Buryats in Russia. While Mongolia's positive view of Russia was mutually related to its negative view of China, it contrasted sharply with the experience of Mongol minorities in Russia. At the same time, the plight of ethnic inner Mongolians in China was also a product of different ideological and class dynamics. In an essay on what he called the colonial contradictions of class and ethnicity in socialist China, Burden Bulag showed how the worldview of Mongols there was shaped not only by ethnic difference, but also how they mobilized ideology to negotiate class positionality. Identity in this sense was rooted less in affirming communitas than in practical positioning. Without doubt, theirs was a different kind of marginality. Bilay epitomized the centrality of Sinophobia as the distinctive feature of Mongolian identity, partly to show how it contrasted with Asianized yet pro-Chinese sentiments of inner Mongolians on the one hand, and the ethnic minority worldview of assimilated Buryats in Russia on the other. I argue, however, that ethnicity probably played little role in defining Mongol identity in any case. What in fact distinguished them was their inherent situatedness in different contexts of power. Marginality invoked relative positionality. Russia, China, Asianness, and modernity all figured differently in each context, and this shaped identity more than any inherent Mongol subjectivity. Mongol identity seemed in each case less an island than a product of mutual interaction with others. So the question that I wish to raise here is, what can we learn from the making of Mongolian identity from about identity elsewhere? Secondly, what is it about identity formation at the margins that elucidates the nature of political violence and cultural hegemony at the center, which is the source of so-called Sinophobia? Bilay's narrative about the making of identity suggests that Sinophobia is at the heart of the Mongol worldview. The extremity of this worldview has, in the cases of inner Mongolians in China and Buryats in Russia, become softened, particularly by their embeddedness in different political contexts. In short, Sinophobia is the cultural epitome of the Mongolian worldview. I would argue that this argument is actually upside down. The politics of place, in Derlick's terms, is really the context of interaction that produces identity, and ethnicity as a certain genre of culture expression is really a product of geopolitical forces. In East Asia, Korea and Taiwan seem like two opposite paradigms of Japanese colonialism. Koreans today are intensely anti-Japanese, and these sentiments are clearly rooted in the era of Japanese colonial rule. Taiwanese, on the other hand, have been characterized as pro-Japanese. During the post-war era, Japanese nostalgia has magnified many times over. Most analysts have tended to stress the influence of local Korean and Taiwan factors in assessing the nature of colonial resistance or assimilation. The sociological comparative surveys that I've seen do not seem convincing. Yet, even without the explicit focus on culture, one has tended to interpret identity as something projected from inside out rather than as a function of the political context itself. The Korean experience may have been more repressive in comparison with the Taiwan one, while analysts have pointed to the efficacy of Kominka assimilation, Guominghua, in Taiwan toward the end. However, most people have not emphasized enough the impact that KMT post-war rule had in giving rise to and galvanizing Japanese colonial nostalgia. The restoration of Chinese rule after World War II was in large part embraced by Taiwanese, despite Japanese assimilation. But the explicit repression of Japanese and Taiwanese culture and language, including the massacre of Taiwanese intellectuals during the February 28th incident, did more than the colonial era to politicize Taiwanese ethnic consciousness, ultimately as a counter nationalist KMT identity. Culturalist interpretations are not limited to analyses of national identity or colonialism, and have actually pervasively influenced our perception of economy and politics. How are we so sure that the post-war economic miracles seen in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and elsewhere are attributable to the fact that they are Asian tigers or the lingering influence of Neo-Confucianism? Like the clash of civilizations and culture of China, most of these theories emanate from Harvard. I find it easier to explain Taiwan's economic success in terms of the same factors that liberated Hong Kong and Singapore from a centralized economy. Moreover, national identity need not be ethnic by nature. It is the context that culturalizes and politicizes ethnicity into existence. In my opinion, the significance of this case study of Mongolia resides in the fact that its worldview was probably never a product of an island mentality or an inherent ethnocentrism. Perhaps due to the global rise and fall of the Mongols in history, it might be more accurate to say that its self-identity as a nation was always a product of its conscious interaction with societal and political forces around it. Its relationship with China had to be a seminal facet of its being in the world. Moreover, this relationship should have been a multi-layered one which not only involved political imaginings, but also trade transactions between different classes of people and social relations along the borders. If Bilay's depiction of Sinophobia was too simplistic, it was partly because he failed to provide a composite picture based on a range of interactions, which were probably more nuanced than the populist narratives that he relied on. On the other hand, Mongolia's marginality within a larger Sinocentric sphere meant that Mongolia was being constituted by China in a different way. Despite the prominence of mutual interaction in the making of its own identity, I doubt whether Sinophobia played an epitomizing role in its overall worldview, at least in the way Bilay portrays it. It's anti-Chinese qua anti-Asian, pro-Russian qua Western modernist national identity was without doubt a product of an inherently complex frame of mind or historical experiences. On the surface, it seems to differ little from Japan's pro-Western, anti-Asian national identity of the earlier 20th century that in its extreme culminated in its militaristic imperialist worldview. In this case, Sinophobia did not seem to be a catalyst or seminal feature, but Japanese national identity could have been, in similar terms, not simply a reimagination of self, but rather the product of its active engagement with the outside world. As one traverses the margins of the Sino Center, one should expect to see different histories of interactions with China playing a role in the constitution of local society. Vietnam has had a long love-hate relationship with China as well. How has this ongoing framework of interaction influenced the course of its politics and history? Its emulation of Chinese imperial tradition overlaps with its colonial resistance in other regards. Moreover, these tensions have always been changing and adapting to new conditions. Sinophobia should be, in the larger scale of things, a reaction to extreme conditions or threats. I suspect that Central and North Asia should be defined by different frames of interaction. Diversity of intercultural experience should also imply heterogeneity of political possibilities, multiplicity of institutional entanglements, and the potential flexibility of strategic engagement. Sinophobia may be attributed ultimately to the threat emanating from the political center, but it has been too easy to reduce it simply to cultural nationalist hegemony or neo-colonialist repression. I would argue instead that each place has a different story to tell. They may engender specific crises and might precipitate different problematics, thus should invoke particularistic modes of strategic resolution, not general ones. So at this point, let me summarize why I think Bilay's book, despite my criticism of its basic argument, provides a constructive framework for understanding Sinophobia in the rise of China. First, I do not think the construction of national identity in Mongolia today is unusual. Most, if not all, societies on the margins of China have had a long history of interaction with China. That experience of mutual interaction should have been at the core of self-identification, perhaps more than has been recognized in the literature. Mongolia's Sinophobia and Europhilia are not unusual as well, even in Asia. But the way in which he relies upon narrative analysis to construct a presentist national ethos is an exaggeration of populist discourse, not interpretive analysis. Instead of starting with Sinocentric narratives of the tributary world on the margins, or preconceived notions of cultural affinity that seem to characterize the inherent nature of local societies, it might be more realistic to start with the assertion that societies at the margin have always conceived of themselves as actively engaged with neighboring societies as well as with the Sino Center. This might constitute a more accurate basis of ongoing histories and societal transformations. In this regard, Sinophobia is not a spectacle of general racism, but underlines more seminally the existence of extreme tensions that should be rooted in the politics of place. Countries in Asia hate each other more than the rest of the world, in my opinion, and this should reflect to a large extent mutual differences produced in the course of history. Moreover, xenophobic tensions should differ everywhere as a function of inherently different crises. I've argued that, contrary to the myth of one country, two systems, Hong Kong is probably closer to Tibet and Xinjiang than to Taiwan. Most of all, the future of capitalism there is probably the most irrelevant factor that influences its future. China has already become capitalist and is now in the process of exporting its own version with Chinese characteristics, namely political correctness. Reunification with the motherland has at the same time given rise to overt critique of nationalist hegemony. But how are we so sure that construction of an internal enemy epitomizes the problem at the core? LegCo remains the structure most resistant to democratic rule, but this is a legacy of British colonial rule that China happily adopted. As in Singapore, protection of the state's political correctness has been a staple feature of the system, but it's harder to criticize and dismantle it when it is written into the law at the risk of libel suits. LegCo has in Hong Kong not only institutionalized the power of local rich oligarchs, but these oligarchs are the most likely forces to defend Beijing against local autonomy because their own interests are largely rooted in China and no longer in Hong Kong. It's difficult to pin down what is the real source of colonial domination in Hong Kong because many of these entanglements reinforce each other. Article 23 of the Basic Law, which instigated the imposition of a national security law against political critique and mass protest, was eventually the final nail in the coffin. So forget Sinophobia. Did I say forget Sinophobia? Yes. More important than the perceived threat that the rise of China has precipitated is the source of those anxieties and tensions. In fact, the more we emphasize the existence and fear of Sinophobia, the more we implicitly accent the need for counter-narratives and opposition of critical theories as corrective. I'm not sure we fully understand yet the systemic roots of the new rise of China, much less the source of our fears. So much energy has gone into debates over the evolution of capitalism in China from the patterns of the Chinese past and other historical sprouts of incipient capitalism to Adam Smith in Beijing, which are all variations of the end of history vindication of the West, that few people see the threat of an even more ominous capitalism with Chinese characteristics, which has been incorrectly glossed as neoliberalism. If anything, market capitalism, now that it is centered in China, at least in the next stage of globalization, has been the front for promoting political correctness of the state and the tool for rallying nationalist fervor. Insofar as it is limited to the cost of doing business in China, namely censorship, shutting up about Taiwan independence and Hong Kong autonomy, the outside seems to be immune from such threats. But the excesses of the system can also be seen in the kidnapping of Swedish booksellers in Hong Kong and re-education camps in Xinjiang. There's no reason why similar regimes can't extend globally. Try Confucius Institutes to start. It took the sunflower movement for most people in Taiwan to understand what the threat of free market capitalism was in geopolitical terms. Taiwanese are happy to make money while doing business and living in the PRC. But what happens when PRC corporations start buying Taiwan banks and investing in its industries? The party state is not far behind in the shadows. If that is the case, what should we make of Belt and Road initiatives? We should not be looking merely at metaphorical Silk Roads, but Africa and South America as well. In this regard, the state economy is not only involved, but also private enterprises that follow the flag. There are so many aspects of this political economy that it is difficult to isolate what exactly is Chinese, not to mention what tensions lead to Sinophobia and what institutions are attributable to colonial control and neo-imperialist domination. What qualifies ultimately as Sinophobia or Yellow Peril? In the meantime, what should we be investigating, actually? I think there's room for all manner of expert rumination, from geopolitical imaginations, logistical calculations, observations of everyday practices from the ground up, infrastructural developments, including software control, and relations that cross-cut class, polity, commercial interests, and political actors. There may be commonalities and differences seen in Uzbekistan, Tanzania, and Nicaragua. It is more important to assess what we make of these generalities and specificities. Sinophobia is an indication of tensions that have become extreme, perhaps only those that have explicitly boiled over. But it would take much more to see the hidden injuries. So thank you. And can we move on to the next presentation?
Magnus, are you currently logged in? Well, our third speaker has yet to appear. Then let's take a break, 10 minute bathroom or water or coffee or tea break. and we'll be back hopefully with our third speaker. Third speaker to, sorry. Just a quick update, because we are still waiting for our third speaker to appear, and we hope that he will appear. We're going to give it another 5 minutes, and if he doesn't arrive within 5 minutes, we'll open up the discussion for a general Q&A of the first two presentations. Okay, so unfortunately, our third speaker may have had some difficulties, is unable to appear. So we're going to open up the forum now for Q&A. Of course, our first speaker was not live, so he would be unable to answer questions, but you're still free to bring up questions regarding his presentation. We can share it with him, and as well as Alan is here as well to answer questions about his presentation as well. We can open up questions either to those online or to those we have here with us in Hsinchu in Taiwan.
Yeah, before we start, actually, I'd like to say something on Magnus's behalf, because actually his paper was a very important one, and he's been very active writing about and being involved in movements with Uyghurs. So I think there was a mix-up in time. I kept reminding him that it should have been Sunday night his time, but whatever reason, I hope he comes back in. But even if he doesn't come in, I mean, we will accept questions from the audience for him, because there's some people who are anticipating his presentation and know what he's writing. So we also welcome questions for him, even though he's not here. Okay, let's go with the text ones first. Yeah, I see Edward Vickers.
Yes, I don't think everyone is able to see it, so maybe I can.
I think he can speak up.
We invite him in.
Allow him to,
Yeah, we can just open up. Edward Vickers, are you there? Maybe you can paraphrase your comment and on the two presentations.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, paraphrase my first two comments are on Brossat's presentation, and it seems a little bit unfair to sort of have a go at him when he's not there to answer back. But I found his whole argument shockingly condescending, basically. Because it seems to be premised on the idea that Taiwanese, Hong Kongese, or Ukrainians for that matter, are all basically brainwashed dupes of an all-powerful West that has basically duped them into laying their lives or their interests on the line for its malign ends. So there's sort of no real account of or respect for the intelligence or the agency of Taiwanese or Hong Kongese, or those who may have actually quite good reasons of their own to fear China, or to reject the claims that the current Beijing regime makes on their loyalty by virtue simply of their sort of, ethno-cultural or its definition of their ethno-cultural identity. And implicitly, he seems to be equating culture with ethnicity. In other words, Taiwanese, in his view, are ethnically Chinese and therefore are duty bound to remain loyal to a particular definition of what Chinese culture means. Whereas surely cultures can and do change through the agency of those who sort of find themselves within a particular cultural tradition. And you know, without having to wait for the permission of some European intellectual to rubber stamp their cultural authenticity. So yeah, but as I say, this seems a little bit unfair since Brossat's not there to answer for himself. And I liked, well, as I wrote in my questions that I'm not sure everyone can see, I liked Alan's presentation, which I felt was a sort of nice corrective to those aspects of Brossat's argument that I particularly objected to. And it reminded me of a quote from the historical anthropologist Jack Goody, who said, "A hidden ethnocentric risk is to be Eurocentric about ethnocentricity." And I think that really captures Brossat's, you know, the sort of fundamental flaw in his argument, which seems to me to be entirely Eurocentric in his account of Sinophobia and of ethnocentricity more broadly. I mean, it's really quite a kind of crude form of an argument that lays all the problems of the contemporary world at the door of Western imperialism, cultural or otherwise. Whereas, of course, those of us who live in East Asia, well, although Brossat apparently does as well, I mean, we should be quite aware, as Alan pointed out, that fear of China often has quite rational bases in fact or lived experience. And so we need to see fear of China, whether it's rational or not, arising in societies like Mongolia or Hong Kong or Taiwan, primarily due to the locally felt impact of Chinese policies and actions, and not simply because people there are being brainwashed by Western epistemic violence or cultural imperialism or whatever we want to call it. Anyway, that's not really a paraphrase of my questions. It's probably a long-winded elaboration of them, and they're not really questions. They're more like statements.
I don't mean to speak for Alain Brossat, because he's actually written many essays in defense of Hong Kongese and Taiwanese, so on and so forth. Maybe we can just refer the question to him. But I think I did try to distinguish what I call Sinophobia from so-called Yellow Perils. I think Alain was really referring to Yellow Peril, and Yellow Peril is really an Orientalist discourse. In other words, it's a Western construction about Asians, and I think that's what you're criticizing, which is, you know, it's valid, but I think, you know, I just like to sort of distinguish those two things, and perhaps maybe Alain can sort of address your criticism.
Sure. Well, I wouldn't disagree with the criticism of sort of yellow peril alarmism that does exist and has long existed in the West, you know, and the very widespread prejudice against Chinese and Asians and foreigners in general. You know, this does still, you know, we still find it, as Alain pointed out, we still find that in France, in Britain, elsewhere. And it's pretty nasty and deserves to be called out. But as I think you pointed out, at the same time, we shouldn't downplay or deny the existence of, you know, similar forms of ethnocentrism in Asia.
Yes.
Yeah.
So sorry, we're gonna another participant has raised a question. This is from Flair Donglaishi from Warwick. Would you open your microphone so you could elaborate on your question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for organizing this conference. It's really relevant to what I've been doing from my PhD thesis to my current book project on the global Yellow Peril. So I was just more curious, about this need to distinguish the Yellow Peril and Sinophobia. I feel like in my project, I've been going the opposite. I feel I've been trying to find the subtleties, the subtle continuities of the Yellow Peril discourse in contemporary Sinophobia, or the more, just more recent forms of Sinophobia, including those, discourses, for example, about the locust in Hong Kong and some of the anti-mainland protests in Taiwan that became somehow Sinicized. That's somehow ethnocentric as well, like turning like the mainlander, the so-called or the Chinese into a different, almost racial category. I think even though we can probably categorize those as some kind of sub category of the movement that was not truly representative of the democratic movements there, but still these phenomena exist, and they do inherit some of the racializing languages from the Yellow Peril discourse. So I just felt like in my own research, it's pretty hard to distinguish the Yellow Peril and Sinophobia. And I feel like by the need to distinguish them, as I heard from Professor Chun, is almost to say that, okay, some form of Sinophobia was justified because of the rise of China, because of the prevalence of Chinese, or influence of Chinese authoritarianism in some quarters, especially in societies close to China, and those have to be acknowledged. But I just feel, having this need to distinguish Sinophobia and Yellow Peril, it may also affect how we criticize this kind of appropriation of the Yellow Peril discourse for contemporary usage as well. I just find this work to be extremely difficult. So I just wonder, whether Professor Chun or any other professors could elaborate on how exactly we can do this. Are we just gonna say anything that is not explicitly racializing would just be qualified as Sinophobia, and anything that has a racial element would just be dismissed as Yellow Peril, and we disassociate ourselves from that? Just in actual practice, I find that very difficult to do, especially when these two things are very mixed together. Yeah, thank you.
Do we have other questions from our online participants?
I just one brief comment. As Edward's question has indicated, I think the Yellow Peril question is a very different kind of question. We just have to be able to separate it. It may be more dangerous if we get, if we confuse it with the other questions that we're dealing with. So that's just my contribution to this.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi, calling in from Vancouver in Canada. Thanks, Alan, for inviting me to this event. Really good to have some forum to discuss Sinophobia. I'm just going to pay attention to what everyone is saying, but I would like to share with you a recent piece that I wrote on Sinophobia. I just did something on Sinophobia in Canada, and we are experiencing a wave of this. At the same time, I've also concocted this term called Sinofascism, and I'm not, I'm quite concerned with what's happening in China. So this is the piece that I wrote. You may share this with the rest of the audience. I'd like to get some comments and critique. Thank you.
People here in
take your time.
The audience?
Yeah, I mean, take your time. Don't have to answer me today, but if anybody wants to make a comment, by all means, write to me. My contact details are in that Substack account.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you. Sergey?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Alain, I have a question to you. In your presentation, you said that xenophobia emanates from the center and that it has been affecting different societies and regions at the margins differently. And just that the developments at the margins show something, reveal something about hegemony emanating from the Sino center. So I wanted to ask you maybe a stupid question, but what do you mean by the center? Why I ask this question is that like materials of our workshop show is that xenophobia has very different faces in each society. So it seems to be very decentralized phenomenon. And actually what I see, for example, in Russia, xenophobia, maybe we cannot say so, but somehow it also has its own agency. I mean, China can actually do nothing, like no actions, no policies, but you can imagine that it has. This imagination also can like give you, can force you to do something with like current policies or like to oppose some imaginative Chinese actions, something like this.
Oh, no, I mean, the simple answer is that every place has a different story to tell. So we're waiting for yours a bit later on. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, show you one framework, but actually saying we're listening to these stories from the margin and that each story has a different thing to say about the center. So to answer your question, of course, what is the center? We're still trying to find out. We assume we know what it is. I mean, that's why I say the term is so universal, but actually I think we're quite mistaken. So thank you for actually supporting my point of view.
Hello.
Okay, I want to pick up on what Silgi said because that was actually, Alan, I like your presentation and your essay, but today, this morning again, when you said China as a center and others as a periphery or as a margin, like I'm doing a presentation in Japan, and Japan does not definitely see, of course, every nation has its own history, that's given, right? But when you actually kind of frame China as a center, you position, okay, not frame, you position China as a center and other neighboring nations as periphery or margins, what are you actually doing, right? Actually, aren't you just reproducing that narrative of China being a center, therefore you're creating you're also like unconsciously creating that threat that may not exist. And there was one other thing I wanted to say. And yes, was it Flair? I think Flair, you're doing an interesting project and good luck with your dissertation and a book project. When I decided to join this conference and I started to read about Sinophobia, starting from Yellow Peril, this question did emerge. What is the connection between the two? Can we just simply talk about Sinophobia in present time and kind of exclude? I think what Alan's response to you was pretty much like, oh, that's a racist discourse, so we want to put that aside. But I think you're dealing with a very interesting question is, how is it two connected? Is there a continuity or a discontinuity, a similarity or differences? And I would like to bring this point in my afternoon presentation. I think there is a continuity. And what seems to be Chinophobia has this racial I don't think Alan's saying there isn't, but I do see that it's more latent. It's not blatant like before in the, late 19th century or early 20th century, but there is. And I think it's an interesting topic in itself to talk about the continuity and what kind of racism, latent or obvious. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think both Alain Brossat and Alan Chun's articles are interesting and insightful in different ways. Of course, Brossat's article irritated many people here, not only people from Taiwan, but also Hong Kong and maybe other places, okay, other people. But I think Alan's article seems to be an answer. But not only that, I think Alan Chun's article provides us a push to think of this xenophobia as an analytical tool. So according to him, this is a geopolitically produced power relations, and also there are different multi-layers. And in Mongols, East Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, or Asia, US, and so on, there are different forms historically, but also contemporary, different forms of discourse. I think we need to push further to think how this analytical tool can be really constructive and productive. If we think this is a reciprocal reactional relations, okay, so the center is constructed, the margins are constructed, but the margin or the center, they are not fixated. They are all at a place which is a topological or mutatable space that along with history. So China is now one. This is something that I've been saying all the time to Alain Brossat, but he doesn't buy it. For him, this Mao's China may be a beautiful dream in the past for the leftist. But if we think the space, history, the regime, the institution, and the discourse, it's a compound structure, both the center and the margin, and they actually has a reactional energizing or activating forces to push this the growth and the change of this discourse or rhetoric and institution from both ends, maybe. But I want to focus on this margin, okay, that is what Brossat mentioned. I was really struck by some of his comments. There's a petty narcissism for small differences, and also this dream and desire for independence, or this what he said is a bad yellow country, that is us, right? So he's speaking from his position to us here in Taiwan, but he doesn't know that here in Taiwan it's so different. They are different people. They came here in different time, historical period, and with different cultural background and so on. So when we think of this margin, it doesn't need to be either or, either pro-China or pro-US, or there's a betrayal of so-called Chineseness. There's no one Chineseness. It's really incredible for me to think that he would think 90% of the population here is Chinese. But what does that mean, Chinese? Does it have the Manchuria origin? maybe even Mongol, Cossack, or and so on. So what I was saying that is even at this margin, it is not an enclave. It is not unchangeable. It is a topo, a place, a mutatable. So, but that would push us to think what and how at some point there is this hysteric outburst of the xenophobic rhetoric in Taiwan. This is something we need to analyze too. But just like people from Russia will want to analyze their xenophobic structure or discourse and so on. So that is just one comment. So there's both. One is this is a dual relational, okay, and it has to be taken as an analytical tool. So a compound both racial and political, geopolitical and geoeconomic. Just like we don't have what is a neo-racism. This is purely another example. Right, I'll stop here, just a comment.
We have a question from Zhangxing Wen. Could you turn on your mic?
Yes, yes, thank you for this very important discussion, because I think it's a very important topic. And my response is a question, like from a psychoanalytic point of view, phobia is a protection. So usually a psychotherapist or psychoanalyst don't remove phobia because it protects the subject from the object of anxiety. So without the protection, the subject might face the anxiety directly, and it's more unbearable. So, but I think psychoanalytical and the political should not be mixed. But I think this view are still important. The object of fear is usually developed contingently. Like it can be anything. It happens. So, for example, like Freud's case of little Hans, the fear for the horse is like a kind of protect from either father. Freud thinks it's a father, and Lacan thinks it's mother. But in any way, there is an unknown object of anxiety. So my question, I think Professor Alain Chun is very importantly point out that we know very less about the source of our fears, and there's hidden injuries, or there's some tensions. It is named by like xenophobia, like it appears xenophobia, but it is maybe something else hidden. So my question is a methodological question, like how to research this phobia. If we name it xenophobia, but it is a phobia, and how to research it, and how to what do we want to know from this phenomena? How to locate the unknown, what we don't know about it, then therefore we want to know. That I would like to know more from the discussion. Yeah, thank you.
One sort of incidental comment, deliberately evasive answer, okay? When I tried to organize this conference, I only had the English title, Sinophobia in the Rise of China. But our assistant initially translated as 中国恐慌症. And I said, no, take out the 症, take out the phobia, okay? I have my reasons for doing that because I don't think it's, once you introduce phobia, you're implying that this is a sickness. I think fear of China is okay, all right, for whatever reason. A minor comment, reaction towards what you say about it protects the subject from the object of anxiety. Well, it depends who the subject is. I mean, if we're talking about Yellow Peril, the subject is really the West. Does that validate, the Western subject by calling it xenophobia or Yellow Peril? I think Edward had a lot to say about that. But how do you research this phobia? Well, is it a phobia to begin with? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a psychoanalyst, but I mean, I think, you know, as I said, it is one way of interpreting meaning, but it's not what I'm trying to do. So I don't mean to criticize it, but I'm just saying the focus should be somewhere else.
We're talking about defense mechanism and also collective defense mechanism. We don't want to prop into the core of the so-called phobia, but we can see the taboo system. We can see this conscious construction through discourse, through institutions, through attitude and mentality. So both ends, okay, the way we look at the center and the way we look at the margin or the excluded margin. So both ways, the construction, rhetoric, discourse, those are the things we can analyze. All right, so this is the answer to Zhang Xinwen.
I wonder if since no one's asking another question, I also have kind of a comment as well. I mean, I find it sort of interesting, and this kind of goes back also to Flair's question, and a lot of the other comments have been raised is sort of how there seems to be either one of two things happening. On the one hand, there's this sort of desire to kind of separate these kind of categories. So I think we're talking about Sinophobia, but without the psychological kind of implications of it, as the idea of that, of sort of it's a political reality. There's a political economic phenomenon happening. And on the other side, if we talk about Yellow Peril or phobia as a projection from the inside out, as something that's imagined. And oftentimes, I think Edward Vickers made this comment as well, is yes, there is this xenophobic discourse in Taiwan, and we have to analyze that. But let's just put that to the side, right? Let's look at what's actually happening vis-a-vis the reality, quote unquote, between Taiwan and China. And on the other hand, we have Flair sort of saying, well, actually, you can't avoid it. They come together. And it's sort of, and it seems like the argument either goes, there is a reality, but let's separate the representations away from the reality and talk about the reality first. And we can talk about the representations separately. They have an external relationship to each other, or let's reduce all this reality to the representation. Let's go to Alain's presentation. And it's interesting that very rarely does one find this sort of a sense of how these things interact with each other, right? Is there like an interaction between representation? And I think maybe Alain's presentation gets to that element, but I'm just sort of commenting sort of the interesting kinds of analytical strategies that often happen in these kinds of debates. And I think there's sort of an interesting parallel perhaps to the debates over anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism. There's a sort of a similar kind of game that happens there as well. So it just is more sort of a comment and observation about sort of the way these terms get used to either separate these concepts or try to say that they're intricately linked. But yeah, it's just an observation.
This is directed to Derek, actually, because he told me that one Africanist colleague wanted to contribute a paper to this conference, and maybe he could just tell us how just the term or the phenomenon xenophobia resonates in an African context, if it's possible to generalize at all.
To me. Well, I think, this is a very large question. And I think it gets again to what you were saying earlier about how every country has a different story to tell, right? So if we talk about these stories in Tanzania, it's very different from South Africa, which has a history of Chinese migration and sort of a history of kind of anti-Chinese discourses, which are very similar to other white settler societies. So again, if we talk about quote unquote xenophobia in South Africa, it's a very different discussion than if we're talking about what might be called xenophobia, say in Kenya, for example. But I think there's different levels of this because I think because the discourse of xenophobia gets mobilized by particular actors and making kinds of particular arguments. So for example, a lot of the debate about, there's a recent paper actually by Roberto Castillo from Hong Kong, who's talking about how in the discussion of relations between Chinese and Africans, kind of perceptions of the other, there's often the discussion of Chinese racism towards Africans, but very rarely a discussion of African racism termed as racism towards Chinese. There's often talk about anti-Chinese sentiment. And so he kind of perceives that there's sort of an inequality in the way that we're conceptualizing these kinds of interactions. But when you're talking, but I think the complexity gets back to the comment I was making earlier, in which if you look at sort of sentiments about the Chinese, say in a place like Tanzania, when people tell stories about, well, the Chinese are even selling peanuts on the street, or these Chinese are invading, they're taking over. In that discourse, you can say there are elements which are paralleling the experience of European colonialism. So when people talk about China colonizing Africa, it's with reference to the memory of European colonialism. But some of the tropes that are mobilized in talking about China, the idea that, yes, they're building bridges, but these bridges are junk, they're fake, they're not original. You can sort of see those other forms of sort of anti-Chinese racism sort of come in. And so it becomes kind of a matter of what you're emphasizing. Are you emphasizing this anti-Chinese discourse as a kind of a subaltern sort of resistance of those on the margins, of those against sort of new forms of capital and new forms of investment? Or do you see it as the internalization of Western media perspectives on China? And you see those arguments getting mobilized one way or the other without really looking at the way these things are always kind of linked. It's always hard to break apart what's a legitimate critique of China versus what is a problematic. And I think that's sort of the problem we often find ourselves in talking about these kinds of discourses, is that there are things said about China which are simply not true in Africa, but they might express actual anxieties about particular kinds of problems that do exist. So the idea that China is buying up Africa, it's not true literally, but it does express anxieties about a lot of other forms of foreign capital coming in and buying up resources. So I think it becomes these terms kind of color the debate in particular ways. So when someone says Sinophobia in Africa, it kind of implies that this is coming from something internal to Africa, not actually what's happening in terms of investments and the relationships between capital and labor on the ground. I don't know if this is the response that you were looking for. But.
While waiting for the questions, I'd like to say something on Magnus's behalf, because I know why I invited him to give a presentation. In contrast to the other two papers, Magnus has been very active in following the Uyghur situation, and I suppose you could say his approach is very politicized as well, but in a very different sense from Brossat's politicization. And as an anthropologist, I think I'm sort of in the middle, because I tend to look at it as a problem in culture interpretation, within which I do see a certain kind of politicization. But Magnus has been very actively pushing the box by saying, no, let's call the Uyghur situation a genocide. In a sense, let's not talk about culture anymore. It's really a political problem. Let's put them all in jail. I mean, I think this is the kind of position that he's pushing, even in an academic context. And I think it would be healthy to have this kind of discussion. Really, what is the nature of politicization? What do we do about it? I think this is something that can be talked about, even in the context of different kinds of phenomena and approaches. So it's kind of unfortunate that he's not here, but I think something has to be said on his behalf. And my response to his presentation is that, okay, if we put Xi Jinping in jail for genocide, why not Putin? why not George Bush? I mean, for invading Iraq. Why not Donald Trump? I mean, why stop here? So it could, if we pursue that angle of it, of course, it could lead in many sorts of directions unintended as well. So I'll just stop there.
Professor Vickers had a follow-up comment.
Well, sorry. Yes, that was a response. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Is it Derek?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a response to your remark about arguments over the distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and whether we can actually distinguish between the two. And I know that's a reference to arguments by many sort of apologists for Israel or Israeli policy that do try to conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And I was just commenting that there are signs of considerable interest amongst communist officials and public intellectuals in China in recent years over what they see as the success, and actually what they ironically represent often in quite racist terms as the sort of success of Jewish groups globally in sort of identifying themselves with the memory of the Holocaust and mobilizing this for political purposes. So I've done a bit of work recently on the Jewish Refugees Museum in Shanghai, where you can see how the Chinese curators there are trying to identify, well, basically they're trying to latch onto Western discourses to do with the Holocaust and quite rightly to do with the victimization of the Jews, and sort of identify China with that, and identify the Communist Party regime with that sort of line, but then to sort of map onto that their narrative of China's history and Chinese victimhood. So I was just sort of drawing that. I think there's more to say about the comparison that you were alluding to, basically.
All right, and I think we're at the end of the session. I just wanted to make just one quick follow-up to my previous comment about xenophobia in Africa. I should mention it's not just about comparisons to the West, to the European colonialism, but also the presence of other migrant groups in Africa, such as Indians or Lebanese. And so I think it's another aspect as well, as we can kind of get wrapped up in a Sino versus West-centric kind of view of these issues. But I think there's also situations where you have multiple kinds of transnational groups, particularly those involved in economic activities. And so it's just a sort of quick follow-up on that issue. Because in Tanzania, it's actually the Indians are the more important comparison for people than Westerners, actually, when talking about what the Chinese are doing. So I'll end there. We have one. Philippe, do you have a question?
Yes, no question, but rather a comment. Actually, when I read the Edward Vickers comments on Alain Brossat's speech, I was not surprised. I just smiled to myself, and I just remind myself when I first time listened similar speeches in Taiwan. But honestly, what to say? I think I know what he's speaking about. I like the Edwards, let me say, putting in contrast the Alain's and the Alain's presentations, because they have some differences. But on the other hand, if I will consider the Alain's Chun's center argument that actually xenophobia is an indication of tensions, I will see the main similarities. Actually, what we are speaking here about mainly, or seems to me, what we are speaking about is a kind of politicization of the discourse about the Yellow Peril, and of course, making or creating a kind of xenophobia. And in this, actually, both of them were speaking about the same thing. I was not about to basically react to the discussion, but when I see how your discussion is developing, so I would like to somehow comment on it. I will speak about it a little bit later, but seems to me that actually what we are speaking about is about the fabrication or creating or putting the political agenda into an otherness, or let me say, making the Yellow Peril even more eminent threat right now. You can imagine between Taiwan and China now here are very, very immense tensions. And of course, that's why Alain Brossat can exploit them and just show the irrational behavior of the Taiwanese elites about constructing the China as the main threat and even pushing it into the, let me say, extreme point when rising the Sinophobia. So that's, I think, is the common point what we are all speaking about. And of course, the threat or the fear must be even more imminent in Xinjiang today. So that's why it is very pity that we have not here the third presentation that may actually show us a little bit more about these tensions. And that's, I would say, maybe all what I was about to say today, or now.
That brings us to the end of our first session. I'd like to thank the speakers, and we will reconvene at 12:30 p.m. Taipei time. That's 55 minutes from now.
We'll have three presenters, three articles. The first one will be Yoshiyama A. Tianjiang Hsinchu from Changdong University, right? Okay, Waseda University. He has been working on subject related to Japanese discourse in post-colonial Taiwan, how Japan remembers its imperial past, a bond of complicity, and Taiwan's exodus, the Presbyterian Church in Taiwanese nationalism during 1945 to 92, and karate in Taiwan and South Korea, a tale of two post-colonial societies. He will be giving a talk on the evolution of Chinese racism in Japan from Yellow Peril to Hsinchu, Xianzong, resentment against China. The second presenter, Kevin Curico from Australia, Monash University. He has published The Great Han, Race, Nationalism, and Tradition in China Today. That was published 2017. There's a forthcoming book on Two Systems, Two Countries, a nationalist guide to Hong Kong. Looks interesting. And the talk he's going to give will be Sinophobia, how a ready-made critique of the risk of Hong Kong nationalism overlooks its insight into the risk of Chinese nationalism. The third talk will be given by Philip Cross. Philip Cross now is in Czech Republic, Palacky University. He used to study in Vietnam and also here in Taiwan. Got his doctorate degree in social research and cultural studies. He works on Sinophone Borderland project, and he has been working for a long time on Vietnamese migration to the Czech Republic and the appearance of Vietnamese criminal networks. And today, he will be giving a talk on xenophobia, national sentiment, and politics in Vietnam. So apparently, the three talk will follow up what we discussed in the morning, especially what Alan Chen opened for us. We take xenophobia, I would assume, as an analytical tool, but not empirical, fact. Okay, it is a compound of rhetoric, discourse, and also oppositional positions that's being constructed from time to time. That we should take this discursive framework and clusters of framework as our starting point for our analysis. So I have given you a lot of time, so are you ready? Okay, Ma. You can sit here. No, that's okay. Take your time. He thought it starts from 1 o'clock. That's 30 minutes from now. So, but we 可以吗? All right.
Where's the camera? Is that the camera? Sorry. Okay. I don't think I'll be looking into the camera to talk about. Okay, sorry. I'm jet lagged. No, I'm not. I thought it was from 1 o'clock, but no excuse. First of all, I think I am very Japanese, so I have to start with a disclaimer, with an apology. Apology. Number one, my PPT is in disarray. So even though I have a little bit of lack of sleep, I'll have to rely on myself and speak my mind. So maybe I'll try to do that. Second, sorry, I'm not a Chinese specialist, and those online and those in the audience, you know, I'm no Chinese expert, but I'm so excited to be part of this this conference, and thank you for Alan for inviting me and having me here. So basically, and I think like Alan in the presentation, I mean, in his opening remark, he mentioned it. Yes, like there's only one paper representing East Asia, Japan, and earlier. So of course it would be fun to have like a 3-day conferences and you have a Korean representative, someone doing a Korean perspective on China, or of course a Chinese person as well. But I think there are a lot of Chinese and perhaps Koreans online. So we'll look forward to the discussion later. Now, what I wanted to do was try to see how this Sinophobia, and I think we need to really talk about Sinophobia. What is Sinophobia? One of the questions is because I've been looking into a lot of Japanese material, right? And then like, what is a translation of Sinophobia? I think one you can think of is 中国脅威論, right? But that is really, you don't see that until quite recently. Perhaps in the last 20 years, you start to see the Japanese government as well as the people see China as a threat. And of course, it's a lot to do with the Senkaku dispute, which I'll talk about it later. But there's another word, and this is why I'm talking about Yellow Peril to Hsinchu, right? Hsinchu is 宪宗, it's almost like it's hard to translate into English because there is no equivalent. But it's more of like dislike or apathy, abhor in China. It's different from 反宗, Hsinchu. There's another word, Hsinchu, which is like anti-Chinese. Okay, that's more easy to translate. So I've been like really thinking of this semantics, like what is the difference between the Hsinchu and the Hsinchu, you know? And then on top of that, there is this phobia and then the yellow peril. Now I'm going to ask the question, can Japan, also seen by the West as a yellow race, can there be a yellow peril within Japan? But why not? I think in what was his name? The yellow peril, the Bile? Billy. Yeah, Billy's second book. I think there was a chapter on Yellow Peril in Hong Kong, Yellow Peril within China. So I think to give you my idea, I think there can be a yellow peril or yellow peril. And then we have to look into the essence of yellow peril. What is yellow peril? Is perhaps maybe a Japanese version of yellow peril is of course, it's different from the West, but how different is it? And it's perhaps a non-yellow yellow peril, if you know. But that's again like that's based on the assumption. When you say that, you're actually buying into the Western discourse of seeing Asian as yellow. So, okay, next slide, please. So, first of all, oh, I have to do this, right? This one. Okay, so just let me start with it could be a basic thing for many of you. But basically, we all know that Japan-China relations. Now, both countries see each other as an important neighbor, friendship, important relations. But in the recent years, there's a lot of problems, political problems, economic problems. So it's in a pretty much in a very low low point, so to say. Now, it was Abe. Now there's a lot of research and discussion going on the legacy of Abe, but it was Abe who actually invited Xi Jinping to come to Japan to make a state visit back in June 2019. Now, for obvious reason, because of COVID, it's been postponing and postponing. And like a year ago, people were saying like, oh, perhaps since this year in September marks the important 50th anniversary of Japan-China normalization. So they thought, okay, that would be a great occasion to have Xi Jinping come to Japan. But that's what the government was thinking. And of course, it was again postponed because of COVID. But the other reason is that it doesn't have the public support. Now, Abe's state funeral didn't have, if you're following the current news, didn't have the public support as well. There were a lot of big protests, right? So of course, the Japanese government, since Abe invited it, it's been postponing, and COVID is a good excuse to postpone things. But at the same time, the Japanese people really are not wanting to have Xi Jinping visit to Japan. So what are you going to do with that? Okay, and so both sides are trying to break the ice. One of the opportunity was in August this year, there was going to be a foreign minister talk, but that has been canceled because China announced there's going to be the Pelosi visit Taiwan, and that angered China, and China started large-scale military exercise. And the G7, including Japan, issued a statement criticizing China. So China used that against Japan and canceled. So this opportunity was robbed. So pretty much it's in a very low Japan-China relations for the past decades or so has been very low. Now talking about sentiment I think is very important. And as I'll show later, this is not just peculiar in Japan, but what I wanted, according to the Pew Research Centers, I borrowed this from them. The percentage of Japan who has a unfavorable view of China has been risen in the last 20 years from 42 to 87. Okay, and this is like in comparison with other nations. Now, so you can see like in the recent years, places like South Korea, also Australia, there's the vast majority of people answer there have an unfavorable view of China. So this is why we're having this kind of conference, because there is a global Sinophobia or fear of China. Now, in case of Japan, the highest was in in 2013-14. I'll talk about that. Now, the reason for why people fear China, this phobia, is the Pew Research Center also did this survey. In case of Japan, it's not so much of the human rights. You can tell that the European countries fear or dislike of China because of the human rights record, or Xinjiang, Hong Kong, you name it, Tibet. But in case of Japan, what's the highest is they fear China's military rise, military power, 60%. I can press this, 60% compared to the others. This issue is the most serious to them compared to others, like economic competition, which exists, and China's involvement, which they perceive as Chinese involvement in domestic politics. Now, I want to bring your attention to this another poll, which was taken within Japan. This one is interesting because they ask not just the Japanese view of in this poll, the Japanese view of China is pretty much the same. People pretty much don't see China favorable. Okay, but the interesting thing, I put this up because I want you to see this. They also ask China how China perceives Japan, and a lot of people think like, okay, this historical issue, the Nanjing massacre, and the prime minister's visit to the Yasukuni, all these things since year 2000, in the recent years after the Cold War, this historical issues, historical dispute. There's a big dispute between the two countries. So the China and we all remember the big Chinese protest, anti-Japanese protests in China. But I was surprised when I found this because look at this. After 1910, and well, those who were interviewed, and the Chinese who answered, this is the Chinese side, and who answered that the survey was asking about the impression that they have on the other side. So they're asking the Chinese what they think of China, Japan, and actually 60 by 2021 is 61%. But look at this, from 90, there's a drop from 90 to almost 52 or something. And this is something interesting, like I didn't have time to really look into this, but this is an interesting puzzle. But what I found out was actually, while a lot of Japanese people constantly dislike in the past 20 years, dislike China, Chinese think differently. Chinese actually don't dislike Japan of the historical issues, the historical differences they have. But when it comes to like Japanese animation, going to Japan for vacation, shopping, which is very popular. So they seem to distinguish the past Japan's imperialism, Japanese militarism with the current Japan, which they have a favorable view of. But that is not the case for Japan. So that's an interesting contrast I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, you can see the big hike in whatever earlier the Pew Research polls or this one. It's the bilateral relation was worse around 1910 to 1913, and it's primarily because of the Senkaku. Now the Senkaku dispute was always there ever since Japan normalized the diplomatic ties with China in 1972. But I'll start with the bottom. But in 1978, when the two countries signed the peace treaty, Deng Xiaoping at the time suggested that, they suggested that to put this issue in the back burner, so to say, because it's too difficult to solve. Perhaps the future generation have a better idea of solving it. So, and it was the context was the Cold War. You didn't really have to deal with these issues, territorial issue. By the way, I see territorial issue as a historical issue, because when it comes to Senkaku, it's actually related to history. Japan occupied Senkaku, together with when Japan defeated China in the Sino-Japanese War and possessed Taiwan. So it's actually it has an historical aspect as well. So pretty much during the Cold War, this was not an issue. And then after the Cold War, it comes up. And I think this one was big in 2010. The collision incident. Now, in the beginning, I think the Japanese, both sides want to actually deal it peacefully. But nowadays with the internet and with SNS, first, when this incident happened, you see what happened was the Chinese fishing boat, and some people say this is a spy boat, was ramming into the Japanese Coast Guard vessel. And in the beginning, the Japanese government didn't disclose this video, and they wanted to peacefully kind of solve it with China. But then it was leaked and released on YouTube. And so so everybody saw it. The Chinese side taking provocative actions. So this is also one thing that's making bilateral relations difficult in the post Cold War, especially nowadays with the, you can't deal these issues only at the governmental level. The public is very much involved when it comes to bilateral relations, especially sentiment, anti-Chinese sentiment. Right. This is a data from the Japanese Coast Guard. So this just shows the intrusion into the Japanese territorial water or the adjacent water, and it just happens frequently after 2012. Now, originally I was thinking of, in my presentation, kind of following from the Meiji and how this Japanese view or sentiment toward China shifted over time. And that's a long period of time. Right. But pretty much the Japan, and this, this is like, it's like, I didn't want to kind of like just do it historically, like, but basically Japan, first of all, the Meiji Restoration was an important turning point. Meiji Restoration, Japan decided to modernize, mimic the West, learn from the West and modernize so it could spare itself from becoming a colony of the West. And in the process, there's a big debate on, okay, shall we side together with China and together to confront the West? So there's a big intellectual debate, and eventually the government decides to actually disengage or leave Asia. That's the Alain, leave Asia and to westernize and modernize Japan. So it started from there, and of course there's twists and turns, pretty much. And I think at the Japan first wanted to. So Japan, even though race-wise says yellow race, we don't look any yellow, but Japan wanted to distance itself from China. Okay, so and in the end, in order to join the Western Imperial Club, kind of becomes the imperial power, and as a latecomer in the imperial power, they colonized Taiwan, annexed South Korea, and then invade Korea and invade China. So, but there is also a big debate, and there's this how to relate with China, how to relate with, and at the time when they talk about Pan-Asianism, it's basically referring to China. So there has been a lot of discussions on whether to side with Asia, and of course that turns into, as Japan turns into militarism, they try to achieve that by force. So, and I think that is leaving a trauma after the war. Because of their failure in the World War II, Japan doesn't want to really become a leader, or they feel reluctant, or maybe they're puzzled. And they opted to just strengthen its security alliance with the US. But the question I wanted to raise here is one I did mention earlier, but can Yellow Peril discourse exist in Yellow Japan? Also, I mentioned about this in the morning. What is the continuity and discontinuity in the Sinophobic discourse? I think it's easy to find differences in the similarity. Differences is, of course, China was weak, and for the first time, China is perceived strong. Now, I think one of the reasons that Japan, one of the reasons of the Sinophobia, and I think I like Alain's idea, because the Sinophobia perhaps may be revealing more about themselves than the actual existential threat. And in case of Japan, Japan always perceived it to be more stronger economically, politically than China. But I think in around 1910, okay, there was a Senkaku issue. But another thing is that China becomes the second strongest economy. GDP-wise, it eclipses Japan. So there is perhaps, and this is what Adam talks about, perhaps the hidden wounds, or is that what you said? The hidden injuries. What are the hidden injuries that perhaps the first time around 2010, Japan is feeling that they always felt in the modern times that they're superior to China. Now, they might not blatantly say it, but they felt that they had the sense of superiority over Chinese and other Asians. So when the Japanese talk about Asians, they often don't include themselves. So there is like a Toyogaku. That's a discipline, academic discipline in Japan since Meiji. That doesn't include Japan. So Japan distances itself from Asia. Yeah, so I think that sense of like, they used to be, especially after the post-war, they become stronger economically. And politically allied with the United States. But for the first time, they're perhaps feeling, they're coming in terms with their internal anxiety, right? And this is, I didn't find this kind of argument on internet, or so this is something I'm moving to, while I was doing research for this presentation, for this conference, I'm starting to feel, especially after reading Alain's essay. First of all, when I read Alain's paper and when he mentions about this, like how he mentions here that systematic roots of the rise of China has perhaps to do a lot with our fears. And when I read that part, I felt like, what fears? Japan doesn't fear China. But then I continued to think about it. I came up with this idea, perhaps Japan no longer has that kind of critical advantage over China. Could be one thing. Could be one thing. I'm not very definite about this, but that's one of my hypotheses. Another thing is, and then, so the differences are many. which I will not mention here, but the similarities, I'm trying to be critical here. So there was a sort of Yellow Peril, this kind of a racist Oriental discourse in Japan as well, called regarding, naming Chinese pigs or pigtails, making fun of it. There are a lot of, you see that in popular culture during the war or the pre-war. I think later I have an example. Yes, but the current one, so is that kind of Japanese version of Yellow Peril and today's Sinophobia, is there a continuation? Is there a similarity? And I would like to boldly argue that I do believe there is a continuation. Now it become more latent publicly, but if you go on the web, I mean, there are a lot of like hate speech against Chinese or Korean. So it's there. I didn't really explore it. It's not fun to read those things. It's quite depressing. So racism is there on the web, but publicly, I don't think like Japanese people, common Japanese people wouldn't be so racistic. But I do, that the similarity that what I want to focus is that there is that racist element. And that is still believing. I did mention about China is becoming economically stronger, and Japan is relatively becoming economically weaker. But at the same time, I do think there is a sense of cultural superiority among the Japanese, which cannot be measured economically. So racism, yes, latent it might be, but I do believe that the other side of this, the other side of Chinophobia is Japan's sense of being superior. Now, several arguments I want to make. How much time do I have? Is someone timing? 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes. Okay, no, I don't want to go over time. So yeah, other arguments I want to make is Sinophobia, translated as Jugok Kyoiron, is a fairly new construct as a result of the end of the Cold War and the need to maintain the security alliance with Japan, security alliance with the US. Now, that is not my original argument. There was a paper that I read, and Japan sees its security treaty with the United States as a linchpin of its foreign policy and the security policy. Now, at the end of the Cold War, during the Cold War, the biggest threat, the primary threat, was the Soviet Union. And suddenly the Soviet Union is no longer there. Now, so in order to maintain, and nowadays even strengthening it, you need a new threat. So that is another kind of a structural reason of Sinophobia. So you see that, Abe comes up with, like, in order to deal with the rise of China, Abe proposing this free and open and free Indo-Pacific region. The US joins this effort, and so also Japan legalizes, strengthens US-Japan alliances, allows collective security defense, and so forth. Yes, I already mentioned about 2010 being the watershed, not just the Senkaku, but also economically, China eclipsed Japan. And also I did mention that one of my big argument that I want to bring to the table today is the present day Hsinchu. And you could kind of lump it together with, like, there is this hatred, or it's not like blatant hatred, but it's like really dislike. It's like, it's when the Chinese word shin, or in Japanese, ken. It's more like the physical rejection of it. It's just like you are so different, you just don't want to deal with it. So it's not like, what's an English word, better word for it? It's just like, that's why I think like it's a kind of a racism in a way, because you just like, it's something unknown, incomprehensive, therefore you want to detach with it, you don't want to deal with it. And I think that aspect is a racism, because you do separate the race, and then it's not like equal, like you still have this competitive edge. You're putting yourself above other races. So latent it may be, I think it shares a feature with Yellow Peril. I'm still like processing this. I know it's a bold thing to do, to bring it to the table when if it's still half baked. But I would just like to throw it to the table, throw it out there and see like who bites it. Okay, and this is another one I already did mention about it. Sinophobia is a reflection of Japanese anxiety, its precarious position in Asia, perhaps politically, economically, it has the power, but never had its will or was able to become the leader of Asia. And at the end, it's just still sticking with the US. But it's also, the Japanese are also very doubtful of the US, especially the US unilateralism. So they're questioning, is it okay to just side with the US? Is that the only option? How should we improve relationship with China? And the lackluster, another reason for anxiety is the lackluster politics, Japanese politics. People are losing faith in the political leadership. Then I also mentioned about the shrinking economy. So these, again, I feel this is in response to Alain's proposition that perhaps China's phobia has to do with your own fear than the existential threat that actually exists. Okay. Sorry for my, yeah, so, and also like bringing Japan into the picture is also interesting, because the Western perception of the Yellow Peril, there is also the Japanese aspect, right? After Japan defeated Russia, which is seen as a white power, or the barbaric white, they may see it. The Yellow Peril is about Japan. And again, like in the 1980s, when Japan became so-called Japan as #1, and Japan is buying real estate in New York, Japan is perceived as some kind of a threat. And there's a lot of racist descriptions in that. Japan seen as a Godzilla or some kind of a monster. And so you see in this illustration, this is Japanese Meiji Emperor taking on the white bear, Le Grand Duel, jaune et blanc. So yellow representing Japan, and yellow may be an important color in China, but not in Japan. So you're making the emperor's clothes, Japanese emperor's clothes, yellow, and white representing Russia here. Okay. Now, another reason of just several last point. Another reason for, I think, this this China phobia, or I call it the Hsinchu. And again, like I really have to deal with these all the jargons like that I mentioned about earlier, and that's perhaps, I don't know how to do it. Like, what's the difference between the anti-Chinese Hanchu, Hanzhong, and Shenzhong, and then the threat? But I feel like it's not two different things from the Yellow Peril to the Chinese phobia. I think there is a place. There's a, if you put it in a circle, there are places that overlap. So I don't see it as a completely different thing. Yeah. Okay. Oh yes. What I wanted to mention is another feature is that the presence of Taiwan, and Taiwan there seems to be a dichotomous perspective in Japan that sees Taiwan, and Taiwan for a while has been seen as a legitimate China during the Cold War until Japan breaks off diplomatic ties. So there is this another reason for this Chinophobia is actually coming from Taiwan. For people like Li Donghui, the late Li Donghui, he made a lot of arguments against China and the rise of China's threat, and warned Japan to prepare for it. And there are also several writers in Japan, Chinese writers, who do actually feed into the fear of China. So those are also the factor that explains the rise of Sinophobia in Japan in the recent years. Okay, I'll stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, there's a long history of Sino-Japan relations, especially during the turn over from Ming Dynasty to Qing Dynasty. The Ming, so-called Chinese dynasty, taken over by the Manchu people. And then Japan thinks they should be the center of the Chinese civilization, 华夷变态. So the Manchu people became the barbarians, and Japan can represent the center of the Chinese civilization. So that sense of triumph over this long competition, okay, of this civilization with Japan. So it was Chinese civilization, Confucian, and so. So the sentiment, resentment, competition, anxiety, hostility, and fear, okay, it's all there in different forms. So in the 20th century, Japan thinks they can represent the center of the Chinese glorious civilization, 华. Okay, 小中华, little China, little Chinese civilization, and so on, and moving and also conquering Asia. So that's so the complex. It's not just fear or resentment, but the whole complex of anxiety, envy, and the triumph, and so on. So that's interesting, right? So let's move on to the second talk. Kevin, are you there? You can share your screen. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
I don't have a PowerPoint. So.
Good. Please share your screen where I've introduced you and your forthcoming book, Two Systems, Two Countries, a Nationalist Guide to Hong Kong. We have quite a few Hong Kong students here. They might be very, very much interested, but also you published The Great Han. Han is a very interesting concept. Race, nationalism, and tradition in China today. So yeah, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thanks. Well, yeah. I don't have any PowerPoint, so I don't need to share my screen. I've really sort of put together kind of a collection of new ideas or thoughts that may admittedly be a little controversial. So I just want to say in advance that if you're listening to me and you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's okay, because I'm not yet sure that I fully agree with what I'm saying. I'm just sort of thinking through things. So I want to say, start off by saying, I think there's a certain allure, right? A certain temptation to the idea of Sinophobia in Hong Kong, which is where I've done research in recent years, prior to the national security law, of course. Now, I refer here, when speaking of this temptation, not to the practitioners of this Sinophobia, who are undoubtedly also tempted by the idea, but rather to its analysts and its critics. Whether we're talking about the locust discourse that emerged out of the Golden Forum a decade ago, or the debate about who's a citizen and thus who deserves access to social welfare or social services, growing out of the pioneering Hong Kong nationalism issue of undergrad, the Journal of the Undergraduate Student Union at Hong Kong University 8 years ago, or the openly othering aesthetics of the National Party's representation of what they called the Chinese colonizers, or the openly confrontational rhetoric and practice of the 2019 protests against the risk of extradition to China. That's just a few examples. We could say there's an abundance of evidence indicating that people in Hong Kong, generally speaking, don't particularly like China, while also, unfortunately, well, at least from one perspective, unfortunately, finding themselves part of China. As observers of this sentiment, we tend to categorize this dislike and related feelings of sort of superiority related to China as Sinophobia before immediately condemning it, what we consider to be the only proper response to Sinophobia. Now, I'm going to put forward the argument today that this easy approach of condemnation, while not wrong, actually denies us an opportunity to really think through what is actually happening. Following one of the points raised in Alain's paper, based in the politics of place, what actually are the tensions driving these sentiments in Hong Kong? How can Sinophobia be understood within the context of today's reality, which is, I propose, more complex than simply, quote unquote, the rise of China? But before I get to that question, let me show you why I think that a ready-made condemnation of Hong Kong's quote unquote Sinophobia sort of mimics thinking while actually blocking genuine thought about the matters at hand. What are the contexts that make this condemnation so easy? First, I argue that a particular vision of regional hierarchy, a particular simplistic vision of Orientalism and its opposition, and a particular approach to academic thinking contribute to and perpetually reproduce this mode of analysis. Now, ready-made condemnation is based in a sort of particular imaginary of the hierarchy between Hong Kong and China, wherein Hong Kong is viewed as elevated over and above China. This structural imaginary, although based in a historical reality, when Hong Kong as one of the so-called Asian tigers was, more economically developed, is completely out of date today. Yet this historical frame continues to shape our discussion and condemnation of perceived Sinophobia in the territory. We could see sort of, I would say, not only hints, but, strong traces of this mode of thought in the first talk this morning, which, in my opinion, very curiously focused so much discussion on the United States and discussion of the concept of honorary whites and things like this. In many senses, the misplaced and inaccurate hierarchy in critics' minds, critics of Sinophobia, is projected by the critic into the mind of those labeled xenophobic, who are thereby imagined as embracing a power that is in fact no longer quite as powerful as it seems. When in fact, many of those labeled xenophobes may have a far more nuanced grasp of the reality of power dynamics today. This ready-made condemnation, furthermore, is derived from a simplistic anti-Orientalism, which can only ever locate the victim of Orientalism in the East or to the East. And in this sort of very simple mode of thought, China would always be more to, quote unquote, the East than Hong Kong, as more authentically Oriental. I cringe a little sort of using that term, but insofar as this structural imaginary is divorced from the actually existing reality of power relations today, ostensible opposition to Orientalism, in fact, ironically results in its perpetual self-reproduction, the maintenance of an imagined pure Orient that is always already the perpetual victim. Finally, I'd say this ready-made condemnation of xenophobia can't be divorced from the academic means of production today. We all know xenophobia is bad. So then we know that traces of xenophobia in Hong Kong are bad. And we know that if something is bad, we write a paper saying it's bad. We have another publication without having to bother with thinking too much. And most importantly, we have the comfort of knowing that nobody in their right minds will disagree with our argument, right? So we can put it forward without worrying about any difficult questions. How do I know this? Well, I'm guilty of it myself. When I was invited to contribute to a panel on Yellow Perils for the Association for Asian Studies annual conference, I think back in 2015, the first case that came to my mind was Hong Kong. And I thought, oh, yes, I've got it. I've got a paper, a Chinese xenophobia. It's a catchy title. It's ironic. This is great, right? And from the draft conference paper to the final chapter in the Yellow Perils edited volume, I was constantly amazed at how easily the argument flowed onto paper, just like water flowing so naturally, right? I was in my element in a way that I find quite rare nowadays when writing. By criticizing xenophobic narratives in the Hong Kong nationalist movement, I had, as I say in my book, risen to my desired status as a lecturer in the sense of someone who lectures people about what they're supposed to think and feel, always from a safely removed distance in the ivory tower. Glancing down upon the lowly xenophobes with my well-worn copy of Orientalism by my side, I wish to myself that they might take the time to take a graduate course in critical theory so that they can display their properly critical thinking by thinking just like the rest of us. But what if we reverse this relationship? What if, rather than trying to teach those whom we label xenophobes to see the light and seek forgiveness for their sins, we instead asked ourselves what we can learn from them? So, returning to the 3 points that I raised above, counter to the imaginary hierarchy where Hong Kong is elevated above China, making China the victim of Hong Kong's Sinophobia, I'd say that Hong Kong's labeled xenophobes have quite a grounded grasp of the power relations between these two entities. The reality of the relationship is that China is very much in a dominant position in exercising colonial rule, whether we define that as rule by outsiders or more broadly as sort of illegitimate structures of domination, and that the overwhelming majority of the population of Hong Kong find themselves in a genuinely subaltern position therein. If we were to take xenophobia literally to mean fear of China, right? I can say without a doubt that if I was living in Hong Kong right now, I would be afraid of China. I would be afraid of what the party's going to do next, and rightly so. Examining the actually existing reality of power dynamics, we're reminded here that we're not just talking about xenophobes, bad people who we should criticize. We're talking about people who are suddenly finding themselves subjected to unjustifiable forms of oppression, and who are in turn trying to understand and oppose this oppression. An example that I wanted to analyze was the well-publicized attack on Global Times reporter Fu Guohao during the occupation of the Hong Kong International Airport in the summer of 2019. Fu was, of course, sort of taken into custody, humiliated, roughed up. Was this an example of a pervasive hatred of China? Was this, from another perspective, a moment in an anti-colonial struggle? Or was it somewhere in between, right? And where has there ever been sort of a colonized people who are repeatedly required to treat their colonizer with the utmost care and tenderness? This brings me to my second point, which I developed more thoroughly in my book, Two Systems, Two Countries, which is no longer forthcoming. It's out. But it's about the static unidirectional imagining of Orientalism. In a conventional anti-Orientalist analysis, the source of Orientalism is to be found in the West and its victims in the East. So then when this framework is transferred onto the Hong Kong-China relationship, the natural assumption is that Hong Kong, as closer to quote unquote the West, might then be engaged in a project of orientalizing China in one sense or another. The impression is so insistent that among the first discussions of colonialism in the Hong Kong-China relationship, we find a reference, an analysis of northbound colonialism from Hong Kong into China. Now, in the current situation, this no longer makes sense. So in my work, I draw upon Bauman's grammars of difference, first introduced to me 15 years ago by Magnus, who unfortunately didn't make it today. And these grammars of difference, highlight Orientalizing as a general structure that occurs across multiple axes of power. And in my recent book, Two Systems, Two Countries, I call this a structuralist Orientalism. Structuralist in the sense that the relationship between parties takes precedence over the identity of any particular party. Now, having established this structuralist Orientalism, I then go on to show in the book how official Hong Kongology in the PRC constructs a series of visions of Hong Kong as perpetually in need of rescue, right? Hong Kong as child, needing the wisdom and guidance of China. Hong Kong as hysteric, needing the support of China to regain its sanity. Hong Kong as outlaw, needing the guidance of China to be itself again, a rule of law-based society. And finally, Hong Kong as virus, needing to be purified and cured by the immunizing structures of the national security law. In each case, Hong Kong is presented as lacking and in need of completion by the supplement that is China. Whereas in conventional anti-Orientalist analysis, knowledge and power are intertwined and mutually constituting, I argue that official Hong Kongology opposes these two phenomena. It's precisely by being able to present the opposite of knowledge, preconceived imaginary frameworks of power, as some type of knowledge from which people might learn, that the CCP and its sort of academic political complex exercise their power. Yet insofar as this is a false form of knowledge, it's also a false form of power that I hope will not be lasting. And it's precisely those targeted, vilified by this anti-knowledge who I argue are in fact contributing to knowledge production, imagining new possibilities for Hong Kong-China relations beyond the failed framework of one country, two systems, which now, like all autonomies in the PRC, exists today only in name. Whether we're talking about, a city-state, a referendum for self-determination, independence, or a return to the United Kingdom, although any and all of these may be fundamentally unrealistic and impossible, and tainted with the accusation of Sinophobia, they're at a deeper level no more unrealistic or impossible than the current reality in which Hong Kong finds itself. So I'd say that the casual wave of the hand, dismissing alternate visions for the city's future that diverge in any way from the dictatorship that we see today, misses a rare opportunity to think through the challenges of Hong Kong's situation. Now, my conclusion, where I actually get into thinking about what does this mean for Sinophobia? Insofar as the easy condemnatory label of Sinophobia prevents genuine thinking about Hong Kong's reality, if we move beyond this easy stance of condemnation, what are some new directions for thought? First, I would propose that beyond enjoying the analytical irony of a Chinese Sinophobia in Hong Kong, as I've done in one of my previous publications, we need to reflect on how exactly Hong Kong is constructed as Chinese, making this Sinophobia quote-unquote Chinese. Now this redirects our attention to the racialized construction of Chineseness, which falsely lays claim over anyone of Sinitic descent the world over. I would argue that wherever one finds the discussion of and debate on Sinophobia today, one also finds traces of this racialized construction. And while we, of course, need to be critical of Sinophobia, I think we need to be far more critical than we currently are of the racialized construction of Pan-Chineseness and its implications for people of Chinese descent or Sinitic descent, Sinophone descent, whether we're talking about people in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Australia, or anywhere around the world. As tensions between the political entity now known as China and for lack of a better term, what I might call the democratic world, continue to rise, This racialized construction of pan-Chineseness and the expectation emanating from the center of some type of allegiance presents real challenges for people of Sinitic descent globally. Second, I'd propose that rather than a focus on Sinophobia, a broad and far too casually employed term, or rather beyond a focus on Sinophobia, we also need research on the category of the traitor, or the hanjian, right? This category, traitor, relies upon many of the same racialized structures of fear and exclusion that we recognize in Sinophobia, yet it runs in sort of opposing directions. Going back to the question raised in Alain's paper, what are the tensions that produce not only the traitor, but indeed the category of the traitor and the continual expansion of this category as the range of political taboos in China continues to expand seemingly endlessly? Third, I think we need better theorization of phobia in the discussion of Sinophobia. We seem to simply assume, phobia is bad. And that's the end of the story, right? Some of the discussion this morning moved in new directions, but here's some thoughts that I wrote before that discussion this morning. Theorizing phobia, Freud made a distinction between a generalized anxiety and a fear of a specific phobic object, which of course stands in for something else. In his study of little Hans and his phobia of horses, even if you haven't read it, you won't be surprised to learn that Freud concludes that the horse represented little Hans's father. Okay, big surprise there. It's an astounding example of sort of a challenging analysis that really ends in a simplistic argument. Now, Lacan later took this idea in new directions in his own particular way, seeing the horse as a signifier that could be perpetually displaced, standing in for any source of fear or concern in little Hans's life at any moment. Now, I suppose I'm stating the obvious when I say that being scared of horses is different from being scared of China. And there's a difference between, of course, being scared of a crocodile when I'm sitting at my desk in my office versus being scared of a crocodile if I was, walking in a swamp in Queensland, right? And yet, horses and alligators have, generally speaking, created far fewer difficulties in my life, and I think in many other people's lives, than the current political system in China has. Freud made clear that a phobia is an irrational fear of an object, right? Why are you scared of a horse? What has a horse ever done to you, right? Labeling concerns about the Chinese political system, for example, as Sinophobia, makes what I think are actually reasonable fears seem unreasonable. This is what we can see was the Chun, or the syndrome, right, that was used in the initial translation of this workshop's name. There's no concept of dictatorship phobia or fascism phobia or annex phobia, insofar as history over the past century has proven that these are in fact phenomena about which we should be worried. And as we worry about these things, I would say that, switching perspectives based in my experiences in China in the first decade of this century, really no group of people is more scared of and concerned about China's political and social system than people in China themselves, right? I think here of sort of the constant fear of pienza, right? Tricksters, right? Rumors that circulate about struggles between various factions in the ruling elite, or something that left a deep impression upon me, witnessing it in Guangzhou, the rush in, I think it was March of 2011, to buy up and store iodized salt, right, following the nuclear disaster at Fukushima, right? I couldn't find salt anywhere for quite a few days. Yet the question that this switching perspectives raises is, when people outside of China are quote unquote scared of China, right, xenophobic, as suggested by the official definition of this term, what is it that they're actually scared of? There's a distinction, right? A difference that makes a difference between being scared of a Chinese restaurant down the street, right, and being scared of what the CCP is doing to Hong Kong today. One, a deeply irrational and stupid fear. The other, a fairly reasonable fear. But then how and why are these grouped together into one category? Are they all phobias? How does this grouping together work? What effects does it have on some concerns that are real, right, when they're grouped together with some concerns that are frivolous and less real? Finally, considering this grouping together of diverse concerns under one negative category, I think that we do need to recognize, reflect on, and oppose the silencing function of the gratuitous use of the label xenophobe. This gathering is, I think, a good start in this regard. Insofar as xenophobia, the term itself, often, I think, prevents or silences thinking rather than encouraging it. We see this in Hong Kong. We see this in Australia. We see this the world over. If one does not want to engage with someone's argument, the easiest route to take is say, he's a xenophobe, right? We've seen this happen to Clive Hamilton's work. He publishes an entire well-researched book, and some people just sort of wave their hands and say, xenophobia, and the discussion is over. I've tried in this presentation to show new ways of thinking through xenophobia that break out of these old patterns, so that we can use this often unthinking accusation, producing an automatic condemnation, to better understand the dynamics of relations between peripheral peoples and the Chinese center, between colonized people and colonizer, right? I think that we need to shift from a mode of condemnation to a mode of analytical exploration. Only then will we begin to understand what we're actually discussing and the ways in which these discussions, in turn, shape the world around us for better or worse. All right, well, thank you for listening, and I look forward to the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. So we now move, with Kevin's talk, we learned that we need to move beyond this discussion of this complex clusters of phobia, okay, discourse, attitude, mentality, rhetoric, and border politics, and don't just set the blame and close the discussion and thinking we need to move beyond and think what is the phobic object, okay, the taboo that we don't dare to touch or we hate, but what do we hate for and what do we fear? We are scared of being swallowed up by the big other mother, or do we want to triumph over the ambiguous other? So the ambivalent attitude in this phobic structure, love, hate, and also with this maybe fatal attraction and vehement rejection that happens throughout the historical trajectory in different forms, in different, as Alan said, dynamics of different geopolitical powers maneuvering. So let's now move on to Vietnam and Philip will give us a talk on this discourse of xenophobia in Vietnam, right? You are sharing the screen. Okay, good. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Please give me a minute. I have to share my screen with you. So I actually call my presentation Sinophobia, National Sentiments and Politics in Vietnam. What I'm going to present is, in my opinion, the politics always play a much bigger role in the xenophobia that we can even imagine. We get used to, or some of the people get used to see xenophobia as a phobia that is somehow disseminated among the people. Maybe stemming from the national sentiments, which can be the very case of Vietnam. But actually, as Alain said, I personally believe that the xenophobia is usually an indication of tensions. These tensions need not to be very, let me say, intensive, but they need to be there, and someone have to work with them in a certain way that he will able to turn those tensions into what we now are calling here a xenophobia. Everyone, I mean, the people who get used to study about national sentiments, nationalism, and so on, know that Vietnam is actually one of the countries that is representing the very anti-Chinese national sentiments around the world. Some of the scholars even call Vietnam as a country with a kind of disassociative national identity disorder. What does it mean? Historically and culturally, Vietnam is a Confucius, or Vietnam has Confucius society, Confucius culture. But it's known from Middle Age that actually the ordinary people are more, let me say, I don't want to say anti-Chinese, because at that time there was not such a concept, but the people are less Confucius than the elites. Nowadays, the Vietnamese elites are described as increasingly pro-Vietnam, pro-Chinese, and the ordinary people as anti-Chinese, especially in their political and national identity. But is that true? We do not really know, actually. My colleagues, such as Richard Chun, was organizing survey in Vietnam, and he just simply tried to figure out what are the people's attitudes towards the China and Chinese. Actually, we received a very, or surprisingly, favorable answer from the people who does not look like anti-Chinese or harboring any feeling of something what we can call xenophobia. But I will speak about it later. Nevertheless, of course, we even did not believe that the agency that was actually conducting the survey for us is correct, and we just asked them to verify their results. Just by accident, I was on my field trip in Vietnam, so I started to speak with the ordinary people and with elites about what they think about China, whether they can feel some kind of anti-Chinese sentiments and so on. But I was very surprised. But please, let me start from slightly different angle. Everyone who read Benedict Anderson or anyone else who is dealing with the Vietnamese national sentiments would know that the
so-called national relevant historiography of Vietnam is constructed against any invader. Originally, of course, in 1920s, 30s, it was written against the colonial French, but due to the contemporary censorship, the story must be constructed differently. And of course, it's go deeper to the Vietnamese history, and most of the nationally relevant historiography is actually written about the Chinese and perhaps Chun's and Khmer's invasions. So in this way, actually the Chinese became the all the time invaders, and the others, I mean the politically others, who usually threatened the Vietnamese sovereignty. But there is another story that was written by Christopher Goschka, and he actually mentioned that all of this, I mean the national sentiments within the French Indochina, starts from what he calls three debates. One debate was in between of the Lao people and the Vietnamese. It was basically about the jurisdictional power of the Lao tribesmen over the foreigners, mainly Vietnamese, who came with the colonial administration and do not really behave according to the local habits. The other debate was about the quota in the colonial administration in Cambodia. In this way, the Cambodian elites try to secure more positions for their children and for their members on the expense of the Vietnamese, who were actually dominating the colonial administration in Cambodia. But there was the third one, the third colonial debate that was between the Vietnamese themselves and between the Chinese minority in Vietnam. Actually, at that time, the Chinese keep de facto monopoly on the trade in rice. Actually, there were managing majority of the steamboat in the South China Sea, and as such, they were able to keep the monopoly on the trade in rice, which was actually against the will of the Vietnamese economic elites. And that's how they start to create, or that's how a kind of economic tension within the colony, let me say, erupted and start a kind of anti-Chinese narrative among the Vietnamese elites at that time. Of course, these historically constructed grievances of the Vietnamese against the Chinese may be later exacerbated by the dispute in the South China Sea and the Third Indochina War. You may know that the Third Indochina War was the 1979 punishing war from China on Vietnam. But actually, on the both sides at that time, over 30,000 people die, and this can be clearly a reason for the mutual hatredness. Of course, the situation was not made better by the ongoing dispute in the South China Sea. But these are very political reasons that can be almost forgotten by the nowadays generations in Vietnam. So let's have a look on what the ordinary people or what the contemporary people would say about the People's Republic of China and Chinese people. If you ask the ordinary people, the first reaction will be, they will shake on their heads and they will say, actually, they are really bad. And then they just stop and think a little bit more, and they will start to speak about the details. And then you will reveal that actually the soldiers, businessmen, and the politicians, even like not only Chinese, but the People's Republic of China, They can be inspired by many politics, fighting strategies, development, or whatever. They can closely cooperate as well, and they will know very well their Chinese counterparts. So that's why they have better, let me say, opinion on Chinese, and there will be not a vestige of something what we can call Sinophobia. The other people who have not that many experiences with Chinese, they may say that, okay, there is a kind of threat and we are afraid. But later on, you will find that they are usually speaking about a kind of imaginative threat of the People's Republic of China and its economy, but they will possibly tell you nothing about Chinese. I mean, Chinese people themselves. So is this a kind of Sinophobia? I do not know. I hard to say. But what I can see very clearly is that occasionally in Vietnam, there is a kind of eruption of the anti-Chinese sentiments that may end up in riots against the Chinese people, and Chinese people can be easily killed in those riots. One of these events was the May 2nd of 2014, when Chinese National Offshore Oil Corporation deployed their Hsinchu 981 drilling platform somewhere on the borderline of the two economic zones. The economic zone that was generated by Vietnamese offshore and offshore or Hainan. Of course, many ordinary Vietnamese, when this news leaked into the Vietnamese mass media, many people go into the sea, I mean the ordinary fishermen, and they would like to see what is going to happen. There had been encountered by the Coast Guard boats from China, and many of these poor fishermen simply sank. As you can imagine, it's triggered some riots. But that was not only event that happens in between China and Vietnam. 2016, actually, the Formosa steel plant in Ha Tinh somehow let flow into the sea many of their, let me say, polluted water from the plant. As a result, 100 tons of fish along the 200 miles of the offshore had been killed. And the fishermen in very poor area of Vietnam, in Quang Binh, lost approximately 5 to 2 million US dollars. And the tourist industry in that very poor region that is actually depending on tourism declined by 30%. Of course, as you can imagine, the reaction of the people was fierce. If we are speaking about the Hsinchu incident, then the anti-Chinese protests started in Hanoi, Da Nang, and Can Tho. All of them are quite big cities where the political and intellectual elites are living. All of these protests were rather peaceful, but then these protests very quickly spread into the Binh Xuong and Dong Nai. Those are two very highly industrialized provinces with a dense concentration of foreign invested industrial parks. And in these regions, these protests turned into a full-scale workers' riots. Factories were looted, smashed, and burned. Mistakenly, of course, many of the factories from South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan or Singapore had been attacked. In that riot, 16 people, mainly foreigner, not only Chinese, had been killed, and over 100 people had been injured. Another 25 enterprises have been seriously damaged and closed. After the Formosa steel plant, in the region, Vung An, where the company is located, the protest starts. But at that same region, over 2,600 foreign workers are located. Of these people, over 1,500 Chinese are active as a middle-level management or workers in those factories. And of course, very quickly, the frictions between the local people and the foreign workers appear. As a result, 1,000 Vietnamese workers and locals stormed the Formosa steel mill, lit fire, and put in fire several buildings, and they also hunted down the Chinese workers. As a result, one Chinese worker had been killed and 90 others was injured. Can be this a symptom of xenophobia? Yeah, we can imagine this would be a kind of symptom of xenophobia. But let me to continue. The protest spread also abroad. This is actually a photograph from Taiwan where the migrant workers protest against what happens in the Formosa steel mill. Interesting was the reaction of the Vietnamese government. In the both cases, or let me say, in the first case of the deployment of the drilling platform, Hayang Shrio 981, initially Vietnamese government supported the so-called patriotic displays of the people. But when the protests turned into the riots, of course, the government has no other choice, only change her attitude and order the police to restore the peace and order. Within the police managing of the event, hundreds of people had been arrested. The story is slightly different in the case of the Formosa steel plant, when two journalists, Nguyen Van Hoa and Le Dinh Luong, had been arrested for conducting propaganda against the state and attempting to overthrow the state. Both of them were arrested with long terms in prison, in the first case 7 and in the second case 20 years. The ordinary people have been also arrested, but then mainly released from the custody. But what the Vietnamese government said, or how they reasoned, this, let me say, rather sharp or harsh reaction to the protests was that the reason is to keep the country's image as being a safe destination for badly needed foreign direct investment, which of course by the ordinary people was considered as highest degree of hypocrisy. What the Chinese and Taiwanese government says, of course, Chinese government called for further investigation of those riots, strict punishment and compensations. In reaction to their requirements, the Vietnamese government have to grant it the riot-hit companies with tax breaks, rent waivers, and lines of credits. Also, Taiwan issued a condemnation of the protests and denounced Vietnamese for attacking Taiwanese property. Interesting solution or interesting end of the protest, right? But what was really behind all of this? The scholars and many other political commentators emphasize that the anti-Chinese protests are actually placeholders of an internal political protest pointed at the state's domestic legitimacy and its let me say, politics on or political economy. We can clearly see that among the Vietnamese workers, there is a growing discontent and grievances because of the high exploitation from the foreigner companies. They are also subjected to the harsh working conditions. We all know that actually those, let me say, Chinese management of working force is more, let me say, military inspired than the Vietnamese that is much more free. And of course, the people have a kind of feeling that they had been exposed to the corruption, especially in the case of the Formosa steel plant. It was clear that the local authorities let the factory operate without a proper filters for their water that was put into the sea, and that was the result. I mean, and the disaster, the environmental disaster that killed 100 tons of the fishes in the region was exactly the result of this ambivalent control of the local authorities towards the hygienic norms in the steel mill. Of course, we can see that the people are actually angered and frustrated by the Vietnamese government, and not only for these corruptive practices that are rather common in the Southeast Asia, but also for the very authoritative rules that actually Vietnamese government is applying in Vietnam. And of course, there are some placeholders problem, despite the Vietnamese government's rhetoric.
Could you wrap up? I think time is almost up.
Yeah. So you can see many of these grievances of the ordinary people on the government. And that's what is actually dividing the general public from the government and fueling these protests that are actually revealing themselves as a kind of erupting of xenophobia. But actually the people, when you are interviewing them about the Chinese, they will tell you different stories. They have nothing against the Chinese, but against the China and their own government. So what is the conclusion? If Alain says that xenophobia is not a spectacle of general racism, but an indication of tensions that have become extreme, I do agree. In Vietnam, xenophobia is not only a symptom of imaginative threats, but also indication of existing tensions stemming from various problems with political economy of Vietnam. This xenophobia is not only attributable to the, let me say, neo-imperial domination of China in the Southeast Asia, but also to the domestic political problems of Vietnam. Moreover, we were always speaking about the Yellow Peril and the xenophobia, but can you just imagine that the Yellow Peril can work in Asian political context? I think hardly. It is too much racist construct that it will be not appealing to the Asian people. But as the xenophobia can be described in cultural connotations, it can easily be used to raise the anti-Chinese sentiments. As that, of course, the Asian elites, Vietnamese elites, can use it in the same way as previously European elites try to use the notion of the Yellow Peril. So in my own opinion, the xenophobia is just only another less racist usage of Yellow Peril. And that's all what I would like to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip. So we can see that also the long history of China and Vietnam contribute to this very complex attitude, ambivalent attitude against China, not to mention the 1,000 years of Confucian influence, the imperial examination tradition, the Confucianism influence in Vietnam, but the long history of a border dispute, border battles, anti-colonial wars started from Vietnam against China, and that can be intensified in today's different border dispute. And also there's against this BRI new investment and also in the developmental project that can bring pollution. But not only China, but Taiwan too, okay, polluted the border, the sea shores of Vietnam. So we see there's 3 cases or together with this morning's talks, the Sinophone borderland, okay, as Alan suggested, and also Philip's project is working on, actually consists of a very complex discursive institutional dynamics, the tension between so-called China and the border regional countries. Okay, so each requires separate project for analysis, so that we can see the fluctuation, mutation, and the form of this phobic structure. Okay, so that we can open up a Q&A session for, I think, 30 minutes, and we can have a short 15 minutes break, and then we can have the next session. All right, unless there's no question from the floor and from the internet. So let's see. One question from Edward. Perhaps you just speak up, okay? Professor Vickers, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, it's me again. And it's not really a question yet again, it's more of a comment. But I very much liked Kevin's presentation on Hong Kong. Which is not to say I didn't like the other 2, but Hong Kong's more my thing. Yeah, as I wrote in the chat, I mean, just in my field of education, comparative education, I've come across some work on Hong Kong which reinforces some of the points that Kevin was making about the sort of weary dismissiveness with which some Western scholars, sorry, just shut out the noise of my kid, with which some Western scholars have dismissed the protest movement in Hong Kong, or just ignore it. And my sense is that this is becoming less of a problem because of the way in which the protest movement in Hong Kong and the publicity that's been given to recent events in Xinjiang and so forth has sort of brought these regions more to the fore and made it more difficult for mainstream sinologists to ignore them. But I feel that still in mainstream Chinese studies in the West, Hong Kong and Taiwan often just simply get ignored. And the way in which they're ignored and or overlooked, I think ends up implicitly sort of reinforcing or legitimating the communist line that these societies are somehow deviant Chinese societies and authentic Chineseness can only be found on the mainland. So I don't know what whether Kevin would like to respond to that, or whether he agrees or would like to offer some nuance.
Yeah. I mean, I would generally agree with that. Of course, you know, if we go back, what, 4 or 5 decades, people who were doing the the anthropology of China, right, which is sort of my field, you know, invariably ended up going to either like the new territories of Hong Kong,
or Taiwan.
Right? Yeah. And so then there's been a process, right, from I guess the early 1970s onward, of not only sort of constructing the People's Republic of China as kind of the sole legitimate representative of China, but yeah, as you note, also kind of constructing these other, you know, nations sort of on the borders as kind of failing to, you know, live up.
But if you go back 50, if you go back 50 years, then a lot of the interlocutors of these Western sinologists in the new territories of Hong Kong or Taiwan were refugees from the mainland. They saw themselves as Chinese. And the point is that the identity consciousness has moved on in those societies in a way that's not recognized or not recognized as legitimate.
Yeah, indeed. Right. And so, there is this kind of not only sort of constructing PRC as, you know, the sole legitimate China, but then also sort of combining or fusing a particular politicized vision of culture with kind of, you know, the vision of traditional culture, intertwining those, right? And then asking like, oh, well, why isn't, you know, Hong Kong abiding by quote unquote Chinese culture, right? But rather embracing, you know, this sort of corrupt, polluted Western culture, which, you know, on closer examination is basically, you know, trying to add an aura of pollution to, you know, admittedly imperfect, but nevertheless relatively resilient systems of, you know, freedom of the press, legal accountability, and, you know, always imperfect and incomplete systems of democratization, right? Where
these days, Taiwan's looking more robust in that respect than America.
Yeah, indeed, right? And then, I mean, I would say that, well, I don't want to talk too long, but, you know, I would say that one of the strengths, I think, of democratic societies relative to sort of non-democratic societies is that, you know, the system sort of integrates essentially regime change into itself, right? That's sort of what an election is every 4 years, right? And so I would say that in Xi's attempt to make sort of China more stable, Hong Kong more stable, by this sort of stability first mindset, he's actually unfortunately taking these countries ever further away from actually existing stability. And that should be a source of concern for everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, totally agree.
Oshi is inviting a good translation for Hsinchu. I don't know. 嫌中, 嫌弃, resentment, or no.
Maybe it's a small matter, but if you have an idea, those who speak Japanese, or maybe the nuance is a little different, even though you use the same Chinese character. Maybe it's a different between Chinese and Japanese. But as I was listening to the first speaker, Philip, yes, you know, Philip talks about a lot of the anti-Chinese protest, and I think when it's 反中 Hsinchu, I think it's a sentiment, of course, it's a feeling, but I think it shows in action. So when there is a protest, it is no longer just, I'm trying to make a distinction between the Hsinchu and Hsinchu. And Hsinchu is, I see it as more of a general public feeling. It's there. It's not always visible. It's not tangible, but it's a general mood of the Japanese people. They just dislike, in a way, not looking down, not being racist, but just don't want to deal with it. That kind of like being tired of things Chinese and China. And that's the kind of the distinction I would, if I were to elaborate a little bit, to make. Whereas Hsinchu, Fanzon is more, it kind of translates into action, direct action causing violence. But in case of Japan, there isn't, even though there is this like apathy toward China, there isn't a strong demonstration even of violence against the Chinese in the past 20 years. So I think in that case, it's very different. And that's why I wanted to kind of like get into the core, the essence of this Japanese sentiment of Hsinchu, which is ambiguous, but a public general feeling.
Okay. Comments? Also from the Zoom, okay, I think we have more question. Flare, China as nuance. Nuisance. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a Freudian nuisance. Question. Yeah, some thoughts on that, or some thoughts on the Vietnam case. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, could you pass on the mic?
Hello. Yes, I like how Kevin kind of brings up the issue of sort of how we imagine, hierarchy, how we imagine global hierarchy. I think it's a really important kind of question that comes out. And he kind of points out the dissonance between an anti-Orientalist imagining of global hierarchy and the place of Hong Kong in it. And what he argues is the contemporary reality of power relations between China and Hong Kong. However, I wonder if the issue is not simply one of transition. That is the idea that, okay, yes, China was behind in the past, but now they're ahead. That which was last is now first, that which is first is now last. So we can simply reverse our political kinds of ethical commitments to kind of catch up with the situation. I feel like a lot of the corrective critique kind of falls along those kinds of lines, but I wonder if it's a question of they both exist together. In other words, sort of a non-isomorphism between kind of political, economic, and cultural hierarchies. That is, so for example, like you find there's sort of like a quantitative kind of Marxism that argues that Taiwan, say, closer to the imperial center because its GDP per capita is higher than the mainland China. You see, I've seen this argument made a lot to sort of say, well, where is the empire? Which way is it going? So it's done by quantitative, But then the other side is we'll look at where is state power. So, where is state power being directed? So a vernacular Taiwanese idea of imperialism would be, well, missiles from China rather than Taiwanese capital going to the mainland. And both of those get used to argue that the hierarchy is one way or the other. But I wonder whether it's sort of an issue of both. So it seems like while many criticisms of Sinophobia in like Hong Kong or in Taiwan, as you mentioned, kind of mute the existence of Chinese state power, or kind of mutes those fears. It seems that, at least in a lot of the mainstream discourse in Taiwan, the emphasis on the threat of Chinese state power, for example, also kind of mutes the issue of Sinophobia. And when I say mute, I'll mean things like someone will acknowledge, yes, Sinophobia is a problem, and we should also discuss that, but we need to set that aside because the more important issue right now is the threat of the Chinese state. Or in the case on the left, it's, oh, yes, the Chinese state authoritarianism is indeed a threat. We should acknowledge that, but we got to focus on the main problem, which is US imperialism. And I find these rhetorical strategies to be very interesting because there seems to be a certain symmetry between them. And so I'm just kind of, this is kind of an open kind of frustration that I've had, is it often seems that one can only discuss one or the other in order of importance, but is it possible to talk about these things in sort of an intellectually united kind of framework? I have no idea how one would do that, but that's just one of my kind of observations in the way a lot of these discussions tend to go on sort of both sides of the ideological divide.
Well, yeah, I guess I would say, you know, that's a good point, right? And then I guess it's always a question, right, of people choosing particular priorities, right, and then arguing for, you know, their own priorities. But one thing that I would say that I actually talk about in more detail in my book. The reason I started thinking about these hierarchies is because sort of official Hong Kongology really focuses in kind of on this transition, right? And there's a series of articles written by two scholars based at Sun Yat-sen University, whose name now eludes me. But they basically argue that, you know, Hong Kong used to look down on China, right? But then with the rise of China, essentially these people who used to look down can no longer do so. And then they developed this sort of psychosocial argument where they say that sort of Hong Kong has been kind of driven insane, right? You know, driven crazy, right, by the rise of China and the pressures on, you know, its self-perception. I analyze this quite closely because, you know, it's this kind of, I mean, it uses a particular vision of hierarchy, you know, that may have its historical foundations, right, in, you know, actual existing historical developments, but it does so in such a way that, you know, constructs this experience as, you know, pathological and inescapably pathological, right? So I think that when we, I suppose that I would say that, you know, there is this constant prioritization, people sort of picking what's most important to them, right? And I suppose that, I guess, if those discussions can be had without that type of pathologization, right? Without that type of labeling of sort of the other person's concern as, you know, inherently flawed and inherently, you know, false or dangerous. That might be a promising way to move forward. But those are just my initial responses.
Question from the Zoom chat. Hein, do you want to speak up?
Yeah, sure. I can. I guess I can read my question from the chat room. So Philip mentioned that the Vietnamese political elite is pro-China, although maybe he did not have time to elaborate on this. So could Philip please elaborate on how the Vietnamese government is pro-China? And could he also talk a little bit about the difficulties of the position of the Vietnamese government in its dealing with the CPC? Because China has always been a big part of Vietnam's international relations, and with China sometimes being an ally and sometimes being a bully towards Vietnam. And now that China has become even more powerful, not only in the region, but also in the world, how do all of these factors influence the Vietnamese government's position in dealing with China? Thank you.
Thank you very much and for your question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So 15, maybe 20, 15 years ago, you still can see in the Vietnamese internal politics fight of two groups. One was pro-Russian, second one was pro-Chinese. If you would like, if you would see the last election, I mean the last year, re-election of the four pillars of the Vietnamese politics, then I would say most of them are pro-Chinese technocrats who even study in China, who may be considered as Sinophiles, and who actually open or are trying their best to secure the clean or open road for the Chinese foreign direct investment in Vietnam. So what I'm speaking about is the gradual supremacy of these pro-Chinese, or let me say in China grown politicians in the highest echelons of Vietnamese politics. Another thing is, if you are speaking with, for example, soldiers or the businessmen, all of them have very intimate experience with Chinese, and they actually cooperate. They show very cooperative attitude towards those people, and they are very, very, let me say, supportive to the direct investment from China and exchange in military cooperation and so on, so on. On the other hand, if you speak with normal people, they will complain mainly about the rising prices of estate, because it's usually purchased by the Chinese investors, and the ordinary people already have, for example, no money for buying it. The second question that you made was about the difficulties of balancing a kind of keeping us far from China, but still cooperating with it. Of course, the Communist Party of Vietnam and the Chinese Communist Party are two very intimate ideological allies. But the position of Vietnamese government is much more complicated, because actually Vietnam itself has no real power to, let me say, resist China, but only it is the public opinion. So you can see it from these riots, especially those that were related to the drilling platform that was deployed in the South China Sea. Initially, the Vietnamese government is showing a kind of not really support, but let me tolerating silence towards these protests. It's actually the message towards China that China can see, or Chinese elites can see, that actually the government have a kind of support of the public opinion in Vietnam. And that's why they are supposed to make some concessions. You can see it happens even in that case, because the platform was removed a month earlier than it was scheduled. But on the other hand, you can see this, I mean, you can see the struggle of the Vietnamese government. They really need a kind of leverage against some of the aggressive politics of Chinese elites. And the only thing that they can rely on is the public opinion. But on the other hand, of course, if they overheated the public opinion, then these riots can very easily erupt. And also Vietnamese government know that part of the riots is actually criticism to the government. And that's, I believe, is the most difficult point for the Vietnamese government in playing so-called nationalist card against the Chinese domination in the region. That's all.
Thank you. More questions, or do we need a break now? Yeah, okay, please.
I just want to add one thing, one point. Can you put up my slide? Is it possible? Yeah. Sorry, because I got the time all messed up. I was supposed in the last 30 minutes to put all the PowerPoint together. And that was So if you could go to the last, I want to go to the last. No, you know, I responding to Alan's, like I was looking into the fear that the Japanese may have. And so if you just mentioned about the senkaku or the economic rise, I think it's too easy, right? So I did really take Alan's point seriously and look into the psyche. And I came up with like, you know, yes, Japan's precarious position in Asia, it's not being able to become a leader or not wanting to be. And that's to do with the war guilt and all that kind of stuff. Also like losing competitive edge toward China economically, lack political issues and so forth. But before this, yeah, the thing I wanted to mention was this rise of Sinophobia in Japan. You see a big rise, especially in the polls, those who answered unfavorable toward China. It actually gradually grows after 2010. And I mentioned about the senkaku, that one was big. But another thing is that there are, if you look at the, no, here, yeah. This one I forgot to show it to you. This is a number of Chinese tourists coming to Japan, visitors coming to Japan. And you see around 2010, in the last 10 years, of course, this doesn't include COVID time, there's no tourists, forget it. But you see a drastical rise. And so the Japanese people are, actually many Japanese people saw Chinese in person. What did they see? They actually realized many of them are affluent, they can buy. So these people go to Akihabara and buy like electronic gadgets. They go to department stores and buy expensive French wine. And how would the Japanese people feel? They're no longer in the 1990s. Many of them cannot afford it. So they see that the Chinese people have more purchase power than them. So I think that's also kind of like, that's a factor in this Hsinchu that I'm talking about, right? So I just wanted to, and then also the next part, they might not like Chinese people coming to department stores, like swamping into department stores, buying products, showing off their wealth, but also Japan needs China. That's the reality. These people might be working in department stores or they see them, but Japan's economy is relying on China. And these Chinese tourists are actually spending a lot of money in Japan. So that's like the kind of the love and the hate, and they feel maybe I'm doing a lot of guessing, but they feel miserable. That they used to think China is poor, but that's no longer the case. And that kind of like adds a fuel into the fire of being anxious. Okay, that I just wanted to add this part.
It is ambivalent, not to mention the long Pacific War and Japan's invasion and Nanking massacre and the poisonous milk, the baby's milk. Yeah. No, Japan too. Japan. Yeah, the real hatred, the resentment started there too. Okay, 生勇牛奶. All right, let's call it a pause for this session. That we here need a break. We have a snack and things like this that will resume after 20 minutes. Okay. Really?
We have to break 3 to 3:30.
Oh yeah, we have 20 more minutes more. Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I thought it's 2:30. Yeah. Okay, move on. Let's continue.
Joyce, there seems to be another comment from Flair. So
yes, please, Flair.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. And I apologize if other people want to move on and do this next. Honestly, like when I saw this conference, I already knew a lot of the scholars, like at least I read your works. in my studies, and I already knew that probably we would have to agree to disagree on many levels. So I just wish to offer some of my reflections as provocations or as comments for further debates. I think previously there was a lot of discussion about how Hong Kong and Taiwan are marginalized in so-called mainstream China studies in the West. And admittedly, that's true, but I think people tend to mix like the Sinocentrism in Western academia and the Sinocentrism of China. And I think this is really something that has to be distinguished, because surely like in Western academia, as in the West in general, there is this general Orientalism that is obsessed with China as the enemy, as whatever, as another leftist power to be admired, or maybe, but rarely can you say that in so-called mainstream China studies in the West, that the pro-CCP line is like dominant. Maybe they're obsessed with analyzing China, usually from a kind of anthropological or just traditionally kind of condescending attitude sometimes. That I think that part of Orientalism that still persists. So the marginalization of Hong Kong and Taiwan is true, but this Sinocentrism is also an inherent problem of the West, the Western academia, if we want to be more specific. So I think that there are two issues there. And also I've been thinking about the, this frustration I have been sensing from the conference up till now is that people want to disassociate themselves or maybe critique this critique of Sinophobia, because the critique of Sinophobia risks covering some of the legitimate concerns about Chinese authoritarianism, and from the point of view of maybe Hong Kong and Taiwan, this legitimate worry about Chinese authoritarianism and other, like military power or whatever, and that's true. But on the other hand, I think it is not really the critiques of xenophobia in the West or elsewhere that are mixing the so-called legitimate form of xenophobia and illegitimate form. It's usually the commentators of these xenophobic sentiments, or the xenophobic commentators themselves that tend to mix these sentiments. For example, when you have people like Trump who says, okay, by talking about China virus, he's not being racist and he's not trying to provoke anti-Asian hate in the US, you can see how he is mixing that so-called legitimate attack on Chinese authoritarianism or legitimate xenophobia of Chinese authoritarianism with that illegitimate form of Yellow Peril, like racializing rhetoric of China virus or whatever, or portraying Asian people or Chinese people as a disease. So when in the xenophobic discourses themselves, those discourses are so mixed together. When we critique xenophobia, we tend to carry that mixture as well, and it is very hard to distinguish the two. And there is also this matter of power relations. I also sense that if we shift the context to Hong Kong and Taiwan, or Japan maybe to some extent, then there is this added legitimacy in this worry about authoritarian China. But even if we agree that there is some sort of neo-colonialism going on in Hong Kong vis-a-vis China, the relationship between politics and people are very different. Like we cannot say that people from mainland China, when they live in Hong Kong or Taiwan, like their positionality is similar to the old colonial paradigm of whites living in the former colonies, for example. That would be a ridiculous assertion. So when those kind of xenophobic critiques or xenophobic sentiments are translating the legitimate concern about Chinese authoritarianism into the illegitimate racializing discourses about Chinese people and having the kind of effect on the actual people themselves, it is very difficult for us to just disassociate ourselves from the illegit part and say that, okay, we are trying to return the whole discussion about xenophobia to the politics itself, when these two things are so mixed together. So that is just some of my reflections. I think in my own work, I've been trying to sort this out.
Thanks. Edward, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I entirely followed all of those comments because you seem to be raising a lot of different points, some of which weren't, well, I couldn't entirely tell how they followed on from each other. I mean, one point that you made was about I think the first point was Western sinologists, or what you saw as an attempt to sort of confuse what I was saying about Western sinologists sort of overlooking Hong Kong and Taiwan. You made a comment about, you seem to be suggesting that, Western sinologists were, or mainstream Western sinologists were largely sort of, condescending in their attitudes towards China. And that wasn't what I was saying at all. I mean, quite the opposite, or that the sort of, I can't remember exactly what you said now. But let me raise a sort of concrete example of what I was thinking of when I made those comments earlier. So, I mean, some years ago, I was sent the manuscript of a book that was, by someone who's very eminent in the field of Chinese studies or history of China in Western Chinese studies circles. And this was a book on the Opium War and the way that the Opium War has been narrated or remembered in China and the West, particularly Britain. And I was sent this manuscript for comments, and I sent it back with one sort of main comment, which was, where in all of this is, basically there is nothing in this about how the Opium War is remembered or narrated within Hong Kong, whether officially or unofficially. Doesn't this deserve some attention? But the author didn't respond to my comment, and the book went out with no discussion whatsoever of how the Opium War was remembered or is remembered or narrated in Hong Kong. And I saw that, and I still do see that as symptomatic of the way in which many Western scholars of China, far from, and you were suggesting that they're sort of condescending, many of them, in their attitudes to China or to the communist authorities. I mean, quite the opposite. I think many come to identify very strongly with China because of the amount of time that they invest in studying the country, in living there, because of the relationships they build up there. And I don't think, I'll be charitable, in most cases, I don't think they are consciously excluding Hong Kong or Taiwan from their analysis. I think it's just a huge, or two huge blind spots in their vision of China, because their vision of China is very much shaped by their own experience of China, which these days, and Kevin was saying, if you go back 50 years, their experience would have been largely of the new territories in Hong Kong or of Taiwan. These days, it's not. It's an experience of Beijing overwhelmingly, or other major Chinese urban centers, or of doing anthropology in Shandong or wherever. So I think. You can look at it anthropologically and say, that's how this sort of blind spot for Hong Kong and Taiwan has developed, largely speaking. I don't think it's symptomatic of entrenched Sinophobia in mainstream Western Chinese studies. Quite the opposite.
Philip, do you want to come back to offer comments?
Actually, I was about to continue the discussion with Edward and the others. At one point, colleagues says, the notion about the hierarchy and about the imperialism, the American imperialism in the Southeast and East Asia. And actually, when we are discussing this xenophobia and maybe the Yellow Peril, I still think this is quite important point to speak about. What I am speaking about is actually what can blind us a little bit. I mean, the commentators and the analysts at the West is that the US take the human rights as their prisoner, or I mean, they are using these human rights that we all would defend by all of our hearts in order to attack and somehow trigger the xenophobia. In my opinion, a little bit more politically corrected notion for the Yellow Peril in very Chinese version. So so that's why possibly Edward was so shocked by the Alain Brossat's presentation, as I was many years ago. So we also, if we are using this xenophobia and speaking about the hierarchies, so we should also think about the pedigree of the xenophobia and use it, as you mentioned, as a kind of analytical tool. Just look at the argumentation of those who are triggering xenophobia. And of course, it will be very different at the West and at the East, and then use it as an analytical tool. That's what I was about to say.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just say, I think Philip comments about, you know, how many Western commentators may sort of exploit discourse of human rights to attack China. And Flair, I think, was making a similar point. Yeah, this is true. Many of them do, but I think we need to be careful about confusing, you know, the fact that many commentators, many politicians in the West do that with, you know, with the line that most scholars of China take. And I don't think it's true that most Western scholars of China sort of use human rights to bash the Chinese over the head, or the Chinese government. Some do, and some do so with, you know, great justification. But I think it's actually quite rare for scholars to you know, use the human rights stick in a crude way simply to attack the Chinese regime. Yeah, if anything, the tendency is, I think, to go in the other direction and to sort of almost take a kind of culturally relativist approach to China, and to sort of well, in the name of nuance, basically let them off the hook for outrageous abuses of human rights left, right, and center.
How should I react?
However you like.
Yeah, actually, you are right. But what I am speaking about, you know, in our studies, in our project about the Sinophone borderland, we have different kind of scholars. I believe that most of the cultural anthropologists are well aware about this. But what I'm speaking is the usage of Sinophone, or not usage, but that's how the politicians are using the xenophobia in order to, let me say, gain some political points from their criticism of China. And then when the scholars of international relations and political studies are analyzing these speeches, they are, I don't want to say uncritically taking over the argumentation, but they are not as critical as we are. And that's what I actually like on the Alain Brossat's presentation, because it's shocking and it's shockingly cruel to all of the hypocrisy that we may somehow overlook in our workings. That's all.
Yeah, shocking arguments can have their uses, but don't forget, I mean, Vladimir Putin has made a career out of, you know, shocking statements as a way of basically trolling his opponents at home and in the West. So I think we should be careful about, you know, endorsing the shock value of statements kind of full of hell of it. You know, we need to hold on to some sort of ethical foundation, I think, and there's a danger that can get lost, you know, in a sort of overly cynical analysis of phenomena like, you know, the Hong Kong protests or Taiwanese democracy movement or so and so forth.
The ethical foundation can make us blind. Yeah, I agree with you more or less. But look at Putin. He's lying that obviously that no one will even bother himself to seriously analyze what he's speaking about. But these others, they are much more refined, then ergo more dangerous. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Aren't they the same? Either it's a refined hypocritical disguise or the crude, blunt honesty in its own position. They are the same, right? Yeah. Okay, but maybe let's continue our discussion in the next session. We can have a 30 minutes break and then we'll continue. All right? Okay. And yeah, okay, let's come back, okay, after the break.
Agricultural lands, gold, other mineral resources, and simply the vast and naturally rich territories overlooking the Pacific Ocean. You can see like how like this Far Eastern and Siberia card was played in the history. And rhetoric about the potentiality intensified at critical, the potentiality of these territories intensified at critical moments for the Russian state. However, the reaches of the Far East and Siberia have always been like kind of present absence. Virtually, they are present if one leaves the issue of their development out of the equation. The potentiality of the Eastern periphery not only confirms Russian geopolitical ambitions, but it also assumes that these Eastern treasuries can be stolen by external or internal enemies. So Russia's bright future, backed by its promising Eastern regions and the fear of losing these territories with all their potential, are present simultaneously in Russian discourse. And we can see this duality in how official discourse and social media discourse in Russia treat China differently. Since the early 2000s, the official discourse in Russia produces an image of China as an unconditional opportunity for unlocking the potential of the Far East. In the early and Siberia too. So here, when I talk about Far East, I also like mean Siberia. In the early 2000s, the China threat was mentioned by Russian leaders either to emphasize. Actually, like Russian leaders sometimes said about like China, the China threat, but they talked about it only either to emphasize its denial or to pressure local authorities and justify the centralization of power in the country. So, for example, you can see some statements of Putin and some ministers about why local authorities are to be blamed for too active Chinese involvement in the Russian Far East. Since the Ukrainian crisis in 2014, the official discourse began to position China as an ally and friend rather than a non-threat. Yeah, there are some statements which show that, like, actually, like, for example, Putin, he mentioned several times that China is an opportunity for the Russian Far East to develop. In addition to the positive image of China, since at least the late 2000s, the central authorities began to demonstrate the total controllability of relations with China to unlock the potential of the Far East. Moscow tried to draw China in specific commitments to develop investment projects in the region. Also, nothing came out of these initiatives, actually. On multiple occasions, Putin emphasized that high-level dialogue and traditional statist diplomacy are the most effective tools for promoting regional cooperation. But what is the problem with official discourse? While demonstrating the determination and concrete mechanism of China's involvement in the development of the Russian Far East, the official discourse fails to paint a clear picture of what the future of the region and Russia as a whole will look like with greater Chinese involvement. The paradox of official Sinophilia in Russia is that Russian authorities, while gradually abandoning the European future of Russia and declaring increasing closeness to China, are not convincing as to how it is possible to create politically equal, economically close, and culturally beneficial relations with a partner. With a partner that is many times superior to your country in economy, state capacity, and cultural self-sufficiency. Moreover, the central government's fails to transmit its Sinophile views even to the level of regional bureaucracy. Here in the slide, you can see like the representations of one of the regions of the Far East in official regional strategy, development strategy. So like China actually more a threat than an opportunity in this official development strategy. And actually I interviewed people in this region who were responsible for drafting this strategy, and they asked me, what do you think about it? We wrote a lot about China. I said, yeah, but it's like what you wrote was very controversial because actually no clear picture how China will participate in the economy of your region. In contrast to official discourse, the discourse of social networks and non-state media in Russia perfectly copes with the task of describing the future of the Far East with significant Chineism, if China will be more active in the region. YouTube, I took an example of YouTube. YouTube, whose most popular videos are also widely distributed in WhatsApp Messenger, confirms like this argument clearly. As of early October this year, the query China and the Far East on the Russian language segment of YouTube had 54 videos with over 100,000 views. And the majority of them, like 39 videos were xenophobic and only 2 positive, like not positive, but xenophilic. Among these 39 stories, you can, one can find all typical fears of Russians about China. Like here in the slide, I also showed some names of this video. Yeah, sometimes it's strange, but it's like how they name their video. These typical fears are about Chinese military invasion, about China which wants to pump all the water out of Lake Baikal, China which has cut down all the forest in the Far East, and China which is poisoning agricultural land in the region. The xenophobic videos suggest several versions of Chinese future in the Far East. Yeah, I think I will omit this part. But what all these 3 versions have in common? is not so much China as is not we have in common is not so much China as a threat, but they're the same in their criticism, nationalist and conservative criticism of Russian government, and they are common in their demand for action to avoid the Chinese dystopia. So we can call it dystopia because it's like Chinese dystopia of the Far East. So for this kind of conservative and nationalist criticism, Putin's treachery, Venal Moscow, and grassroots corruption are Russian main scourge. China only seizes the opportunity by virtue of its geopolitical advantages and proper leadership. And actually, like official discourse avoids and ignores these xenophobic stories of social media. But still, the popularity of this Chinese dystopia in the Far East and Siberia sometimes really, but still, is strong enough to cause occasional small protests, to which the central authorities had to respond. So here I show an example of, but actually, for example, Russian state television is more flexible and than like officials. And actually, sometimes it can incorporate these stories, xenophobic stories from social media. And here I take an example of episode on the largest Russian channel in June 2016. So like this episode was about how China swiftly takes over the Far East. You can see that the screenshots from this video. However, the story aimed not to criticize China, but to turn the Chinese dystopia into a weapon against the undesirable present. And what was undesirable present, or who is to blame? Like it was liberalism, capitalism, and corruption, because all these three threats for Russia are prerequisites for realization of Chinese dystopia of the Far East. And actually, it was a clear in this episode. It was a clear call for like purge of like liberals and bureaucrats and for more state regulation in economy. We can see this duality of Russian discourse in public opinion. China as a friend and China as a dystopia coexist in the public opinion of Russians. So hopes for China are promising as a promising partner are clearly evident in surveys with questions formulated in state propaganda logic. For example, when you ask people, what do you feel about China? Relation. Attitudes of Russians about China, and but actually geopolitical view of China prevails. For example, when you ask, just because I had an opportunity to participate in Sinophone project, which conducted like unique survey among 13 countries, European countries, including Russia, like about how people perceive China. And you can see that that ordinary people look at China in terms of geopolitical categories. And actually, like among another 20 or 12 European countries, only one sees China the same. It's like Slovakia. Other countries, population of other countries mainly sees China in terms of communism, COVID, and something else, but not population. And in this survey, I had an opportunity to insert some questions about Far East and the Far East. And so at the same survey, we asked like, what do you feel about like Chinese presence in the Far East? And it's clear that more people fear Chinese presence in the region than like actually welcome this presence. Okay, and what does it mean like in practice? Like, and I can show like taking an example of agriculture in the Far East, how this xenophobic views and narratives produce like some acts that are against China or the Chinese, and actually how they transform China and the Chinese into undesirable and dangerous subjects. Xenophobic materials in media and the protest actions they provoke are the most obvious form of this kind of like transformation of Chinese into undesirable subjects. But however, these protests are rare in Russia. But there are some more latent forms, covert forms, practices, how xenophobia is used to restrict Chinese activity in the region. The Chinese and generally Asian presence was always extensive in the agriculture of the southern Russian Far East, both in imperial and contemporary Russian periods. Russian discourse, however, positioned peasants from Russia and Korea in imperial times as undesirable subjects. So since the late 19th century, they began to be considered dangerous for settlement in the Far East, in the borderlands of the Far East. In 1886, the Russian Emperor signed a decree forbidding natives of China and Korea to settle in the border territories of Russia. By the beginning of the 20th century, Chinese old-timers were evicted from the most favorable agricultural lands in Russian borderlands because they were considered undesirable. And in the 1930s, Chinese and Korean subjects were forcibly evicted from the region. The return of the Chinese to the Far East and Siberia farmlands began in the late 80s, and at that time this return was considered to be like was considered an auspicious form of bilateral cooperation. It was because like at that time the food shortage was obvious, and so Chinese were considered to be like the source of solving this problem. But soon, and actually in the beginning, the Chinese labor brigades came under contracts to Soviet collective farms and then to Russian post-colchozes, and initially lived in the villages where they were allocated but after a few years, it turned out that the close residence of Russian and Chinese peasants was fruitful with domestic conflicts. So the Chinese were evicted to temporary structures in the fields. And by the end of the 2010s, when I conducted like field work in Primoria, in like southern part of the Far East, so this living alienated either directly in greenhouses, for example, or in production sites, fenced off from outside observers, was the dominant form of accommodation for Chinese peasants and farmers. Actually, what surprised me that like local authorities, Russian local authorities, and the Chinese businessmen, they considered this practice rational, but actually, in addition to worsening the quality of life of Chinese workers, this isolation generates some unnecessary rumors and suspicion about the purpose of Chinese in Russia. So it's like you evicted them in isolation, but then you also ask why they are isolated, why they don't integrate in the society. So maybe it's some kind of conspiracy about this, and they doing something in this like isolated space that is dangerous for Russians. And in addition to the practice of physical isolation, there is a practice of legal prohibition on agricultural land use. So Chinese companies actually cannot. It's not only for Chinese companies, it's also for other foreign companies. They cannot lease land for long-term use. And also what is important that the xenophobic attitude of local officials became fertile ground for hindering the work of Chinese farmers. What frightened the officials was not, it's like some results from my interviews, was not the past and present of the Chinese activity in agriculture, but rather the future. And more importantly, how the Chinese were calculating this future. So, you know, there's some stories, some people like in Russia, they tell you stories, very, very similar stories about the Chinese. They think like 100 years ahead. And actually it's a kind of it involves positive discrimination. Why? Because like people are frightened that the Chinese are the like kind of masters of the future. So if they are masters of the future, they I had some interviews and like some officials told me, oh, you know, we don't understand what they are doing on the fields, like farmlands, because we calculated it's unprofitable to make to farm in Russia in the place where they farm. But we understand that it's some kind of very long-term calculations behind this. So they want to be fixed to the land somehow, and like that's why we should somehow restrict the activity. Like in practice, what does it mean? So, for example, it meant that sometimes like Chinese companies couldn't get quota. We call it quota for foreign labor. And Chinese companies were really dependent on attracting Chinese labor from Russia to farm Russian lands. So let's go to conclusion. What I wanted to say is that xenophobia is produced not only by manipulated knowledge of the past and present. At least in Russia, it is related to collective and individual orientations toward the future. While official discourse is unable to generate a clear picture of the future of close relations between Russia and China, Geopolitical thinking in social media makes it easy to construct such a future, turning the Chinese presence in the Far East into a dystopia of Great Russia. The conviction of the Russian elite and society that the potentiality of the Far East is a guarantee for Russian great powerness plays a cruel joke on attempts to establish cooperation with China in the Eastern periphery. A fear of losing this potentiality and the perception of the Chinese as strategists who are good in calculating the future is fertile ground for Sinophobia. So Sinophobia is not only a passive expectation of danger, but also a call to action, to act now, to prevent this Chinese dystopia of the Russian Far East. And yeah, I think.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Sergey Ivanov. Now we move to the paper by Sayana. Well, the poisoned water and tame the bird. I'm curious about this motto. Yeah, please.
Can you hear my? Can you see my screen in PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, fine.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So my appreciation for you, it's a kind of end of the very long and interesting day and full of discussions. First of all, I would like to thank International Center for Cultural Studies for hosting this event, because 3 years ago when we were planning this event together with Alain, so we were kind of in the beginning of the pandemic crisis, and thanks Alain that he stepped in and suggested to have this Sinophobia workshop on the base of the International Center for Cultural Studies. I was part of the Sinophone Borderlands project for some time, and one of our ideas was that for this project we need kind of detailed analysis of the situations in the kind of neighboring states around China, the People's Republic of China, to see this kind of regional differences and particularities of xenophobic narratives. Before I start my presentation, I just would like to say that for me, it's very much work in progress. So I don't do kind of a specifically xenophobic narratives, but during my field work in Eastern Siberia, in Buryatia, I came across various interesting cases which I want to present today. And I will start, so my presentation will include kind of short historical synopsis of various xenophobic fairs, including kind of a recent, present day, and what Alain also said, it would be interesting for you to hear about the xenophobic, very new xenophobic narratives connected with the Russian war in Ukraine. So xenophobic sentiments in Russian Siberia, here I just, because Russian Federation is such a big country, I really want to narrow down my kind of geographical focus only to Eastern Siberia, because I think the dynamics there are quite different from what Sergey introduced just now about the Far East. And of course, it's very different from the dynamics in the central or western part of Russia. So xenophobic sentiments in Russian Siberia are tied to specific historical events and regions and embedded in particular cultural contexts due to its geographical proximity to China and more than 300 years of direct encounters and lived experiences living next to China along the extended China-Russia border. My presentation will discuss one of the earliest specific stereotypes of Chinese among Russian settlers in Eastern Siberia, which can be traced documentally about the time of signing the Treaty of Kyakhta in 1727 between the Russian and the Tsing Manchu officials in atmosphere of mutual distrust and suspicion. Here you see historical map of the 18th century. So you see here the caravan routes which kind of traversed in the Asian massland, and you see the border trade Kyakhta here, but unfortunately kind of authors of this map, they kind of, instead putting Maimachang here, they put kind of double Kyakhta. But anyway, it gives you the geographical location, it gives you impression about which section of the border was regulated by the Kyakhta Treaty in 1727, and of course it shows the kind of location of the Lake Baikal, which I will be talking later. So it is necessary to mention that Russians by that period already has had experienced the defeat from the Qing dynasty, when at the end of the 17th century, Russians gave up the area north of Amur River, north of Amur River, and the Treaty of Nerchinsk, signed in 1689, negotiated the first border demarcation between the Russian and the Qing empires. That is why I assume that Russian officials, by the time of preparing the Treaty of Nerchinsk, already had experienced anxiety and fears about Chinese state as early as the end of the 17th century, based on their unfortunate encounters with the Manchu troops in Alabazin in the southern bank of Amur River. Here I would like to update a view of the editors of the Yellow Peril volume, our colleagues Frank Bile and Soren Urbansky, who talk about the origin of the xenophobic sentiments in the Russian Siberia and Far East about the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. However, material they used, historical material they used, it mostly refers to the Far Eastern and Vladivostok material, while I talk about the as early kind of first xenophobic sentiment as early at the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 19th century. In other words, by the time of the preparing Kyakhta Treaty, Russian negotiators were already suspicious and intended to take revenge after the unfavorable terms of Treaty of Nerchinsk. So Count Raguzinsky, the Tsarist envoy, he was paranoid and suspected their Manchu Chinese counterparts in possibility of poisoning local rivers, the Selenga River and the Chikoi River that run from Chinese side into Russia, because he suspected that the Chinese would like to expel Russians from the newly conquested Siberian territories. So he chose to establish a trade point in a remote and desolate place away from the existing trade roads in a place called Kyakhta, where Kyakhta stream, you see here on this side, was the river to flow from Russia to China. It couldn't be poisoned by the Chinese. So here you see the nice quote from a local border officer, Sergei Cherepanov, who tried to justify Raguzinsky's choice and fear of poisoned waters. So yeah, so you see, so this is just to explain you. So this is kind of Russo-Chinese border. This is the gate, trading gates, where traders would kind of cross the border on a daily manner between Kyakhta. So you see this kind of lots of Russian Christian Orthodox churches, and this was kind of called Maimacheng. yes, a trading quarter across the Russia-China border. So this was kind of the main Miao, like praying house to worship Mongol god, because most of the troops stationed in Maimachen actually were of Manchu and Mongol origin, while Chinese traders were from the inner provinces, from Shanxi. So here you see the historical map of one French geographer who really kind of emphasized that the river flow goes from Russian side to China. So here the quote of Cherepanov. Cherepanov was a messenger who frequently traveled between Siberian General Governor Office to Beijing, taking various messages and posts. And as a person who knew more about China than his compatriots, so he kept diary and recorded very interesting data about how people lived and how people perceived each other. So he wrote, there were plenty of good places to establish a trade point, but there was a problem. All rivers run from China to Russia. And what if a bad time comes with mutual enmity? Surely the Chinese will poison the water and Russians will die. What has to be done? At whatever cost, it was necessary to find the river that would flow to China. And he, Count Roguzinsky, found the Kyachta stream. So this is kind of one of the examples of the early fairs against China and Chinese state. And here on this picture, you see the official coat of arms of the border trade town Kyachta, which shows head of a dragon. And as one historical document dated 1869 explains, it is not just a head of dragon. It is a head of the beheaded and guillotined dragon with red eyes and still bleeding. And because dragon symbolized China. And I think that this kind of a fair against China also was based on a kind of different religious ideas that, and you know that it should be noted that a beheaded and vanquished dragon is one of the most popular motifs in Christian and Russian Orthodox iconography depicting, for example, St. George victory over pagans. So this is not Russian Orthodox kind of a depiction. I took it as a kind of example that in Anglo-Saxon and world. So this is also kind of very popular motif of St. George fighting dragon. So Cherepanov also wrote about other xenophobic fairs which appeared in Kyachta at his time in the middle of the 19th century. So that time, interestingly, local Russians, accused Chinese in using black magic to grow vegetables that they sold in Kyachta market during winter and early spring. So the Kyachta citizens were simply not aware that the Chinese grew their vegetables in greenhouses just across the border behind the wall of Maimachen. So here you see very nice kind of Chinese Mongolian painting from Maimachen to show probably somewhere here there was kind of hidden greenhouses to grow vegetables. But because Russians were not familiar with the agricultural Chinese, so they probably were easier to explain why Chinese start selling vegetables in the winter and spring just by that they accusing them in using black magic. Interestingly, xenophobic narrative of poisoned water and poisoned vegetables, what just Sergei also mentioned in his presentation, they appeared again in Eastern Siberia in the 2000s, when Chinese farmers came to Eastern Siberia in large numbers to grow vegetables according to intergovernmental agreement on cross-border cooperation. Locals accused Chinese in growing poisoned vegetables because of high usage of fertilizers and chemicals, which contaminated local waters. So in this case, I would like to refer and to self-promote my article published in 2018, where I kind of analyzed all this kind of a string of historical xenophobic fairs, in an article called Deja Vu of Distrust in the Sin-Russian Borderlands, because I think that, first of all, distrust and mutual distrust was the foundation of the first xenophobic fairs from the both sides, because Russians produced lots of xenophobic kind of narratives about Chinese, and as well Chinese or local Manchus or local Mongols also produced a lot of kind of a Russia-phobic narratives that period. So I also refer to a recent article published by Grigoriev and Koreshkova in Asia, who also explained this kind of a poisonous vegetable and poisonous waters narratives. And I want to say that my interlocutors that period also claimed that Chinese agricultural workers added chemicals directly into water wells to water their vegetables. And that poisoned water penetrated water-bearing ground. And then this poisoned water went to waterbed and reached the Lake Baikal, the symbol of purity, called the Pearl of Russia or the Pearl of Siberia. And just to remind some geographical data, that Lake Baikal contains about 20% of the world's fresh water. And interestingly, that xenophobia in this part of the world seems to have some, let's say, liquid characteristics, that danger still comes from China through water and with waters that flow from direction of China. And similarly, another xenophobic narrative I encountered happened in a small fisherman village, Gremyachinsk, on the Lake Baikal in 2020. So Lake Village Gremyachinsk, it's a very small, mostly Russian populated village. People still live in this, kind of a classical wooden houses, and they live on fishing. There is no much industry. So man mostly labor force is kind of preoccupied in timber industry, in fishing, and they live on hunting, collecting berries, so mostly they live on nature. So in a way, it's a kind of example of the pre-modern, let's say, society, very closed, small community. And you see this kind of nice scene and beautiful Lake Baikal. So the Lake Baikal and its kind of resources, everything they live on. So, but this new xenophobic narrative, it's more linked with environmental and perhaps climate changes happening in the region. Unusual hot summers and waves of heat allowed some bird species migrate further to the north. And that summer, when I was there in 2020, the Lake Baikal and fishing communities along its shores suffered from invasive birds called sea ravens. Here you see, there were a lot of publication in the press, so I just put some of the examples. So they also named, in Russian they called baklans, so they're also nicknamed as a killer bird. So these birds are known under another name as a cormorant, or Latin Corvus marinus, for its enormous fish craving. Sea ravens can dive into the water up to 20 meters deep and eat more fish than any of the local seagulls. So the collateral damage for the local fishing industry that summer was about 826 tons, according to the data of the Ministry of Agriculture of the region, or about, which stands about 2/3 of fishing annual quota for locals. So seagulls, local species like seagulls, and local fishermen couldn't catch enough fish to feed themselves. So in addition, sea ravens started expelling seagulls, destroying their nest and eating their eggs and chicks. Just to explain that how disastrous it looked, can you see this? Okay.
А на этом любительском видео количество баклана сейчас на Байкале. Запись длится около минуты, где тысячи птиц заполонили небо в погоне за омулом. Автор видеозаписи, уроженец Баргузинского района, говорит, что еще немного и половину омуля выбьет баклан. И все усилия по запуску.
Sorry?
We cannot hear it or watch it.
Oh, you couldn't watch it?
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so let me share again. Oh, wait a moment. Can you see it now? Can you see it now?
Запрету и восстановлению популяции байкальского эндемика падут прахом. Люблю рыбалку, очень часто видел, как баклан. Ё-моё, 1 миллион. А на этом любительском видео количество баклан.
Yeah, and there were also a lot of video shots. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so it's obvious that locals received this kind of arrival of the invasive species as an environmental disaster, but this environmental disaster needed somehow to be mentally operated, and of course it was kind of done with the tools of the political kind of various political concepts. In my conversation with the local fishermen, I was surprised to hear some phantasmagoric explanation of the situation. According to my interlocutor, a local fisherman, the crisis was caused by Chinese who wanted to expel local populations from the Lake Baikal because China was thirsty for fresh water sources. That period, local government closed down a joint venture with Chinese participation because of some faults in paperwork. And that joint venture with Chinese participation wanted to bottle Baikal water and to sell it in China. And newspaper articles about that time also discussed discussed the issue that China aimed to extract and pump water from the Lake Baikal for agricultural areas in its northeastern provinces, such as Gansu province. So here I mean so-called north to south water diversion infrastructure project like Beishui, Nandiao. So this sort of news heated people's imagination to link their affairs with some unusual things happening around them in nature and much discussed climate change issues. So my interlocutor tried to convince me in a, let's say, cosmopolitical power of China, not only kind of modernity or political dominance, but even cosmopolitical power of China, the Chinese could tame sea ravens and send these aggressive birds to conquest the Lake Baikal and to expel local species together with people from there. I found this explanation very interesting because it kind of empowers Chinese with superhuman qualities as masters of nature, who can, let's say, rule the animal and the bird's realm. I was thinking, when I was thinking about this kind of fieldwork materials and which kind of anthropological concept to use to analyze it, I was thinking that the concept of the anthropological machine, which George Agamben introduced in 2002 in his book, The Open, Man and Animal, would be suitable to analyze it. In Agamben analysis, early forms of this machine operated by humanizing animals, such that some people were considered animals in human forms, like, for example, barbarians and slaves. Modern versions of the machine operate by animalizing humans, such that some people were or are considered less human. For example, gypsies, Jews during the Holocaust, and more recently, perhaps migrants, or Asian and Chinese in the context of the historical Yellow Peril. So you see that this anthropological machine works in both ways, to dehumanize and to humanize some social groups, ethnic minority groups, social groups, or maybe people of different race, so they can be rendered sometimes, depending on situation, as non-humans or superhumans. And I was thinking that probably it also makes sense to suggest that this anthropological machine can also work to superhumanize certain groups and endue them with supernatural powers and abilities of a super race. Whether it was just an idiomatic, fearsome comparison to depict Chinese as invasive sea ravens, because you see on these pictures, sea ravens are innumerous, they're kind of very hungry, they're thirsty for new, they're eager to get more territories for living kind of a Lebensraum in the German geopolitical terms. So it's possible that they try to compare these sea ravens with Chinese, who are kind of expelling local species, local communities from their land. So this would be just kind of another dehumanizing narrative when you kind of extrapolate the social relations of human into the animal world. Or it was an attempt to apprehend economic, political, and military rise of China also as a cosmopolitical superpower. That will be a new superhumanizing narrative, a new turn in, let's say, history of the xenophobic sentiments. But nevertheless, both these kind of explanations, they all describing changes in attitudes towards Chinese transformation with new element towards China's transformation with the new elements of awe to xenophobic fears and anxieties. Because it's very much work in progress, so I am not ready to provide you with kind of this, with very kind of analytical, let's say, conclusion. Probably I'm still kind of reading materials and investigating kind of other local cases. And but as a concluding remark, I want to say that Eastern Siberia, due to its long historical kind of relations with China neighborhood, it continues to produce lots of also new xenophobic narratives. And Alan asked me to introduce you some xenophobic sentiments connected with the Russian war in Ukraine. So, as you know, probably most of the troops deployed by Russia in Ukraine have been moved from the Russian Far East and Eastern Siberia, neighboring regions with China. Historically, these regions maintained border security, and they have high number in population employed in military and border service. Starting from January this year, much forces from the Russian Far East and Siberia have been sent to the Ukrainian border, and this mass move of thousands of soldiers towards the West, it left an impression among local population that border with China was left naked. And later this year, when high combat losses of the Russian forces in Ukraine happened, this let people start discussing that these troops actually are not coming back. and actually there won't be additional military human forces to recover a proper policing of the border. So the narrative that Asiatic territories of Russia are now defenseless and became an easy target for Chinese invasion produced a number of conspiracy theories. So according to one of them, the real purpose of the Putin's war was not to defeat and to conquest Ukraine, but to extinguish menfolk and depopulate Siberia and the Russian Far East, to make annexation by China easier. So this view was voiced in one interview broadcasted on YouTube with several parents from Eastern Siberia whose soldier sons who used to serve the border were killed in Ukraine. So this conspiracy theory actually suggests that Putin acts in favor of Xi Jinping, who in this narrative, when Xi Jinping kind of acquires features of the mysterious Fu Manchu as manipulative, calculating, ruthless, and intending in world domination. So in these things, I would think it would be interesting, potentially interesting to explore the role of Xi Jinping, how he has been how kind of as mythological figure who kind of related to new kind of xenophobic narratives. And that probably this is all what I wanted to say. So the aim of my presentation was mostly kind of descriptive to introduce you various historical and present day narrative. And because in our discussion during this workshop, I actually was able to attend first 2 hours of the workshop, I just want to say that Yellow Peril in Russia has lots of regional varieties, and sometimes, especially in Eastern Siberia, it was more often related to kind of Pan-Asianism, because Russia has its own Asian population. So in this case, Yellow Peril as a historical concept kind of more kind of refers to the Western or American kind of examples rather than to Siberian and the Far Eastern situation. And there are also Asian kind of in Asiatic part of Russia, there are also different other kind of Asia-related anxieties, like let's mention Pan-Mongolism, let's mention also kind of Pan-Asianism also. Yeah, so probably, and my suggestion is to kind of to try to see regional particularities of the xenophobic affairs, at least in terms of the Russia, because Russia is a huge country. It has lots of regional varieties and lots of different histories of kind of encounters with China and Chinese state. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sayana Namsarova.
Okay, just call me Sayana, that's it.
Okay, okay. Okay, let's move further westward to Uzbek Perspectives by Azim Marikov.
Good afternoon. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, it's perfect.
Thanks. So my topic of research is Uzbek perspectives on the growth of China influence in the region. It's a totally different region than Russian Far East or Japan or Vietnam. Because Uzbekistan has its own peculiarities, which I mentioned. First of all, it has not any borders with China. So it's in the center of Central Asia. We don't have Chinese migrants, probably very tiny, few thousand Chinese migrants in the capital of Uzbekistan or some other cities in the east, not so numerous. Xenophobic discourse is not so strong in Uzbekistan if we compare with Kazakhstan neighboring in the north, or Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan. Uzbekistan, population of Uzbekistan has a very ancient tradition of cultural interaction with China. And during this two millennia cultural interaction tradition, we most have positive feelings about Chinese culture and Chinese. The only sensitive topic for Uzbek citizens and of Uzbek origin, it's a Uyghur issue. Uyghur issue because Uyghur people is very close linguistically, culturally to Uzbeks. So this point is very important in forming xenophobic discourse in Uzbekistan. So let's start. So when interacting with the Central Asian states, China both relies on previous experience of interacting with global world and tries to develop an approach to each state based on its characteristics. The strengthening of China's influence in Central Asia is accompanied by the formation of xenophobia, which has various causes and manifestations. The difference of my research from others is that I will try to analyze the influence of different traditions of perception of China and the Chinese by the inhabitants of the oasis of Central Asia, from the pre-Soviet era to the present day. Special attention will be paid to the analysis of the policy of the government of Uzbekistan towards the implementation of China's soft power in Uzbekistan. The paper will also analyze the causes and factors influencing the increase and decrease of xenophobia among certain population groups in Uzbekistan. The sources of my research were the mass media, various forums in Facebook, YouTube channels, and interviews with intellectuals of Samarkand and Tashkent. I researched the basic principles of constructing the image of the Chinese culture in China in school history textbooks in Uzbekistan. Previous study, researchers who analyzed the material on xenophobia in Uzbekistan mainly focused on two countries that bordered China, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. The perception of China by inhabitants of Uzbekistan and xenophobia in the region have been little studied. As analysts noted, in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, public opinion about China remains completely inaccessible because of political regime restrictions. Some researchers have tried to generalize data on xenophobia to the entire region, and it must be admitted that there are some common features in xenophobia in the region. However, each country in the region has its own characteristics. For example, some researchers believe that xenophobia has long roots in the region. I do not agree with this approach, since xenophobic discourse is absent in the pre-Soviet historical literature from medieval Central Asian states, except of one state which bordered with China's Kokand Khanate. Today in Central Asia, as sinologists of this region admit, there is no methodology and school for systematic study of China. This is really trouble for Central Asian countries right now. Probably one exception of Kazakhstan, probably. Based on studies of other regions of the world, some researchers distinguish between two types of xenophobia, driven by group differences and driven by risk. I think this model can be applied to Central Asia as well. Risk-based xenophobia is thought to have a stronger influence on decisions on China-related issues than group-based xenophobia. Negative perceptions of China and negative assessments of China's influence are components of xenophobia, but they can be distinguished from each other in terms of their sources and consequences. Often people perceive sometimes or someone as a threat when they have limited knowledge about it and assume that there may be a threat of discrimination and tension. Xenophobia is not a static phenomenon. The researchers suggest that the contact with China and the deepening the knowledge about it can help reduce xenophobia. In reducing xenophobia, soft power also can play a role. I understand soft power as the ability to positively project oneself and change the actions, opinions, and beliefs of the other, creating a sense of confidence and attractiveness. To understand the perception of China in Uzbekistan, it is necessary to separate the opinions of political elites and the population of the country. Before moving on the question of how Uzbeks perceive China and how China exercises its soft power in Uzbekistan, I would like to give a brief overview of the complexity of Uzbekistan and the peculiarities of the Uzbek nation. Uzbekistan is a multi-ethnic country with an ancient tradition of tolerance and coexistence of various ethnic groups. In the era of the Russian Empire and the Soviet period, the multinationality and multi-confessionalism of Uzbekistan intensified and became more complex. Features of the geography of Uzbekistan influenced the formation of micro-oases where several historical and ethnographic groups with their own characteristics have been formed over the centuries. Uzbekistan, occupying a key geostrategic position in the center of Eurasia, largely determines the nature of interregional relations in Central Asia. According to observers, a neo-patrimonial and authoritarian state was formed in Uzbekistan under Islam Karimov, which is now being reformed, but this process is still going. In 2017, after the transit of power, the republic rapidly changed from a closed and even isolationist foreign policy model to a proactive one. On the one hand, the atmosphere of regional dialogue and the nature of cooperation between the Central Asian countries have improved dramatically. One of the main characteristics of the modern foreign policy of Uzbekistan can be noted. It's a multi-vector. Second is pragmatism. Tashkent is ready to develop cooperation with everyone with whom interaction will bring investments, mutually advantageous projects. As researchers note, Uzbek politics today is characterized by the absence of any ideology except of such pragmatism. When studying the issue of mechanisms for Central Asian countries to interact with China, many experts express concern about the silence cultivated by the authorities of Central Asia, including Uzbekistan, regarding partnership with Beijing. We don't know any details, how they interact, what kind of agreements. We don't know all details. This is a big problem. The transformations of Uzbekistan by Mirziyoyev also made it possible for the population to take a different look at PRC for the first time. In the society, there have been more discussions about human rights and especially the rights of Muslims in the PRC. Government corruption has also become one of the widely and openly discussed topics. China is a main foreign trade partner of Uzbekistan. In recent years, relations between bodies of PRC and Uzbekistan have been successfully carried out, and economic cooperation has been growing. Chinese policy in Uzbekistan. Over the past 2 decades, China has stepped up its involvement in Central Asia. Several main priorities have been identified for China in Central Asia: border security, the fight against the East Turkestan movement, energy, economic interests, geopolitics. Beijing is particularly concerned with the threat of Islamic fundamentalism and separatism in Xinjiang. An active campaign against terrorism, separatism, and extremism will be China's goal in Central Asia for a long time to come. Energy resources are the main interest of China and other countries competing for influence in Central Asia. Sorry. From China's perspective, stability is seen as a necessary condition for normal and inevitable political and economic relations with the region. Any instability in the region would harm China's interests and create the risk of chaos. According to Umarov, China's interest in Central Asia also related to the fact that the region is geographically located in the center of Eurasian continent and could potentially become its transit land hub. China's public diplomacy in the region seeks to create a national image of ethnocultural diversity, religious freedom, historically based intercultural contexts. However, the attitude towards the Uyghurs in China causes some Uzbek intellectuals to distrust Chinese policy. The Uyghur issue is directly related to the ideas of Turkism, which are popular among the intellectual circles of the Turkic-speaking countries of Central Asia. The independence of the Central Asian republics led to the revival of the ideas of Turkism, perceived by Beijing as a threat not only to its interests in Central Asia, but also to the internal stability of Xinjiang and China's sovereignty. The Confucius institutes have become the main symbol of China's soft power. In Uzbekistan, we have two Confucius institutes in the country. One is in capital, in Tashkent, and second is in Samarkand. Given the complex regional environment in terms of influence, China primarily used soft power in the form of educating Uzbek students at Chinese universities, fostering tourism, interpersonal communication, cultural and scientific exchange. In 2016, experts noted that Sinophiles hardly have any institutional position in Central Asian countries. There are many reasons for this. In Uzbekistan, the situation changed after 2017, when websites appeared that partly advertise how China helps Uzbeks Chinese ties with Central Asia. At first time in history of Uzbekistan happened. The events since then are, however, further worsening China's image. There are slow process of introducing imitations of some traditional Chinese holidays in Uzbekistan, which may contribute to boost cultural integration. It's in perception of local authorities, of course. Since 2020, some Chinese dances associated with the celebration of the Chinese New Year have been introduced into some kindergartens in Samarkand during the celebration of the New Year. Why they choose Chinese dance, the head of the kindergarten refrained from commenting. I guess they got instructions from Tashkent, because next example it shows, proves it. In 2020, the issue of introducing the Chinese language in some kindergartens in Uzbekistan was even discussed at the Ministry of Preschool Education of Uzbekistan. The Chinese side promised to help in this matter, which indicates that this initiative came from the Chinese side. This initiative caused negative responses on social networks from both Uzbek-speaking and Russian-speaking citizens of Uzbekistan, who started talking about Sinicization and expansion of China in Uzbekistan. At the same time, the Chinese government fears the rise of Sinophobia in Uzbekistan, and sometimes this fear has hilarious manifestations. For example, at the peak of the pandemic in the summer 2020, the Samarkand TV channel STV showed a story about a video from social networks in which mentally inadequate or disabled man announces that he was sent by higher powers to save humanity from coronavirus. To carry out this mission, he needs to get to China since this is the homeland of the disease. The Chinese embassy in Uzbekistan immediately reacted to this speech. A spokesman for the Chinese embassy in Uzbekistan reminded the Samarkand soothsayer that China is not the homeland of the virus. So it's a funny situation. Then another case demonstrates how Chinese authorities are reacting to social discontent in Uzbekistan somehow related to China or Chinese citizens. In 2018, headquarters of the city for the city planners and authors of the general plan of Samarkand city was organized in Samarkand. The main consultant of the concept of the general plan was a Chinese specialist, Son Xiaolong. He was the vice president of the China Construction Engineering Design Group Corporation Limited, and he was involved in the development of the general plan of Samarkand as a result of a contract signed between the Chinese company and the National Bank of Uzbekistan in August 2018. However, in 2018-2019, an acute social problem arose in Samarkand associated with the mass demolitions of houses by the city authorities. Mass dissatisfaction arose among the population, expressed in the discussion of this issue in social networks. Apparently, the Chinese side did not want the formation of xenophobic discourse, and since 2020, the participation of the Chinese in the city planning of Samarkand has no longer been mentioned in media. Beijing soft power efforts are disproportionately targeted at Central Asian youth, which is why Central Asian young people are more positive about Beijing than older generations. The dependence of Central Asian elites on Chinese development loans and their corrupt use is just one potential factor in anti-Chinese sentiment in the region. The Chinese organizations themselves and the experts in Central Asia countries remain closed in terms of communication with the public, which triggers xenophobia. And the next part is a perception of China and its people in Uzbekistan. So analyzing the medieval historical literature created in Central Asia, one can conclude that positive assessments of China dominate. China was associated with the concepts of knowledge and high culture, and its image was positively mythologized. To designate China, the local population used two terms, Chun and Xtoy. The 15th century Turkic poet Alisher Navoiy used both terms. The positive image of China created in the poems of Alisher Navoiy apparently attracted the attention of Chinese ideologists, and in 2017, a monument to him was erected in Shanghai. Xenophobic discourse was more characteristic for the Kokand Khanate, 18th, 19th centuries, which fought for Eastern Turkestan against Xin Empire. At that time, religion was considered as an important marker of identity, and the struggle against the Chinese was designated as a sacred struggle of the Muslims of the region. Xenophobia intensified during the Soviet era and influenced Uzbek intellectuals. The former leader of the East Turkestan Republic, Alhantura Soghoni, whose memoirs were published in large numbers in independent Uzbekistan, had a great influence on the formation of xenophobia among Uzbek intellectuals. Leading researcher of the Institute of Oriental Studies, Professor Abdulahad Khojaev, played a certain role in the formation of Uzbek-Chinese relation in the 1990s and early 2000s. He is a student of the famous Soviet sinologist academician Tikhvinsky. And in his writings, the continuation of Soviet approaches in interpreting Chinese policy is noticeable. The xenophobic discourse regarding economic cooperation between Uzbekistan and China is evident in the publication of Hojayev. And many years he worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, and he had strong impact on the decision-making in Uzbek politics. Currently, according to Talipov, the Uzbek society is experiencing dual feelings of xenophobia and xenophilia. Previous researchers have noted that the people of Central Asia know little about the traditions and culture of China. Many become victims of anti-Chinese propaganda and prejudice. The legacy of the Soviet era in the form of anti-Chinese Soviet propaganda has a certain role in xenophobia. According to some experts, today the governments of all Central Asian countries have little choice, want to establish closer ties with China because it is better to maintain good relations with powerful neighbor. In Uzbek school history textbooks, China is presented as a country with ancient culture and traditions. According to the authors of these textbooks, the Dungans or Hui of China originated from Central Asian migrants who adopted the Chinese language. So it's one of the interpretations of Hui history. Conflicting issues concerning the history of relations between the Kokand Khanate and the Qin Empire are muted in the textbooks. In Uzbekistan, we do not see so strong anti-Chinese sentiments. However, Chinese-Uzbek marriages cause some public condemnation. The presence of Chinese citizens in Uzbekistan is not very noticeable and is not perceived as a threat. On a cultural level, China remains as distant as ever. Uzbek stereotypes of the Chinese have not been discussed by the scholars. My main argument is that xenophobia is closely related to the desire of Uzbeks to distance themselves from China. And the second issue, it's a Uyghur issue, is very important for the Uzbeks. Unlike Mongolia, where anti-Chinese sentiment is believed to be a result of millennia of interactions between two groups, there is no such discourse in Uzbekistan. Uzbek notions of identity, community, and belonging have been transformed and reshaped during the 20th century. Russian cultural stereotypes about China had great influence on them, but mostly not Russian, Soviet, I would say. Thus, modern Uzbek cultural and geopolitical views on China are fundamentally different from traditional pre-socialist views. It should be emphasized that these negative views are more common among the older generation, and the youth of Uzbekistan have no idea about them. Some statements of Uzbek students studying in the PRC about national question in Uzbekistan also cause strong criticism in Uzbekistan. For example, on March 4th, 2019, Abu Bakir Mamatov, a student from Samarkand, proposed changing the name of Uzbekistan to Heartland or Uzbekland. There was an interesting discussion about this in the forums in 2019, 2020. However, the vast majority of those who spoke negatively about this proposal did not link his position with the ideology or influence of PRC. From 2018, the presence of the families of Chinese people in the streets of Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, who work at various joint ventures in the capital of Uzbekistan became more noticeable. The intensification of Uzbek-Chinese ties and probable increase in the number of Chinese migrants in Uzbekistan against the background of the economic situation in Uzbekistan can potentially contribute to the increase of anti-Chinese sentiments in the country. A particular role in the strengthening of xenophobia may be played by the Uyghur community. According to some analysts, the repression of the Uyghurs does not play any role in the public perception of China in Muslim countries, in some Muslim countries. In Uzbekistan, the situation is different. Uyghur is a Turkic language that is close to Uzbek. and that it has been argued that they are the same language. The Uzbeks are culturally and linguistically very similar to the Uyghurs. Indeed, in the parts of Central Asia, Uzbeks and Uyghurs are regarded as members of the same ethnic group. Studying forums on YouTube channels and in conversation with Uzbek intellectuals, I recorded typical Uzbek expressions that described Uyghurs in the following way. We, Uzbeks and Uyghurs, are Turks. That is one nation. Uzbeks and Uyghurs are united by blood and soul. The Uyghurs are the closest people to the Uzbeks. The Uzbek authorities have never officially paid to the Uyghur issue, which is obviously due to the desire to maintain good relations with powerful China. Even in 1997, the first president of Uzbekistan condemned ideas related to Pan-Turkism, which had certain impact on the public and political elite. The issue of infringement of the rights of the Uyghurs and the PRC politician has been critically discussed by the various Uzbek bloggers living abroad. As analysts noted, xenophobic circles in Central Asia, including Uzbekistan, currently do not have any institutional status. They consist of political opponents, representatives of small business and entrepreneurs who find it difficult to formulate common points of view to build a single platform. The next good example about how China implementing its soft power in Uzbekistan, it's a construction of Confucius monument in Samarkand. In 2018, in the center of Samarkand, unexpectedly for the public of the city, a monument to the ancient Chinese philosopher Confucius was erected. Just to show picture. So it's a square with Confucius monument. Officially, the authorities did not comment on the reason for the erection of the monument. There have been numerous discussions about this monument. Local journalists explained that the monument to Confucius was erected in response to the erection of a monument to Alisher Navoei in Shanghai. However, not just a monument was erected in Samarkand, but a whole complex on the square around the monument. Pavilions were erected in Chinese traditions. The complex is located near the Russian Orthodox Cathedral built in early 20th century. So there was no negativity about China in the discussion. There were more claims that the local authorities that violated the architectural harmony of the so-called European zone of Samarkand. The outcome of the discussion was summed up by the conclusion that the main role was played by loans received from China. Apparently, the Uzbek authorities, having studied the social networks, saw that the erection of a monument to Confucius did not cause strong discontent among the population. And a decision was made to expand the propaganda of Chinese culture in the city. For this, the former building of the Russian Chinese Bank, built under the Russian Empire, was chosen. A museum with expositions, the Great Silk Road, the Golden Heritage of Uzbekistan and China, was placed here, where objects related to China culture are exhibited. So, conclusion. After 2017, changes took place in Uzbekistan, which also affected relations with China. The authorities of Uzbekistan, while maintaining growing and close economic ties with China, do not interfere with the implementation of some China's soft power strategies in the country, and are not afraid to introduce Chinese elements into the local culture of certain regions where there is no Uyghur community. At the same time, however, the opinion of people in social networks is taken into account. The Chinese authorities, in an effort to avoid xenophobia, are trying to pursue a soft policy through the hands of Uzbek officials. Compared to Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, xenophobia will manifest itself less but increase in the number of Chinese workers in Uzbekistan may lead to the increase in anti-Chinese sentiment among the population. The Uyghur issue is discussed by intellectuals of Uzbek and Uyghur origin, but the discussions take place in small groups and sometimes spill over into social networks. So at the end, I will show some pictures. So it's a monument to Confucius in the center of Samarkand. People was really struck in 2018 when the authorities suddenly decided to erect this monument in the center of the ancient Samarkand. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Azim. We had 3 very interesting papers. So we should open the floor for Q&A, for discussion. But before that, I would like to take 5 minutes to bring up an issue that till now we haven't talked about. It's about the topological questions about Chineseness, which is particularly relevant to the inner Asia. Well, I'm thinking of, for example, historically, we have some nomadic peoples or conglomerate of nomadic peoples like Xiongnu, which paralleled Han Dynasty from 2nd century BC to 2nd century AD, and then Hittite from 10th century to early 12th centuries, paralleled of Song Dynasty, and then Mongol. And then Mongol in the mid 13th century to into the late 13th century into the mid 14th century, and then Manchu starting from mid 17th century to early 20th century. So I'm mentioning this because so-called China intercourse with Inner Asia or so-called Eurasia is something represented by these people, Kitai. Till now, I think Russia and maybe Czech or Poland still call China Kitai, Kitai, right? And yeah, right. And Mongol, for example, Kublai Khan's China, okay, and then Manchu's China. So when these people radiating their forces into different directions of Eurasia, they are also conquering China. So they are conquerors of China, and particularly in the first decades of the confrontation with the China, there's a bitter, clash of cultural clash. One example is that the Manchu, they're forbidden, or they force you of the hairstyle of the Manchu style, and that matters. The saying is that if you don't wear that kind of Manchu style of braid hair, your head will be cut off. Okay, so that kind of bitter confrontations, and represented is that so-called Chinese people per se during those era are suffering or at least enduring certain kind of xenophobic policy or ruling. Okay, I'm mentioning this because currently the so-called the Soviet style or the communist China, now sometimes they follow the same procedures. For example, the Great Cultural Revolution are so bitterly destroying what is known as Chinese or traditional Chinese. although they call it feudalist remnant or something like that. Okay, so this is a typology. So which counts as Chinese and or beyond Chinese? Let me raise one interesting point. In the early morning, Alain Brossat mentioned about Pompeo or something, but there's a nuance. He didn't make it clear. Pompeo visited Taiwan twice and welcome here, but he don't have an interest in playing the so-called Chinese vis-a-vis Taiwanese identities, the stream of that. And he is no interesting of encouraging Taiwanese independence. His geopolitical strategy, I would say that it's quite resounding in some part of overseas Chinese and in mainland China, is that, well, the common his not xenophobia in terms of toward Chinese people, not at all, but he's making distinction between so-called the ruling communist regime is actually the most serious or most oppressive regime of Chinophobia or suppressing Chinese people. So see, that is playing that kind of stream, which is also very dynamic in each time Chinese overthrow the like Mongol or Manchu the regime. Yeah, so I want to bring in these topologies into discussions. Thank you. Yeah, so now we opened discussion, and I welcome the three presenters. If you have any remarks on my questions, yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments. This idea about interaction between nomadic groups of people and China was well promoted by Russian ethnologist, historian Lev Gumilev. But if we read his books, strong xenophobic discourse is we can find in his books. His idea that these all nomads who invaded China, starting from Xunnu, they all were later lost their culture, nomadic culture, and were assimilated by this aggressive Chinese culture. This was his point. And of course, we should differentiate between China as a state and Chinese people. This is two different things.
Thank you. Yeah, any questions from?
I have a question. Can I just speak directly? Is it okay?
Sure, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentations. And I have several questions for Azimaka. Thank you. That was a very rich presentation. And my questions maybe is a bit stupid. As you mentioned the Uyghur issue several times, I'm a bit kind of interested about the ethnographic part of this topic, how people understood this Uyghur issue in Uzbekistan. What do they think about it? How many they know about it? And as you said, the Uyghur issue plays very important role in xenophobia among the Uzbek people. Then I really wonder, this Uyghur issue is not a new thing. It has very long historical background, and this kind of discrimination towards Turkicness, towards Muslimness
is not something very new for the Chinese state. And we know a lot of things from Cultural Revolution, before that and after that, and so on and so on. And I really wonder, as I said, how the Uzbek people understood the Uyghur issue. What do they know about it? And the second question is about when I was conducting my fieldwork in Xinjiang, I also interviewed several Central Asian people. Most of them are young people who are studying in Xinjiang, who are studying Chinese language, basically. As you mentioned, the education policy, Chinese education policy in Central Asia, or the Central Asian students who are studying in China. There were several students from Central Asia in Urumqi, and I kind of found a kind of discrimination from those Central Asian people towards not only Uyghurs, but Kazakhs and other Turkic minority, Turkic ethnic groups in Xinjiang, because they have kind of, privileged feeling about they have their own state, independent state, and those ethnic groups in Xinjiang, they don't have their independent state and they're suppressed politically by the Chinese state, so on. So do you think there is something in Uzbekistan among Uzbeks towards people in Xinjiang also? And my third question is, what do you think about Belt and Road, the effect of Belt and Road initiative in Uzbekistan, and what is its affection to this Sinophobia in Uzbekistan? Because as I know, there were so many informal business exchange between Uzbekistan and Xinjiang before the Belt and Road initiative, and after this initiative started, then the state replaced all this informal trade exchange. So Uzbeks stopped coming to Xinjiang for informal trades, and the visa situation was very difficult for them to get Chinese visa, and so on. So what do you think about all those things? I think they're a bit confusing, but I would love to listen to your ideas about all those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think in order to understand what Uzbeks think about Uyghurs and how they expressed it, it's important thing to take into account what changed in Uzbekistan since Mirziyoyev came to power in 2016. Before this, Uyghur issue never was discussed in forums, in Facebook, and nowhere. Only some members of political opposition abroad had opportunity to discuss Uyghur issue. It's it has long history, as you said, but now we can discuss it at least in the forums. Of course, influence of public opinion on the government decisions is really weak in Uyghur issue. Unfortunately, and of course this oppression of Uyghurs in Xinjiang has a long history, and it was described by a famous leader of Eastern Turkestan Republic, Alihan Turasog'uni. His memories was published in Uzbekistan, and many Uzbek intellectuals read his memories. And in the historical literature of Kokand Khenet, who had close relations with the Uyghurs, and it had a strong Uyghur community, they always tried to support Uyghurs. It was in the 19th century. And today, Uzbeks perceive, of course, Uzbekistan is a big country. We have different ethnographic groups, historical groups, and they perceive Uyghurs differently. In eastern part of Uzbekistan, Fergana Valley, in Tashkent, we have numerous Uzbek Uyghur communities, and there are a lot of intermarriages between Uyghurs and Uzbeks. Even some my relatives, they married to Uyghurs. I myself had some Kashgar blood. So, but we have to differentiate between different groups. Also, Uyghurs who migrated to Central Asia, who migrated, for example, 2-3 centuries ago, and if they lived in the regions where you cannot find numerous Uyghur communities, they assimilated, and they have only memories that they came from Xinjiang, from Eastern Turkestan, and they know the names of the subgroups like Kashgarlik. It's most numerous group, Kashgarlik. And but intellectuals in Tashkent, Uzbek intellectuals in Tashkent, in Samarkand, for them Uyghurs, it's a brother people, the closest people in Central Asia. It's closer than other groups that we have around in Uzbekistan. If we compare how, for example, Kazakhs perceive Uyghurs in Xinjiang, and the situation, it's a little bit different, because in Kazakhstan, they mostly caring about the fate of the Kazakh community in Xinjiang. I think it's a ethno-nationalistic policy or situation in Kazakhstan. The same with the Kyrgyz. When I conducted my field work in Kazakhstan, they always differentiated Uyghurs and differentiated Uzbeks. No, because Uzbeks and Uyghurs, they were a sedentary population of Central Asia, and Kazakhs and Kyrgyz, they were 1 century ago, they were nomads. There's also cultural differentiation between us. And Uyghur issue, of course, will be one of the sensitive topic for the Uzbek intellectuals. Of course, if we go to the more ground level, people who has not enough information, sufficient information about the situation with Uyghurs' rights in Xinjiang, they have no any idea about it, because you know, we have also had a very bad situation with the Uzbeks in Afghanistan, with the Taliban situation, you know, and people just discussed it, and even authorities didn't allow to help some Uzbek intellectuals from Afghanistan to migrate to Uzbekistan to save their lives. They even didn't help to Uzbeks, you see. Such kind of very strange situation. It's pragmatic, not. I think it's not pragmatic. At least we could help intellectuals of Uyghur origin and Uzbek origin. So it's a situation. Economically, we have a new policy of Mirziyoyev. He tries to attract different investments to Uzbekistan to develop it. And in the current situation, you know, before this Ukrainian war, we didn't have, the government tried to also find some support in Russia, but now it seems it will be more dependent on China and China investments. This is a situation of nowadays. If you have any other, please, I will tell you more.
No, thank you.
Any questions? Any questions to our another 2 interesting papers?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Okay, there are various Chinese peoples, such as Huarren, okay, Chinese diaspora, Huaren could kind of spelling is HWAREN. HWA is earliest, translation for the Chinese migrant from southern Fujian, or the pinyin, the pinyin HUAREN, the Huaren. But there are Huaren, but not 中国人, not the Chinese. I mean, does the xenophobia in your research make a distinction, 华人 from the 中国人? My question to three of the presenter. Thank you.
I think that I can try to answer your question about the kind of various Chinese peoples. Unfortunately, in the area where I work, like Eastern Siberia, so there is a kind of a Zhongguozhen, it's a kind of overreaching, the kind of category, which includes lots of various other Chinese peoples like Huazhen, Chinese diaspora, and so on. So I think that this is kind of historical perception, because all kind of smaller definitions of various Chinese people, they appeared later. And that's why for people, I think it's easier to use kind of stereotypical categories just to see kind of Huazhen as all as a Zhongguo, you see, and taking into account the long history of the Soviet Union interaction with the People's Republic of China, when there were mostly Chinese from mainland coming to study to Russia to open enterprises in 1930. So it was more kind of instrumental, easier to talk about the Zhongguozhen rather than. So in Russian, unfortunately, there is only one category, ethnic category, Kitayets, which includes all other various Chinese people. So you can say that he's a Kitayets from Xianggang, he's a Kitayets from Taiwan, he's Kitayets from any other parts of kind of East Asian region. So I hope that I gave an answer for your question. Yeah.
Is Sayana the same in Russian Far East? So I think it's like Russian perception as a whole.
Yeah, in Uzbekistan also the same. We say Khtoylik, Kitai, it's the same. Now we have discussions about discourse of the medieval period, Chinlik, Khtoylik, and they intellectuals discuss about the content, but it's relating to the medieval sources, not current days. Current days, it's a Khtoylik, Chinese culture, Chinese state, Khtoylik. Thank you.
Yeah, may I just a quick remark. According to the Alain Brossat's paper this morning, I think if now the xenophobia becomes some actualized situation in whatever in the United States or other place, or not only Huaren, not non-Chinese Huaren, or even non-Huaren Asian will be suffered from or risk. Because they probably under such a situation, they will not have the chance or time to put on any sign showing that they are not Chinese. Yeah, so the xenophobia will have a consequence, negative consequence to all the Asians. Yeah. That's I'm impressed by his saying that you before you can have time to take out your green passport, which is Taiwan, with the golden character of Taiwan. Before that you already, have a bloody face, so that's a quite impressive, characterization.
No, I think for Alain Brossat, he thinks all people, for example, in Taiwan, they are Chinese. If you have any grievance against that, I mean, against China, that would be your narcissism on your small difference. So either Chinese in Southeast Asia, or Chinese in Hong Kong, or Chinese in Taiwan, or Chinese elsewhere, if they are fixated to this petty difference, then they are narcissistic about this petty difference. So I think his categorization is much broader than what Professor Chu was describing.
Well, let me say something that I perceive what Alain Brossat is saying. I don't think that he has any argument saying that people in Taiwan are all Chinese. He don't need that. He's just saying that the ruling elite in Taiwan are projecting certain kind of a strong will to have a continental drift, and then they show cultural renegade, which is make him depressed. Cultural renegade. For example, I just raise an example. We have elected congressman who is a black metal star. Okay, so there's any arguments saying that why you bring up the Taiwanese black metal music into Taiwan, but he's stipulating that deities like Mazu and Guangdong are Chinese deities, so it's unfit for Taiwan. I think he is he's a response to that kind of cultural relegation, or that kind of exclusive with the exclusion of or something like, and yeah, from his paper, he's not arguing that all Taiwanese is a Chinese, or even what kind of native Bunong or Hakka or anything. That doesn't matter. Okay, what he is talking about is that kind of momentum of cultural renegades. Yeah. I don't heard anything from him saying that all Taiwanese, no matter what ethnics, are Chinese.
No, he said 90%.
Pardon me?
Don't be distracted by the images.
Well, I kind of wanted to see where this conversation was going, so I was a bit hesitant. But since it seems to have stopped, I wanted to go back to the previous question, and I just wanted to extend Fanlong's question, because she asked the question of the panelists today about the distinctions between transnational Huarren Chinese and citizens of the PRC. But since we have earlier presenters from today, including Miyoshi, who were talking about Japan, I wanted to extend that question to Yoshi as well. About in Japan, is there a distinction that how are the Chinese Japanese sort of fit into this? Those who are like residents of Japan. I was just kind of curious, just to extend that from the panelists. And if anyone else from the earlier presentations is still available online, I don't know if people have logged off.
How Japanese view Chinese.
population.
You may need to use.
Since so loud, since Japan has a Chinese population in Japan, I wonder how they're affected by the views of China that you were describing,
Right.
of PRC China.
Okay, yeah. Let me comment on Fanlong's question. You know, I know Fanlong's been working on this this project, and I think Fanlong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're trying to do is actually trying to distinguish Taiwanese from Chinese in a peaceful way, not in a radical way to cause political tension. And you're kind of bringing people's attention to this diversified Chineseness, and which is interesting in itself. But wouldn't it be too much to what do you call to expect non-Chinese or non-Asian to be aware of such complex dynamics or diversified Chineseness? Now, I think Japan is a little different, of course. Japan being kind of stuck in the middle. There was a big, you know, if you look at from Meiji, this intellectual history, Japan is stuck in the middle between West and the so-called the rest or Asia. And this is a big debate. So it's kind of like the pendulum swings between, okay, we should stick with Asia. And then it swings again, like, no, we should leave Asia. We should join the West. So, but Japanese being Asians and have geographical proximity, also deeper understanding of Asians and Chinese. Of course, in Japan, to answer Derek's question, I think people do make a distinction between Chinese, obviously Chinese from mainland China coming as a tourist or just so-called fresh off the boat, and those who's been living for generations. And those who's been living for generations pretty much has Japanized, or they were born and grew up, they're bilingual, if not fluent in Japanese, to say the least. And I don't know much about the so-called Chinese Japanese or overseas Chinese or Chinese diaspora in Japan, but there are more Koreans, and the Koreans are also caught in between these different nationalities. Like they're ethnically Korean, and since they were discriminated in Japan in many cases, they believed they were growing up. They believed they were Koreans, but when they went to Korea, they noticed they're different from Koreans in the motherland or the fatherland. So they have come to settle. They're kind of liminal in a way, but they found peace in saying that they are Zainichi. They're neither Korean nor Japanese, but they're Zainichi Koreans. So yes, I think that answers your question. Yeah, thank you.
If we discuss this issue, xenophobia, and we problematize that concept or the token, rhetorical token, and try to analyze the discursive construct or the geopolitical, geoeconomic play of power blocks on both sides. Okay, what's the point to emphasize so-called ethnic Chineseness? Ethnic Chinese, Indonesian ethnic Chinese, Malaysian ethnic Chinese, Thai in ethnic Chinese, Burma ethnic Chinese. They change their name and they erase their past, and they even totally erase this so-called cultural roots. So what's the point to discuss this 90% ethnic Chinese in Taiwan, the darling of global democracy? This is Alain's word, why do they betray or the so-called Chinese? So there's no point. We are discussing how this society or this political community or whatever term it is, okay, how did they, or there's a Uyghur community in different places, or and so on. How do they deal with this tension between the neighboring countries, or in its historical past, and at which point, for example, Vietnam, okay, at which point there's oneness with this the central government and the tribute system. Okay, they offer their gift, their slaves, they follow the same practice of this bureaucratic system and also exam system. And when did they erase entirely? So, and whether that is irrational or whether that is continuously in the making, this is the issue that we are looking into. We are not stressing who are Chinese, and how do we define the Chineseness, whether you should obey forever or show your allegiance, or why do you, and so on. So can Japanese people, are you sure the homogeneity of your Chinese Japanese people, even though yeah, yeah, this is what I was saying. Okay, so that the so-called difference, it is not narcissism of the difference, small difference, but how do this group of people form their community, whether they can really be equal among one another, themselves, and whether they still have different forms of hierarchy, the internal racist hierarchy, and so on. Okay, yeah.
I have a question to Azim. Azim, as I understood from your paper, the general attitude toward China is positive in Uzbekistan, and you said that some people said that like all Central Asia are pretty negative to China. Yeah, it's a kind of really mistaken generalization, but can you, but as I know, in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, people are pretty negative about China. So can we say that this difference is because of the absence of common border, that Uzbekistan doesn't border China, so the perception of China in Uzbekistan is pretty different from Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you very much for this question. It needs to clarify it. So there are many reasons for this. Why I would not say that China population of Uzbekistan is positive to China state, but more neutral, I would say. But the main reason is not just only border or absence of Chinese migrants, but also political system, because they try to control people to express their views and to discuss very sensitive issues. This is also state controlling people more stronger in Uzbekistan than in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. So it's a difference of political system also. Because we have strong Uyghur communities, they are ready to discuss and on the high level this issue. I mentioned Abdullahat Khojayev, who contributed to xenophobic discourse. He's originally Uyghur, and he was influential person in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1990s. But now he is retired, he is 80 years old, and policy in Uzbekistan also changed. and with Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. With Kazakhstan, we have the problems with Chinese migrants and society, and has more rights to discuss these important issues. And they have big phobia, so they have border with China. So one day, it's an old Soviet, of course, tradition. So one day China will invade Kazakhstan and include it as a part like Xinjiang. We don't have border. It's also save us like this. But it's a multiple reasons. So you have to look more complex picture. Thank you.
Can I comment? Yeah. I know there's only like 7 minutes left, but 2 questions. One question is like, I think it was in Alan's essay, he mentioned about perhaps Asian hates each other more. That was a provocative statement. And of course, I had to pause. And I want to kind of extend that statement to say that, could it be like Chinese people hate each other more? And of course, by saying this, quote unquote, yeah, I mean, this Chinese people, okay, maybe Huaren, right? Among the Huaren, okay, let's say cultural Chinese. And of course, by bringing this up, I'm thinking about the Hongkonese, how Hongkonese would call like Chinese, those tourists or migrants, locusts. Okay, that's pretty a racist thing. I mean, Japanese wouldn't go that far. Most Japanese wouldn't go that far. And of course, here in Taiwan, we do sense this anti-Chinese sentiment. So I was thinking like, of course, when I read that Alan's comment, I felt like, no, that's not true. But then I felt like looking among the so-called greater China, maybe the Chinese really hate each other more than, I mean, other Asian hates Chinese. I'm just bringing this up to the table. Another thing is, I think when I was listening to Sergey's presentation, I was really surprised when I saw the slide. I think it was about when you interview the people, Russians in the Far East, their perceptions of Chinese. And there was a big letter saying that large population, right? And I was thinking like, how could they be so naive? All they think about China is like just a lot of people, like ants, or they didn't say ants, but a lot of people. And I think others were really kind of neutral. And I'm like, in this age of social media, is that all they know about China? Right? So, or could it be that they're not so wired to internet? Is that why it is? And this kind of brings to my final question to all the presenter. I know Sayana's presentation was more, I think, historical, but I was thinking in this age of social media, does proximity with China, bordering with China, how does that relate to the Sinophobia? I mean, what I'm alluding to is before the age of social media, perhaps, you know, those bordering countries, those so-called neighbors, or to use Alan's word, China's margins, those people have greater Sinophobia because they know Chinese, and that kind of breeds stereotypes. But in this age of social media, you don't have to have experience with Chinese, but so many information, you know, you can have access to information through YouTube, TikTok, or whatsoever, and that breeds more Sinophobia and racism. Could that be the case, whether it's in Uzbekistan or the Far East? I mean, perhaps some Americans have more phobia against China than Japanese or Koreans or those Russians in the Far East. Could that be the case? Could you comment on your experience? Thank you. Sorry, that's a big question to drop at the when there's only like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. I try to be brief. Very interesting questions. There are a variety of various kind of explanations, but I want to say that starting from the 1990s, when the after the fall of the Soviet Union, when the kind of border regime became more soft and more porous, so lots of Russians from Far East and Siberia started traveling to neighboring Chinese regions, because China at that time was kind of kind of getting prosperous, and border trade was kind of developing very fast. So for many provincial Russians who grew up in a very rural areas, so travel to China was a kind of an eye-opening moment, because they live with the impression of the Soviet period that that China is a backward country, like which was kind of under the economic and financial protection of the Soviet Union. And suddenly when they went to Manzhouli, for example, yes, or to Suifenghe, they suddenly saw different China, which was very modern. And for them, it was kind of the turn 80, 100 degrees to see that actually West is China and China is the West. You see, so I think that in this case, all the xenophobic sentiments, historical, they will kind of still get very confused and mixed, because China was from one point still enemy, from another point it was open market society, which was enjoying kind of economic development, consumerism, and many Russians went to China just to spend holidays, weekends. And there's kind of all different new and old narratives coming together. But at the same time, together with this kind of a new image of China, the state propaganda like TV and everything, official discourse, was still kind of influencing people's minds about the China threat, about the potential invasion, that China is not a friend, it's kind of more frenemy and you can't betray. So this kind of landscape of distrust was still kind of existing. And actually what surprises me was all types of xenophobia in Russia. They're all very much terrestrial, based on the fears that China will come and grab the land. So it seems to me that Russians, so this fear talks more not about China, but about Russians, that in official political discourse, they're more afraid of losing territory and natural resources rather than acculturation, Chinese migration, mixed marriages. So things may be more strong, features may be more strong in other xenophobic kind of discourses in other neighboring countries. So why xenophobic sentiments in Russia so terrestrial, so chthonic, let's say. So this is kind of issue which puzzles me, because Russia is kind of huge territory. Most of the territory is not developed yet. It's not very kind of densely populated, especially in Siberia and Russia. So why is there such a fear of the territorial kind of losses, you see? Which may be not very specific for other forms of xenophobia in other kind of countries along the China borders.
Yeah, I also can add to what Sayana said about why Russians perceive China mainly as a country with a huge population. Actually, it comes from what also Sayana said, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and when people started to look at the world through geopolitical categories, not from communism ideology, but from geopolitical categories. And actually, I think that just Sayana said about the TV, that state television shows some xenophobic narratives. I don't agree, actually. But what state television, state television does is that it actually enhances this geopolitical vision of the world. That's why people know very basic facts about countries. And if China has great population and you view the world geopolitically, it means like you can calculate like that China is a threat, because like even if state television says that China is a friend, but at the same time television always stress that geopolitical things are the most important things that you should consider viewing the world. That's why, and this perception is much more deeper than the perception of China as an ally or a friend. That's why like people always think about like, okay, China has large population. That's why it is dangerous for Russia. So yeah, like this.
Any urgent follow-up?
Yeah, maybe just, sorry, maybe just a final comment that it seems to me that in present-day Russia, under the Putin's regime, xenophobia is becoming a part of the kind of much wider xenophobic narratives, you see, and a part of the kind of anti-American, anti-Western, and anti-global narrative. When China kind of is, as a modern state, is more associated kind of with the globalized world, you see. So probably this is something new in the xenophobic kind of sentiments in present day Russia, kind of new turn in understanding this kind of new xenophobia position. And for example, if Russia sees itself surrounded by hostile states who allegedly wants to get Russian territory and kind of together with its natural resources. So it seems to me that within this xenophobic kind of surrounding, Russia is still interested in building alliance with China because of this kind of common ground of this anti-Western, anti-American kind of political agenda. And that's why Russia nowadays kind of official propaganda kind of mutes down the xenophobic fears, which it was translating for dozens of years. And of course, maybe to present temporarily the People's Republic of China more as an ally rather than an enemy. So I think that just trying to conclude at least what we were discussing in our panel, I think that things happening in Russia, they kind of explain that they also have a big impact on the new turn of xenophobia, at least in this part of the world. Yeah, that's it probably from my side. Thank you.
I also want to add just one follow-up comment. When we discuss this xenophobic structure or construct, for example, the result of it in Indonesia during this Cold War, 1965-66, caused the death of maybe 500,000 to 2 million people. Okay, most of it are Chinese. They are not only killed because they are communists, but the racist difference and also the local political power struggle push it into that extreme. And then those people, they do not enjoy equal citizenship till the end of last century, 1996 or 7 or 8. They could obtain their entry and exit ID card. And in Malaysia or in Thailand and in all these Southeast Asian countries, there are many, you can say they are 3rd or 4th or 5th generation of diaspora. Maybe it started from Zheng He or his exhibition in the 17th, 16th century down, and then they settle, they live there, but they are still maybe local, this is a local political uneven power structure. For example, they were the comprador, okay? They support the British colonial government or the Dutch colonial government. So they were hated by local people. And when you should said, our Chinese hate Chinese most. This is a very simplistic term. In so-called Chinese history, every turnover of the dynasty, there are 500,000 or 1 million or 2 million people dead. Okay, and there's a poor farmers resurrection, insertion, and also, okay, so do Chinese people hate Chinese people the most? Yes, they take away their land, take away their status, and so on. It's there all over. So the only thing, not the only thing, but my position is different, of course, from Alain Brossat. Okay, he joked about Taiwanese people's decision of independence. This is not seeking for war. It is a decision or a request for a small government. Okay, a small government running its own business. It doesn't need the strong power. Okay, so but of course in a non-military way or a peaceful way. Okay, so making joke of Taiwanese people's so-called dream or desire for independence and blaming them for their betrayal of the Chinese culture. No, we study Confucius, we study Zhuangzi. I wrote about Zhuangzi. No, I don't want to take myself as an example, but we enjoy the whole cultural tradition, just like we read continental philosophy, we read Greek tragedy, we listen to Bach, Beethoven. Why do you define Taiwanese people according to the so-called ethnic Chinese? It doesn't make any sense. The same, I will put it to you. Japanese people, are you sure you are homogeneous ethnic group? No. It's erased only in the 19th century, right? They don't mention this at all. Okay, but I mean, on purpose. Okay, so that a national discourse can be established. All right. So I just don't want our discussion to be misled to this so-called hostility or antagonism. But we need to look at this social, historical, political construct of each society. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. End of my comment.
Okay. Thank you for your participation. We have quite a rich discussions. So the time is over. So I should have our session close. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The closing remark. Yeah, you do. Ask them for papers.
Oh, Alain, yes, I should leave you for some closing remark. Yes, please.
I just wanted to thank everybody. I think we had a very fruitful discussion, and perhaps we can continue, and hopefully the paper presenters can write up their things and we can talk more later. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.